From where it to, please. Can we please have the girls under 11 to the track forward and you're sitting in the hurdles, please. Girls under 11 to the forward track and you're sitting in the hurdles, please.
Good morning and welcome, and thank you for joining us for the combined events. State Little Athletics Championships. We're live and free here at Lakeside. It's a beautiful day. We're just seeing this event get underway, and as you can see, we've just had a break in the start, so we just want to make sure that the starters here are just conversing, seeing who. With this age group, they always get a warning anyway. So the starter is now walking out the track and got his flag. And it looks like lane 3 is getting a warning on that. So as we now so we're ready for the second time of asking. And they're away cleanly for this hurdles race. Fantastic run here by the young man from Diamond Valley. It looks like it's Jed there coming through the centre there, and it does look like Geelong has come in at second place there, potentially with Werribee. Good time there. The clock is the clock that you see on the screen is the clock that is running at the track. So that's not manually run, that's an automatic clock. So hopefully that is accurate. It does tend to stop and start. That is out of our control. So just wanted to let you know about that. So you can see the starters getting the next race ready, running through the timetable pretty quickly. That's the beauty of Little Athletics Victoria events. They always run to time and run really well. Fantastic start yet again. It does look like the Williamstown young man has got a blistering start right here out there in lane 3, and he will take line honours there. Now, just for those of you watching at home, these young men will compete in 5 events. Some age groups will compete in 6 events tomorrow, and it's the person who gets the most amount of accumulated points at the end of the weekend or at the end of their championship that receives the medals. So you won't see medal presentations per se throughout the day. They will be combined at the end of their event. So this 90-metre hurdles is the first one. And as you can see, there's another race that's just about to get underway, with a few in the background getting ready. Another great start by these young men, and we see the athlete that's tearing up the middle here in lane 5, looking very comfortable and got a great technique, and lane 5 takes the line honours there, followed very closely by lane 7. So we've got quite a good competition happening here in the 60-metre hurdles that are taking place. So we now turn our attention to the 60-metre hurdles. This is the under 11 60-metre hurdles. And in lane 1 we've got Yarra Rangers. In lane 2 we've got Werribee. In lane 3 Collingwood. In lane 4 we have Caulfield. In 5 we have Diamond Valley. In 6 we have Moorabbin. In 7 we've got Brimbank. 8 Doncaster, 9 Springvale and 10 Geelong. So a full field taking to the 60-metre hurdles under 11s. Fantastic start by all the boys. It looks like the Werribee boy in lane 2, Jack Schrouder, looks like he's got a great run. But look at Geelong go. Fantastic Tobias Servant. He's going to be one to watch today, I'm sure. Fantastic technique over the hurdles. But I do recognise his name as being a little champion combined athlete. So we'll be watching those young men with anticipation. So as we continue to see the under 11 boys just get marshalled across, you can see the starters have started the races so efficiently that the marshals are struggling to keep up right now. But let me introduce to you these starters that we've got. We've got Sam Gafer from Kew in lane 1, James Granger from Yarra Rangers in 2, Harry Marshall from Caulfield in lane 3, Gus Augustine from Geelong in 4, Luke Monteith from Knox in 5, Caden Q from Essendon in lane 6, Oliver Conrad from Sandringham in lane 7, Lucas Skerry from Keilor in lane 8. Lane 9 we've got Michael Haitley from Edenhope, and then Hunter Longmuir from Altona in lane 10. It does look like Gus Augustine from Geelong is not on the track. And it does look like James Granger from Yarra Rangers is also not on the track. So we've got a couple of scratchings. And we'll explain that just after this race. Great start by all the boys here, but it does look like Sam Gafer from Kew is getting a blistering start. There's not much between. That's definitely first taken by Kew there, and second was very close. I think the Knox athlete Luke Monteith got that one, but we'll leave that to the officials. And just to explain, unlike a track and field event, when you see a scratching or when you see an empty lane, it is unlikely that the athlete will be competing in any other events. And the reason why is because they need to have a combined total according to the Alberta Youth Points system that LAVic use, to have a combined total at the end of the day in order to receive medals. So it's those who come out in the top 3 will receive medals, but they do recognise the top 8 as well as a pretty special achievement. So if you do see a scratching here, it's unlikely that they'll be competing in the other field events later on today. So 60-metre hurdles that you're watching now has a point system attached to it. Shot put has a point system attached to it. High jump, long jump, all of that. But in these age groups, it's the 800-metre run that has the highest amount of points attached to it. So they can run and they can jump and they can throw, but if they can't run long distance, it makes it very difficult to medal. So we're back at 60-metre hurdles now. That's the girls taking to the track. There are 9 starters in this, and we're in the starters' hands. Great, no, that's a false start. So one of the starters saw something. I think that's Carolyn Peachy who's having a word to the official starter.
To the track forward, please. Boys under 10, to the track forward, please.
So nothing there, just a little bit unsteady. No, lane 9 has a yellow flag, so lane 9 can't break again. In fact, the whole field get a warning. So now we back in the starters' hands for the second time of asking. Starter wanting to make sure everyone is even, and it is a pretty even start here, but it does look like lane 3 here from what looks like Caulfield running very well, but look at the athlete in lane 10 coming through there. Fantastic little run there by the Coburg athlete. So a great run by all the competitors. So now we've got the girls under 11 60-metre hurdles that are taken to the track. Fantastic start and a very even start. All of them taking to the first flight very evenly, but it does look like the athlete from Werribee coming right through the middle here. Imogen in lane 5 looked like she had a great run, hit the hurdles really well, and she is sorry, that's Isla Bradshaw from Geelong. Isla Bradshaw is certainly a combined events athlete. Fantastic little runner, great little technique. So we're looking forward to seeing what she comes up with today. And now we see the girls under 11 lining up for their 60-metre hurdle. And I'll introduce to you these starters as soon as they are back on the track. The officials give them an opportunity to just warm up, just to make sure that their steps are right in approach to the first flight. They get to jump over the first flight, make sure they get some of that nervous energy out. That's always a bit of a sticking point. But let me introduce to you these starters that we've got here. We've got Grace Farrer from Whittlesea, Emily McCormack from Geelong, Zali from Caulfield, Freya from Williamstown, Amelia from Altona, Matilda from Shepparton, Emily from Ringwood, Vegas from Sandringham, and Sasha from Gisborne. Great to see the Gisborne athletes turning up. Great start by all the athletes, but it does look like the Whittlesea athlete took to the first flight very well. But they're all travelling incredibly well. But it does look like Vegas coming through in lane 9 from Sandringham is going to take out Line Honours there and will take out the highest points in that race. And all the competitors get a point system, of course, depending on their time. But pretty even running there. And as you can see, the next next group of under 11 girls are ready to go. And I just introduced to you the starters we've got. Caitlin Good from Albury in lane 2. Indiana from Southern Peninsula in lane 3. Chloe Williams from South Melbourne District in 4. Faith Little from Brighton in 5. Ivy Burns from Geelong in 6. Shay Colpin from Cranbourne in 7. Lola Dunn from Williamstown in 8. Bahai from Frankston in lane 9. And Daisy Robinson from Waverley in lane 10. We're off and it's a pretty even start, but just watch Faith Little in lane 5. Over she goes in the hurdles here, and it looks like a fantastic effort. She's a tall girl, so not much effort needed to get over those hurdles, but she takes that in a pretty quick time of 10:64. And then the clock keeps going through to the final runner, just to make sure that everyone gets a time. And just to give you a bit of an indication there, 10:64 is what Faith unofficially went through the times with, but the record for the Victorian best performance there is 9:81, so significantly faster, way back in 2016. Shiana Windasara from Whittlesea is the one who has that record currently. And then Ellie Simons in 2018 equalled it, 9:81 from Seaford. So we've got under 11s now. And a full field. And we're in the starters' hands. And a false start that gives me an opportunity to introduce these races for you. Ashanti from Frankston in lane 2. In lane 3 we have Maeve Gill from Ringwood. In lane 4 we have Mackenzie Gilchrist from Moorabbin. In lane 5 we have Janella Archer from Sale. In lane 6 we have Jasmine King from Geelong. In lane 7 Lily Carmody from Pakenham. In lane 8 Charlie Sullivan from Sandringham. In lane 9 Naomi Henderson from Maryborough. And lane 10 Ashlyn Griffith from Southern Peninsula. So we're away for the second time of asking now. Little unshaky there, but it does look like a great run here by the Sandringham athlete Charlie Sullivan, who looks like she's going to pass this in very good time, 10:23. So a great time there by Charlie. Fantastic running. So as you might know, the athletes are getting an opportunity to just get their times, and they will continue to compete throughout the day, competing in 5 events altogether and having a combined total according to the Alberta Youth point system that LAVic use. So the starter is now pulling them back again. So the starter just getting one of the athletes settled here. Fantastic start by all the race here, and you can look at Carla Boris looking very strong through the middle here in lane 7. Fantastic time, 10:53 we think that might be. Great run by Chiara. So fantastic run there by those young girls. And we've got the next race that is ready to go. Let me introduce to you these starters here. Amaya from Brighton, Ruby from Williamstown, Hayley Auden from Sandringham, Cameron McKenzie from Wonthaggi, Monique Kindler from Knox, Heidi Drow from Berwick, Saskia from Box Hill, Isabella from Caulfield, and Carly from Frankston. It does look like Hayden is not in this race, but we are away cleanly, and it does look like the Knox athlete Monique is getting a pretty good start, but getting challenged, very challenged by her Williamstown, Frankston athlete here who's come through, and looks like Carly Sargent has taken out line on us here in lane 10. So the starter's just getting the next races all ready to go. We're still with the under 11 age group. And in lane 2 we've got Isabel Rogers from Mentone. In lane 3 we've got Stephanie Van Bimmel from Yarra Rangers. In lane 4 we've got Evie Lurie from Geelong. In lane 5 Hayley from Frankston. In lane 6 Taya McClure from Whittlesea. In lane 7 Amelie DeBanks from Collingwood. In lane 8 Helena Berry from Box Hill. In lane 9 Ella Walsh from Colac. In lane 10 Flo from South Melbourne District. Fantastic start. Oh, that young girl from Mentone just clipped that first hurdle, but is still going strong. Getting challenged here by the athlete, looks like from Frankston. In lane 5 there. But the officials are talking. That looks like a clean race.
Boys under 11B to call room 2 for your longer. Boys under 9D to call room 2 for your discus. That is boys under 9, boys under 9D to call room 2 for your discus, please.
see the starters blown. You can hear the starters blowing their whistle, ready for these young ladies to get back on the start list. Looks like Georgia Hannigan from Geelong is not starting, but got a pretty even start across the board here in this under 11 girls 60-metre hurdles. But it does look like Caulfield is going to take out first with lane 8. Emma Driscoll in second from Ringwood, so fantastic run by these young girls with a 10.64. Another great time. Again, the Victorian best performance for that was 9.81. Both times broken in 2016 and 2018, exactly equal 9.81. So that's the time to be watching there in terms of Victorian best performance. But it's not about Victorian best performance today. It's about PBs. It's about doing your best. And then should you accumulate enough points, they might come home with a medal. So this is pretty exciting stuff for these young boys and girls who are competing. It's the younger age groups competing today with the older age groups competing tomorrow. So the under 14s and 16s will be competing tomorrow sometime. Fantastic start here by all these athletes, but this is very even, as you can see. This one's going to be close, but you can see the Knox athlete coming through in lane 6, taking out line honours there and looking fantastic, but it was very close amongst the other girls.
We have boys under 9C, boys under 9C, to call room 1, belonging number 3, please. It's boys under 9C, to call room 1, belonging number 3, please.
We're back to the boys now hitting the track. So it's a beautiful 24 degrees out here at Lakeside.
Can we please have girls under 9 to the track call room, please. Girls under 9 to the track.
This is the 60-metre hurdle, so we've got, looks like lane 4 is not starting with us, and lane 8 is not competing here as well. So the field events will be getting away shortly, and we can see the starter just swapping starters now. Great start by all these young boys, and you can see the Williamstown athlete coming through the middle here and looking pretty good, being challenged, very challenged by the Essendon athlete there in lane 10 coming through in second, but he is happy. That athlete is very happy to be coming through there. With with a good time of 11.97 as well. Starters running very efficiently here. So we can see the starter getting underway here. It's the under 10 60-metre hurdles. Great, fantastic run here by these young men, and it does look like the athlete there from Gisborne coming through very comfortably, with second place, looks like second place going out to Knox, Jesse Lewis. So no, it's a false start here. Starters have called them back. Let me just introduce to you these starters that we've got. Levi Horay from Mentone. We've got Harvey Coleman from Camberwell. Toby Smearden from Berwick. Jack Berry from Geelong. Anthony from Oakley. Alexis Manielli from Whittlesea. Aidan Faruga from Gisborne. Lucas Field from Ringwood. And Garpart Singh from Werribee. It does look like we've got lane 3 that's not competing today. Toby Smearden. But a great start by all of our athletes taking to this flights very well. But it does look like our Ringwood athlete in Lucas Field is going to come through very strong there in a great run of 11.44. Looking pretty comfortable there as well. So pretty content with that run. Yep, it's all white flags. The officials are all happy with that. Fantastic. Brilliant work. Fantastic run and great start there. I thought the officials were going to call that one back, but the Brimbank athlete has gone down, and the Caulfield, no, the Correa athlete looks like it's gone down, but looks like lane 3 is going to take out line honours there. Fantastic run, but this young man is trying. The crowd is really getting behind him as he just goes over the next flights. Let's see if the cameraman can pick him up as he keeps going through. Well done, buddy. Keep going. Hurdles is only one event that he has to compete in today. Fantastic run by that young man. So we're still with the under 10s now. These young men who are at the 60-metre hurdles. We're in the starters' hands here. Fantastic run. It looks like lane 7 is not competing today, Charlie Lang, but it does look like a great run here by the Mornington athlete in Dean Brown, who's come through to pick up first there.
So that's girls under 11A to call room 3, the long jump 1, and girls under 11B to call room 4, the shot put 1, please.
under 10s that are on the track for the 60 metre hurdles. It's still a beautiful 26 degrees here at Lakeside, and a false start there. That was a pretty clear false start by the athlete Will McKean from Sandringham. Pretty keen to get away, but the officials are going to be just conversing on that one and just making sure that everything's all good for them to go again. So let's just introduce to you these starters real quickly. Got Jack Barnes from South Melbourne District. We got Finn Kane from Williamstown. We got Romeo from Werribee. And another false start. Let's see where the officials go with this. So the officials have conversed, and they look like they're pretty content. So no disqualifications here that we can see. And another unsteady start there, but it does look like a great run here by all the athletes, especially by the Mentone athlete, Deng. But it does look like the Sandringham Keen Bean that was keen to get away got across the line to get line honours there in first position in a pretty good time as well. So now we've got the under 10s that are taking to the track. We're still with the under 10 age group. We see the field events are just about to get underway with a little bit of discus, some shot put taking place, and some long jump down the back straight. But we're still showing you the hurdles, the 60 metre hurdles. And here we've got Jet from Frankston in lane 1, Timothy Hayes from Seaford in lane 2, another Jet from Croydon in lane 3, Zach from Williamstown in lane 4, Ryan from Werribee in lane 5, Sirius from Waverley in lane 6, Adib from Berwick in lane 7, Kareem from Hume in lane 8, Luke from Moorabbin in lane 9, and Xavier from Geelong in lane 10. You can see the officials have just pulled them back. We'll see what these officials are conversing about. Just a discussion with one of the athletes, two of the athletes. Just making sure their toes don't go over the line. So the officials giving them the word, which is great to see them giving a few little coaching tips. Big shout out to our cameraman Scott Sidley, looking very cool with his sunglasses on today, giving us all the action from the one camera that we have operating here today. So it looks like we've got a full grid with 2 warnings here, but they take to the flights very well, and a fantastic run by all these athletes here. But the Williamstown athlete Zach is coming through in line honours and challenged there by Croydon Jet. What a great name, who looks like he's going to come through to pick up in second position there. So the no medals awarded for each race. The medals will be awarded at the end of the day for the athlete who has the most amount of combined points. So we've got the under 10 60 metre hurdle boys taken to the track, and looks like we've got a full grid again. Let me just introduce to you these racers. Chilean from Box Hill, Levi Draper from Essendon, Max Wright from Berwick, Finn from South Melbourne, Gabriel Pryor from Mentone, Harry Toomey from Sandringham in lane 6, Arthur Robinson from Altona in 7. In 8 we've got Jack Abruzzi from Albury, Lachlan Goomley from Camberwell Malvern, and then we've got Jack Power in lane 10 from Keilor. Great even start by all the athletes, but it does look like Gabriel from Mentone is certainly challenging, and it looks like the Albury athlete here in lane 8. That was a close one. We'll leave that one to the officials, but I'm thinking it was probably the Mentone athlete who came across first. And now we've got the girls taking to 60-metre hurdles. So we've got the 60-metre hurdles. Looks like the under 11 girls coming up. So Abigail Watson from Box Hill, Allegra from Caulfield in lane 3, Philippa Besford from Albury in lane 4, Nina from Williamstown in lane 5, Holly Gardner from Werribee in lane 6, Tala Joe from Whittlesea in lane 7, Eve O'Connor from Waverley in 9, and Tegan Lay from Chelsea in lane 10. So as you can see, the officials are just adjusting the heights of the hurdles. So it looks like we're ready to go for this race. And a fantastic start, but no, it's a false start. Obviously the officials saw something. Not sure what they saw. So we've got the under 9 60-metre hurdles now, the lowest height. This will give me an opportunity to introduce to you the starters. We've got Chloe from Doncaster, we've got Caitlin from Cranbourne, we've got Alia from Geelong, Charlie Brown from Werribee, Remy Adam from South Melbourne District, Lauren Tay from Kew, Ava Plant from Box Hill, Emily Fiedler from Yarra Ranges, Sienna from Keilor, and then Chloe Lynette from Ringwood to round out our top 10 competitors here. Doesn't look like we've got Chloe in lane 1 or Ava Plant from Box Hill in lane 7. So those 2 lanes will remain empty to what looks like also Sienna from Keilor. But a great start by all the racers that are in this under 9 60-metre hurdles, and as you can see the girls are taking to the track very well, and it does look like the athlete there from lane 4, Charlie Brown from Werribee, fantastic run there.
I've got this morning to welcome someone very special. That's Isaac Dixon and his father Matt Dixon, who's come over from the Clarence to our 310 in Tasmania. Isaac is competing in the 100 Warriors as a education athlete, and we think it's the first time we've had an interstate athlete here. So welcome Isaac from Tasmania.
So we're now under 9 60-metre hurdles. We're at race 2. So we've got Cassandra Main from Shepparton in lane 1. No Annabelle from Moe. Then Abigail from South Melbourne District in lane 3. We're going to leave the starters to this. You can see the South Melbourne athlete was pretty keen to get away. Good to see our cameraman pick that one up as well. So we'll see what the officials do here with our camera just on this young lady from South Melbourne. Now from our looks, she's in lane 4. Our start list does say 3, but we're getting these reprinted, so hopefully we'll get it right. Looking fantastic. And a pretty clean start, an even start by all these under 9 girls here coming through. It does look like the girl in lane 3 is going to come through with line honours there and get first position. So all the hurdles still upstanding, which is great. They don't lose any points for that. Now, given that we've got a competitor that is a non-consent competitor, we're just going to bring you some discus to what looks to be the under 10 boys. I could be inaccurate there, but the camera from the other side of the track is struggling, but we're giving you the best vision we could possibly bring you just while this next race takes place. And the reason why is that it's a non-consent. So we've got one athlete who's decided that they don't want to be live streamed, which is fine. So we have to respect their wishes, and we've given you some discus right now. So now we're back to the under 9 girls 60 metre hurdles. So we can see the girls just warming up. And according to our start list, we've got Chloe Granger from Yarra Rangers in lane 1, Sophie Gannon from Diamond Valley in lane 2, who's not there. So I won't introduce you the starters. We'll just wait until I get the printed start list, the reprinted start list. And I'll call it as I see it. Great start by all the athletes and no false starts, so everyone is up and running, and a pretty even start here by all the races, but it does look like the competitor in lane 6 is going to take out first, with lane 5 coming through and picking up second position there. So a fantastic run by the girls in race 4 of the under 9 60 metre hurdles. We now have race 5 coming up shortly. Lane 4, Jessica Gibbs from South Melbourne District. Taylor Ducks from Croydon in lane 5. Sienna Cameron from Gisborne in lane 6. Darcy Venn from Storwell in lane 7. Jasmine Marshall from Keilor in lane 8. Amelia Greaves from Werribee in lane 9. And Neve from Mentone in lane 10. So it does look like a full grid. Jessica Gibbs from South Melbourne District. Nope, they're pulling it back. So it does look like Jemima Hood from Geelong in lane 3 is not competing with us today. But pretty nervous times by these young girls, under 9s. Great start by all the athletes here. South Melbourne District girl getting along very well. But we can see it looks like Darcy Venn here coming through in lane 7 there. Storwell, fantastic run, great technique, and did well to get a good time as well. We'll leave the times to the officials and we'll see what points they come out with. It's the Alberta Youth Point System that's being used today. That's the one that LAVic have adopted years ago. So now we've got the next race ready to hit the track. Shanae Huggins from Dandenong in lane 1. Adelaide from Altona in lane 2. In lane 3 we've got Alaya from Pakenham. In lane 4 we've got Charlotte Heritage from Frankston. Lane 5 we've got Matilda Grimes from Knox. And they're off and racing, and a fantastic run by these young girls. But it does look like the Altona athlete, sorry, the Dandenong athlete's going well, but we've got a very close one there. It did look like Mentone coming through in first with Lucille. What a great run there. And then Alice Nielsen. Great run there by Alice, travelling all the way from Gisborne. So you can see the girls marching off, taking off their spikes, which is good, or their waffles. And now we turn our attention back to the track for the start of the next 60 metre hurdles. So just while the start is getting underway. Looks like our Frankston athlete from lane 2 is not competing today. So you can see the starter is looking at something. They're probably going to have a little chat to lane 3, I'd say. Letting lane 3 know that they can't keep moving their arms. They need to stay still when they're called in the set position. Great start and a very even start by all the athletes here. But it looks like the South Melbourne District, Charlotte Gibbs, coming through here. But she is being challenged by Alex from Brighton. It's going to be a close one. We're going to leave that one to the officials. I would probably call lane 1 Alex. Just pipped her on the line, but a great race nonetheless. So pretty exciting races here at Lakeside. Looks like the 60-metre hurdles is complete for now, while we wait for the marshals to continue on. And we might bring you some of the field events that we've got happening and taking place right now. So as you can see, we've got 26 degrees here at Lakeside right now, which is pretty good weather. Actually, scratch that, it's actually 29 degrees. 29 degrees is quite warm and warming up pretty well, but we're bringing you some discus. You can see the clock that's just on the screen. That clock is just purely the time. So we're bringing you just a little bit of vision here from the long jump. And you can see the long jump taking place right on the other side of the track. We wish we could bring you a much closer vision, but due to technical difficulties today, we are unable to do that. We've only got one camera. We hope to get that rectified for tomorrow, but right now one camera is the best we can do.
Can we please have boys under 10B, boys under 10B, control room 4, we will dismiss 2 please. That is boys under 10B, control room 4, we will dismiss 2 please.
Now the competition's well and truly underway. I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to parents, athletes, volunteers, officials on behalf of the board of LAVicTV Victoria. Thanks so much for your attendance today, your contribution to to the event, the experience that is the 2019 combined events. A couple of special announcements with regard to our sponsors. Of course, Subway have been our long-time state sponsor, and they continue to give us great support right across the state. And of course, Cole's been our national sponsor for the athletes moving. Also, please provide them with all the support you can, week to week, month to month, and year to year. On another note, merchandise school, if you haven't collected your t-shirts, please do so. You can do that until late this afternoon. Take the opportunity too, whilst to a lot of the proceedings, clear out the families, clear out the kids, walk up and thank the teachers who give up their time and efforts to put together a very complex event like we're running today. It takes a lot of effort, the weather's warm, and they certainly appreciate your thanks. And of course, stay hydrated. Take out the sun, looks like flat, and get have a great day. Thank you very much.
Wrong area, guys.
One that's wrong.
Come on, please, our boys under 10A, boys under 10A, to call room 3, for the boy long jump drill, please. That's boys under 10A, to call room 3, for your long jump at pick 3, please. Can we please have girls under 9A, girls under 9A, to call room 1, to your shot put 2, please. That's girls under 9A, to call room 1, to your shot put at pick 2, please.
Testing, 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 testing. So as you can see, we've got the long jump that's taking place right now. We've got a few events that are taking place out there. We're going to bring you some commentary that's taking place out there and let you know what's happening. Oh, maybe.
They seem to go pretty good. Just remember we're doing the short skills. After you've done it, yeah, after you've done it, walk out the back. Stop and wait for your turn. Otherwise it's a bad.
So just while we're waiting for the 100 metres to get underway, we're just going to bring you some action from down on the ground. We're just pointed at long jump right now, but as I go through the long jump, what I might do is pick up some of the shot put that's taking place. But as we said, it's a beautiful day out here, 29 degrees, sun is shining, crowd is gathering, so we're all pretty content here.
The team managers, athletes and parents, can you please listen for a moment? There is an important message. The program that most people have received is only a guide. You need to listen out for all the announcements that are being made saying where athletes are going, to when the athletes can go to the call room. So please listen out for the announcements which are telling where the athletes need to go. Forget the program.
So we're just going to bring you some footage now of shot put. And we are down here at the under 11 girls shot put. And you can see quite a big field down here. Looks like a lot of girls, but they're in their second round of throws. 23 girls in total. And this is the last throw of the first round with a 587.
Start of round 2.
And it does look like Faith,
followed by Holly and Jasmine.
Emma Driscoll's thrown a 7 metres flat from Ringwood, and Faith Little from Brighton with a 684. Fantastic throwing here to be the equal first and second.
Holly, followed by Jasmine.
And we've got Imogen Mackin from Werribee, who's thrown a 1060. So that is definitely the one to be watching. And shot put is definitely weighted pretty well. I'll just talk about it if you get some of the discus, and then I'll move over. Have we got enough tent setting? Enough tent setting, mate?
We're just trying to, look after the rubber.
And we're just down here at the discus. And you can see that they actually mark that out. They put a spike in the ground and then they measure that as they go. But we're down here at the under 11 boys discus.
Adam, number 9, followed by Dylan.
And we've got a big field down here. You can see the discuses hitting the ground here, and you can see all the markers in the ground. They'll be measured a little later on. This is just an opportunity to save some time rather than marking every single athlete, rather than every single throw, not measuring every single throw, but they mark it out and then they make sure that that athlete gets the longest distance. So number 10 is about to throw, and he's Dylan, and he's from Lansfield Romsey, just entering into the discus cage. And because he's number 10, if his throw goes over his marker of number 10, which are actually turned away from the camera, which that one didn't, then unless it moves forward, the marker stays the same. So obviously his first throw was his biggest throw there.
Number 11, Max.
And then we've got number 11, Max, who's now taking to the cage from Mentone. And I'll give you, I can't even give you some of the distances because we don't know what the distances are, they're only marking them out. So we'll move across to some long jump now. Just give you some coverage from what's taking place out here. Certainly feel the sun today on 29 degrees. So that was a jump of 10.68. Big shout out to the officials that are taking place out here and doing a great job at raking and marking and spiking and doing all that. So we now have that distance of 3.22. So this is the under 9 boys now, with what looks to be 24 in total. Just coming to the end of this competition. So this long jump has finished. So I'll give you the rundown of what's taking place right now at the long jump. So we've got a few that are in the 273. So we've got a 377 here. A 291. A 385. So Jarvis Stewart from Brimbank at the moment with a 385. We don't know if that's leading yet. We'll just see them all get their best performance written down. So it does look like 385 Jarvis from Brimbank at the moment with a few over the page. With 1 centimetre behind him, Cooper Nunn from Craigieburn with a 384. So 385 and a 384, first and second out here. And then a 334 after that. So that will round out the top 1, 2 and 3 in the boys long jump. Now we move across to the girls long jump. So we're down at the under 11 boys long jump. Don't worry about getting me on camera. Get the athletes back. So we're down here at the under 11 boys long jump, and we are in their third and final round. And Tate Ferguson with a 4:01, with a pretty big jump in the first lot here, but it's still early days. There's about 20 boys in this competition, and as you can see, that athlete there who just missed the board went well before the board there. So we'll just bring you some field action just while we're waiting for the under 9 boys 60-metre hurdles to take to the track at midday, 12 o'clock. So we've got 22 minutes till that takes place. So it still looks like Tate Ferguson 4:01 from Williamstown. And then a 3:67 and a 3:67. You wouldn't read about it. Cobe Magdian from Brimbank, 3:67, and Henry Dwyer from Caulfield, 3:67. And then a 3:66. So very close. 4:01. 3:67, 3:67, 3:66. There is no count back on this. They just get the points according to what distance, not what place, what distance they get, they perform. So their performance is the indicator of the points, and that becomes accumulative. So Isaac Dixon, who's taking to the track now, he's jumped a 4:45 and a 4:42. Let's see if he can better that. It's good on the board, great style in the air. He's not happy with that, but it looked good to me. Let's see if he beats the 4:45. 4:52, fantastic jumping by that young man. So 4:52 is what he will come away with, so that looks like it's in first position. Yep, that's clearly in first position by 51 centimetres. So 4:52, then 4:01, then 3:67, 3:67, then 3:66. So some pretty good results taking place right here. So this is it does look like Isaac Dixon's going to be taking out the highest amount of points here in this boys long jump. Now I'll give you some results for the female girls long jump. We'll see what is happening over here. You can see on the far side of the track there's a pretty good atmosphere taking out here with banners up, suns up. So we've got the under 11 girls long jump. They're in their third round. And that was just a 3:48. Now we see Nina Di Fabrizio from Williamstown taking to the pit. First one was a no jump, next one was 2:47. That one she wasn't too happy with, but she got a smile on her face, which is always good. Love to see these athletes having fun. So currently it does look like Taya McClure 350. Taya McClure with a 350 right down the bottom, looks like one of the best performances. And then followed by a 343, Isabella Finlayson from Frankston. So it's Williams, and then 245 again from Frankston. So some pretty tight competing happening here. So that will be called a foul jump. And for those of you who can see from the other side of the track there with the vision we're giving you, in short, the reason that's a no jump is because the athlete's toes just go over the line. Their foot has to be entirely on the white part of the board. Just like that one there.
Boys under 11 to call room 2 for your long jump at pit 2. Girls under 11 to call room 3 for your long jump at pit 1. Girls under 11 to call room 4 for shot put at pit 1. So that's boys under 11 to call room 1 which misses 1. Boys under 11 to call room 2 with your long jump.
We're going to move over to the discus cage and just find out what's taking place now. I'm going to go over to the discus cage and see what's taking place over there, and then we'll see what results have come up at the discus cage, and then come back for Taya's jump, the one that is leading that girls under 11 with a 350. So let's see how we're looking over here. So we're just starting up over here.
I've got 20 minutes.
So the under 10s are just getting ready to throw the discus, having some fun on the pole vault mats over here. So we might move back to where the long jump is actually mid competition. And as you can see there, hopefully you can see it on your screen, that was the Diamond Valley athlete taken to the long jump. Where are you pointing at, mate? So that was Maeve Gill there from Sandringham, who's just 355. So she jumped a 373, then a 350, then a 355. So she's pretty happy with that from Ringwood. And now we've got Jaden Lee Coburn, 285, 299, and this is her third round attempt. Let's see what she gets here. So 3:29. Great improvement on the last two jumps, which in a sense is what you call clutch jumping. Clutch jumping is where the athlete improves at every jump rather than goes down, their improvement and their performance goes up. And that was Amelia Papal from Altona, and she was perfect on the board. There was not much left there at all. So we're down at the under 11 long jump, and that was a 2:95 for Ashani Nesbitt. And the one you can see on the track right now is Madeleine McGregor. She jumped a 2:64 and a 2:89. So we'll see what she comes up with now. Let's see if she can improve the 2:89. 2:80. So very close, very consistent jumping here, which is great. So now you see Ruby Donaldson, 3:14, then a no jump, then a 3:03. So again, very consistent jumping. And then we've got Hayley from Frankston. Just struggled a little bit coming up to the approach. It's always difficult getting this run up right and perfect. So another foul jump. Foul jump to start with, then 2:05, then another foul. So she's at least got a jump on the board, and we'll get some points for that. It is always difficult to be able to complete the day with any great success when there are 3 no jumps or 3 no throws for any athletes, because it means no points at all. So we've got another foul jump there. By Marley. So this is Taya McClure from Whittlesea City. We'll see if she can improve her 3:56 in first round jump. That will be called, I think, we'll see what the officials say. That's a foul jump. Good jump, but a foul jump. So 3:56 and 3:50. Great jumping by the young girl. So 2 more athletes to finish off this round of jumping. So 3:31 there by Isabella Ahmad. So 3:38, 2:92 and a 3:31. And then Tama Ferry, 2:49, 2:98 to finish off this round of competition for this group of girls. And she was not too bad on the board. She got on the board, which is good. So everyone's pretty happy. 2:49, 2:48. High fives all round by the coach and by the family. And a big improvement there at 3:48. That's nearly a metre improvement, a 50 centimetre improvement, a metre improvement on her first jump. So she's got to be wrapped with that. What a great way to finish the competition. Everyone's pretty happy. Great jumping. Although the boys are warming up for the discus, we're going to give you some, just call out the action that's happening out here. It'll be the same, it'll be marked, but yeah, mate, who called me? So we've got the boys that are just taking to the discus now, and as you can see, we've got Sandringham that are the young boy from Sandringham here, and they're just warming up, so they have their opportunity to throw. They sometimes spin, they sometimes keep their feet planted on the ground. So we can see the Geelong athlete here, but it's almost impossible to call out the results as it takes place, and the reason for that is they'll use spikes to mark out the throws, which saves a lot of time. But that is a very big throw by the Geelong athlete. This is certainly one that you want to be watching. You can hear the boys in the background. I don't know if you can hear them or not, but they are yelling out, "Okay, you've won." So they're almost admitting defeat with the young boy from Geelong. And then we've got so we've got Aiden from Gisborne throwing here, just warming up. Good throw there by Aiden. Good work. But he has walked out of the front of the discus, so in a normal competition that would be a foul. So hopefully he remembers to walk out the back. And given that I'm not an official, I'm not allowed to say anything to him. So it looks like a big field here. Looks like 21 boys throwing here, which is good. And just getting their directions before they... So 19 competing here, I've been told. There's 2 not competing here today. But as I said, the Geelong boy looks like the one to be watching. So keep your eye out for the young Jack B from Geelong. He'll be throwing pretty big today. So we're just waiting. The officials have allowed them to do their warm-up, but they're ahead of time. So we might move over now to the girls' shot put, which will be marked at every throw. So I'll be able to bring to you updates as they throw. And now they're just warming up. So these girls are just warming up. So the under 9 girls here. So the under 9 girls are just warming up. And we can see that taking place right now. Jack, you look at the okay, I'm coming back up now, back up. So just keep the vision going, but we've got no audio. The microphone died. just put the race title on, Jaguar, and make sure the correct race title's on. I'll get one run for you. So that's the title there.
Okay.
And then there should be one of these out of it. Wherever it is. Do you recognise any of that? Thanks for joining us back again. So as you can see, we are back on the track. So we're back on the track for this next race. So a great start here by these young men. Fantastic running by these boys. Brilliant work. So we'll see who comes out with the highest points. So we're turning our attention back to the track.
Good idea, mate.
So we can see the boys just lining up and getting themselves ready for this next race. Hopefully taking to the track and getting a great time in this beautiful weather that we've got. So it's the under 9 boys. 60-metre hurdles. Fantastic start by all the racers here. We can see the South Melbourne young man tearing up the track right now. But it does look like the young athlete in lane 7 is going to take line honours there and get a great time there in what looked to be a very good race for the under 9 girls 60 metre. Under 9 boys 60 metre, sorry. Fantastic running there. So now we see these athletes up on the track. Boys, fantastic start here, going well. The Keilor athlete looking fantastic. Michael Sayed, who's coming through in lane 8, going to take line honours, but close for second and third. Going to be, I think, Berwick from Williamstown, but we'll see how we go there. That headband must make a difference, and the Williamstown athlete with his sunnies on, got to make a difference as well. The cool looking sunnies, just like our cameraman Scott today. So we've got a full grid of track and field, but we're bringing you the track action right now. So we've got another bunch of boys, under 9 boys, taking to the 60-metre hurdles. It does look like a full grid, so let's introduce to you these races. Darcy from Oakley in 1, Jaskrid from Werribee in 2, Sam from Brighton in 3, Oscar from Berwick in 4, Patrick from Geelong in 5, Ben from Sandringham in 6, Robert from Gisborne in 7, Logan from Altona in 8, Cohen from Preston Reservoir in 9, and Ethan from Nunawading in 10. We're in the starters' hands. Fantastic start, great running, but it does look like the young man from Oakley right out there in lane 1 is just striding over those hurdles, using his tall frame to get over those hurdles, with lane 5, Patrick Thomas from Geelong coming through to pick up second position there. So they will fare well in the point system. So we're still with the 60-metre hurdles right now. And 2 hours into this live stream, the temperature seems to be hovering around the same temperature. So great start. Great running there, but it looks like the athlete from lane 2 there, picking up lane 3, sorry, Berwick, doing very well. And then Mentone coming through in second position. So now we've got the boys warming up for the next race, what looks to be race 7. So Declan Malling from Cranbourne, Finn from Yarra Rangers, Imad from Berwick, Fahad from Altona, James from Werribee, Xander from Doncaster, Zach from Ringwood, Seth from Hume, Joshua Campbell Malvern, and Tyler Hughes from Mornington. So it looks like we don't have our Altona athlete in lane 4 or our athletes from Hume and Campbell Malvern in lane 8 and 9. We're now waiting for the officials to get this underway. Fantastic running by these young men, and it does look like the Cranbourne athlete coming through in first position there in lane 1, Declan Malling, who's going to get a great time there as well. So we're going to move to race 9 of 10, still with the boys and still with the 60-metre hurdles as we see them take to the track. So let me introduce to you these starters here. Ezekiel from Cranbourne, Benjamin Linton from Springvale, Rehan Lionage from Berwick, Matthew Driscoll from Ringwood, Thomas from Dandenong, Freddie DeBanks from Collingwood, Braith Lafalia from Williamstown, Eamon Johns from Coburg, Archer Sinclair from Sherbrooke, Jack Newton from Caulfield. Some pretty good running we've seen today. So you can see the officials are all out there. They're just outside of your shot, but we've got the technicians and the officials all working hard to make sure the technology required to run an event like this is all working smoothly. Fantastic race, and it looks like they're all started pretty well. But it does look like the athlete here from Williamstown, Braith, coming through in lane 7, and a comfortable lead there with Cranbourne in second there to get the time, 10:90. Pretty good time by that young man. So he should be happy with that. And we now move to race 10 of 10 for the boys' 60-metre hurdles. And then it does look like there's another break in the track. So it's race 10 of 10 for the boys 60-metre hurdles. So this being the final race of this boys under 10. Sorry, the boys under 9. So a pretty even start by these young men, but look at the athlete there from Ringwood. Lenny Clark going really well, but being challenged very well by Nate Hall from Berwick. I think Nate Hall did take that first position out, but it's not about positions today. It's more so about times, but nonetheless, obviously the first across is the fastest time, so they'll be looking pretty intently at that. And now we see the hurdles just coming up one notch as we move to the next event that will be taking place, which will be the girls under 10. The girls under 10 race is going to be similar to what we saw earlier on today. And a big shout out to the officials that are now just sorting out the hurdles. This event could not possibly run without the help of all the officials that are out there. We now see the girls under 10 hurdles taking to the track. So it's 60-metre hurdles right now. With the weather still sitting at 29 degrees, which is good for the athletes. Better performances take place generally on a hot day and on a day that the track gives a bit more back in terms of bounce and spring. So let me introduce to you these starters as the officials just get set up. You can see the technicians now working to make sure that the technical equipment required is all working well. But I'm just going to introduce to you these starters. So it looks like lane 3 is our first of our competitors here. Lane 3, we've got Jocelyn Kerr from Camberwell Malvern. beg your pardon. We've got Prior Deal from Box Hill in lane 3, then Jocelyn Kerr from Camberwell Malvern in 4, Chloe Natalia from Werribee in 5, Marley Collar from Murrindindi in 6, Ava Maskiel from Sandringham in 7, Harley Lennon from Seaford in 8, Nayan Deng from Melton City in 9, and Caitlin Ord from Caulfield in lane 10. As they just go over the first flight, just to get a practice in, make sure their steps are all correct and everything's working well. Get rid of a bit of nervous energy there, but they're pretty. It's pretty exciting for some of these athletes. First time they've made a state event of this sort, and how fantastic for Lakeside to allow us to be competing here at Lakeside. For Little Athletics Victoria to have this venue is always great. It's a fantastic venue with great facilities. So great start by all the athletes, but it does look like Jocelyn Kerr is getting a great run right now, but getting challenged very well and running really well is the athlete in lane 8 from Seaford, who's come up, looks injured. She's just dropped to the ground at the moment, but she looks okay. We don't like to see athletes injured at all. But next on the track, we've got race 2 of 8 for the girls' 60-metre hurdles under 10s. And in lane 2, we've got Lucy Killick from Gisborne. In lane 3, we've got Rebecca from Diamond Valley. In lane 4, we've got Abigail Cheshire from Caulfield. In lane 5, Amy Limpens from Frankston. In lane 6, Georgia Reef from South Melbourne District. In lane 7, Caitlin Legrove from Knox. In lane 8, Tani Hutchison from Werribee. In lane 8, Pia Knight. In lane 9 from Preston Reservoir. And lane 10, Eliza Evans from Bendigo. So it looks like we've got a pretty full grid, except Georgia from South Melbourne District is not with us competing today. So great start by all the athletes, but it does look like the Caulfield athlete got the best of the starts, being challenged very well by the athlete right out in lane 8 from Werribee, but it does look like it did look like Caulfield, then Rebecca Havlicka from Diamond Valley came in second, and then Werribee in third position there. So we'll look to the official results for that as we move very quickly to the next competition, the next event, race 3 of 8 for the girls' 60-metre hurdles under 10. In lane 2, we've got Cassie Farley from Sale. In lane 3, Alexis Shed from Brimbank. In 4, we have Mia Gray from Sandringham. In 5, Zoe Ryan from Diamond Valley. In 6, Chelsea Ticknell from Bendigo. In 7, Magdalena Dimova from Chelsea. In lane 8, Rosie O'Brien from Caulfield. In lane 9, Ella Ojami from Mentone. And in lane 10, Ariella Sprague from Cranbourne. It doesn't look like Sandringham is competing today, so we do have about 7 athletes. A great start by all the athletes, but it does look like the the Sale athlete is going very well, but look at the Werribee at the Cranbourne athlete here as well, and the Caulfield athlete I think came through in first position there, Rosie O'Brien, but we'll leave that to the officials. Another good time. So we now have the athletes lining up for the next race. Zoe Clark from Yarra Rangers in lane 2. Sophie Nilsson from Sandringham in lane 3. Annie Rogers from Mornington in lane 4. Sophie Volpert from Caulfield in lane 5. Hannah Marshall from South Melbourne in 6. Abigail Wolfe from Ringwood in 7. Madeline Douglas from Gisborne in 8. Renee Ford from Moorabbin in 9, and Hannah McNeil in 10. And they're off running in this race, and they're certainly getting a great run here with the Warrnambool athlete coming through in first position. A great run by the Warrnambool athlete. Fantastic technique there in lane 10. So we now turn our attention to race 5 of 8. The girls' 60 metre hurdles under 10s. Starters calling them to the start line, just recalling them. See what is taking place here. Lane 6 is getting a discussion. Probably more to do with her toes being too close to the line. A fantastic start. Looks like the Moe athlete, the best of the starters, with Williamstown challenging in lane 3, but it does look like Williamstown is going to take line honours, with Moe coming through in second position and looking very comfortable there for the win, with some great performances by all, and good to see Sherbrooke coming out all the way from Sherbrooke as well. Fantastic running by these under 10 girls. 60 metre hurdles. And now we've got race 6 of 8. So Adele Roach from Caulfield in lane 1. Erin Limpens from Frankston in lane 2. Jasmine Girrett from Box Hill in lane 3. Holly Cupano from Essendon in lane 4. Ruby Williams from Gisborne in lane 5. Olivia Holmes from Wonthaggi in 6. Michaela Tito from South Melbourne District in 7. Madeline Tarabray from Knox in 8. Claudia Tierney from Camberwell Malvern in 9. And Sophie Hoffman in Werribee from Werribee in lane 10. So the athletes just calling them back. So we can see that we've got the athletes now just in the starters' hands. And a fantastic even start by all the girls, but it does look like the best starter, the best runner here right now is Box Hill, coming through in lane 3 with a very close second and third, and it does look like the Essendon athlete just pipped the rest on the line. So Holly Cupano came through in second, but Jasmine Gurrett from Box Hill in lane 3 coming through to pick up line honours there. So the girls ought to be happy with that competition and that event. We now move to race 7 of 8 for this 60-metre hurdles. So we've got some great runners here. We've got Lara Wong from Caulfield in 1. Alexandra Rentis from Box Oakley in 2. Sahani from Whittlesea in 3. Mannon from Williamstown in 4. Kadam Anderson from Sandringham in 5. Carly from Altona in 6. Addison from Seaford in 7. Emma Cook from Waverley in 8. In lane 9, Ines Catton-Smith from Diamond Valley and Tegan Reid from Geelong in lane 10. So a fantastic start by all the girls here. Pretty even across the board, but it does look like the Caulfield girl in lane 1 going very well, with Geelong challenging for second, but it did look like it did go to the athlete from Waverley for second position. So Caulfield in first and Waverley in second, Geelong in third. So this will be race 8 of 8 for the girls under 10 60-metre hurdles. A good opportunity now. A great opportunity now to jump on LAVic's Facebook and YouTube channel to hit subscribe and make sure that you are subscribing to the YouTube channel and liking the Facebook channel as well. As we see the races going ahead, it looked like a pretty even start, but the Camberwell Malvern Madison Kerr is going well, being challenged very well by the athlete in lane 5, that is Lucy Williams from Box Hill. Fantastic running by all of them. Champ. So that concludes what looks to be the 60-metre hurdles for now. We are now getting set up for what looks to be, I think, looks to be 90-metre hurdles that are coming up in the event a little bit later on at about 12:50, so we've got about 20 minutes left. Might bring you some vision of what's taking place down at the shot put. So as you can see, the shot put is happening right now. And we can see the girls down there, all the other 9 girls down there are ready to go, and they've been competing there for a while. What's taking place down at the shot put. Are you? Yeah. Awesome. I can't wait. Thank you. So Scott, where can you get, or where are you getting? You're getting this shot put? I've got 14 minutes, so I'll go down there. I'll go down there and then get some updates of what's happening down on the shot put in front of me and the shot put over there at what time. Right. Scott, you want a Pepsi Max? Thumbs up. Cold Pepsi Max. Pepsi Max, mate. Do you want Pepsi? You must want Pepsi Max, surely. It's cold. Where's his bag? Oh, yeah. Now I'm completely blind, fellas, and can't hear a thing, so I'm guessing what's happening here. So if I need to know anything, talk me through Unity. So we're down here for the final attempt of the girls under 11 shot put, and it looks like a 731 is the biggest throw so far, with a 743 and a 789 by Jaylene Ong from Waverley.
605. 605. Allegra, followed by Naomi and Alicia.
So Jasmine King from Geelong, 731. And a Jasmine.
586.
586. Naomi, followed by Alicia.
So Jasleen Ong from Waverley, yeah, definitely leading the way at the moment. And the one you can kind of see, if this tent wasn't in the way, on the screen right now is Naomi. She had a 488 and a 444.
Sasha, followed by Jasleen and Chloe.
We've got 11 minutes till the 90-minute hurdles. So that was a 5.26. So that was a 5.26. We're going to move across before the 90-metre hurdles just get on the track. We're going to move across to the other shot put that's taking place. Looks like that competition is just about to complete as well. Just getting my steps up for today. So hopefully you can see the vision here. It's a beautiful temperature out here, 30 degrees currently in Lakeside. Feels like about 32.
Eliza, followed by Molly.
So we're down here at the under 9s. Shot put. And we can see Eliza is now in her first attempt. Big throw. We'll bring you that as soon as the officials have spiked it. So Eliza from Campbell and Malvern, 3.56. And now this is Molly from Pakenham. Lovely colour uniform from Pakenham. Another great throw. And the white flag. See the girls just drinking up some water, trying to stay cool.
4.37.
So that was a 4.37. So 4.54 from Sienna from Keilor is leading at the moment. But there's plenty of time left with 3 attempts for every child. Red flag. So the official will give her word as to why she got the red flag, which is the positioning on the neck.
Sky, followed by Juliet.
Scott, 90% point away. 90%. So this is 4.26.
Lucille, followed by Zoe.
That was 4.26 from Juliet Gribble, but this is Lucille Macklemson from Mentone. the bright colours of Mentone. Big throw by the young girl. Gets the white flag from the official. 365 is the throw. And now we've got Zoe coming into shot right now from Cranbourne. So we'll see what Zoe throws for her first. So 402.
Matilda, followed by Belinda.
So Matilda Grimes now from Knox. Big throw and gets the red flag. Looked at the official, so she must have known she did something wrong there. But the official explained to her as to what happened there. Because the officials here are not about crushing spirits or anything like that. They're all about just giving the athletes some tips. And they're making sure they know what they're doing, so they can't get into the ring until they're called. So Belinda from Collingwood now takes to her first throw. And she's pretty happy with that. And she gets the white flag, yes, because she stepped out the back of the ring. Can be a bit nervous for some of these girls. So that's the end of round one, but it looks like we're taking to the 90-metre hurdles that are taking place right now. Boys, 90-metre hurdles. I'm not going to make it back, by the way, so just get race titles up, Jaguar, please, and I'll try and do some commentary as I walk up. Tell me what age group is Jaguar? Thanks, mate. So we've got the under 15 girls, and as you can see in lane 8, the Whittlesea athlete has a number of records that are still standing with the under 9 age group. So we probably expect some big things from these athletes. And we've got lane 2 as well. One to watch. Lane 3. One to watch. Another one from Whittlesea. He's a fantastic athlete. Let's see how they go in this 90-metre hurdles under 15 girls. With it being 30 degrees, it's certainly hot out here, but good conditions for competing. And as you can see, the athletes just getting the warm-up in, making sure that's all right.
Can we please have the boys under 9, to the track forward for your 100 metres please. Boys under 9 to the track forward for your 100 metres please.
So we're in the starters' hands for race 1 of 4. The ones to watch will be Shihana from Whittlesea in lane 8 and Ellie Kiwish, also from Whittlesea in lane 3. So great start by all, but it looks like Shihana got the best of the starts, coming over the hurdles really well. Fantastic technique, as you can see, very focused with a great lead leg there and coming through in a pretty good time. So she'll be content with that run. That was a pretty fantastic run all in all. One to watch for the rest of the championships for sure. And as we now move to race 2 of 4, let me introduce to you the starters for this under 15 girls 100 metre hurdles. Lily Jacket from Brighton in lane 2. Isabella Jerick from Whittlesea in lane 3. Amelie Oliva from Kew in lane 4. Lucinda Halloway from Mentone in 5. Tegan Skulderman from Traralgon in 6. Monique Gibrialis from Bendigo in 7. And Alana Chapman from Whittlesea in lane 8. I don't know if it's me or if these names are getting harder and harder to pronounce, but they certainly are not always easy. So we're just looking to this 90 metre hurdles. So we're going to see some good hard running out of these girls. All in all, they have 6 events to compete of for the entire weekend. So we see the athletes in the starters' hands now. The one to be watching is definitely Isabella Jerick from lane 3, Whittlesea City. The starter holding him very long there. Not sure what they were looking for. So we're just waiting for the officials to get ready here. So we now see that we're back on the track for the next start. Again, Isabella Jerick, the one to watch from Whittlesea City. Again, not ready. It does look like the starting gun is not performing. So we're just waiting for the officials to work out what's happening here. Obviously a few technical issues and can't start a race without a time. Otherwise it'll be a rerun and the girls won't be happy. So they're just replacing a few hurdles here because one keeps going down. So we'll wait on the official word here. Looks like the gun's ready to go. We just heard it go off. So it does look like we're ready to go. Thankful that the officials got it all ready to go. So let's see who takes out line honours here. Fantastic start by all, but it did look like Isabella Jarrett got the best of the starts, being challenged very well by Amelia on her right by Q. But look at the athlete right out, Alana Chapman. Fantastic run here in lane 8. Fantastic time too, 14:60. She ought to be happy with that. I'm sure Dad Craig Chapman will be very happy with that as well. But that's a great time. I'm not sure what the Victorian best performance is for this race, but nonetheless. So the Victorian best performance is Brooke Stratton holds it. So the 90-metre hurdles. That is interesting. That's for some reason they've put Brooke Stratton's 580 long jump that she did in 2008 up against the results for the 90-metre hurdles. So I don't know that long jump and hurdles are the same thing, but kind of they are. You know, you jump, you run. Anyway, we're back to race 3 now of 4. And let me introduce to you these starters, these under 15 girls. Talia Allen from Knox in lane 2. Kaylee Magian from Brimbank in lane 3. Erin Menzies from Williamstown in lane 4. Ashley Van Ruin from Mentone in lane 5. Georgia Nelson from Cranbourne in lane 6. Anna Helena from Croydon in lane 7. And Gemma Craddock from Caulfield in lane 8. So we're just getting the hurdles all set up and ready to go. The wind keeps blowing the hurdles down. It's good to know that the hurdles aren't rigid enough that they stand up when someone hits them, so they are there as a safety to collapse. Believe it or not, when hurdles first started way back in the day, they had uncollapsible hurdles, so lots of injuries nonetheless, needless to say. So we are on the start line and in the starters' hands for this race 3 of 4. So a fantastic start by all of them, but it does look like the Mentone athlete just gliding over these hurdles with fantastic precision and a great technique. So she will take out the win there with Caulfield. Gemma Craddock taking out second position there, but she ought to be happy with that. Yep, she's happy. Hugs all round. We like to see that friendship and that camaraderie being built by the athletes. Just while you're on watching Facebook or YouTube, make sure you hit like on the Facebook channel, and on YouTube that you hit subscribe. If you are watching on Facebook and can continue to watch on Facebook, in an hour and 6 minutes we'll have to break the stream and then reconnect, so just stay tuned for that if you are going to stick around for then. So we'll let you know about that. So we now go to race 4 of 4. Kayla from Western Port in lane 1. We're in the starter's hands, so I'll just hold from the introductions. as we get underway. So we're underway, and what a great race this is, and it does look like the Whittlesea athlete in Miranda Darby getting a blistering lead here, but Geelong athlete Ebony McLean, look at her coming through, and it does look like the Chelsea athlete is going to challenge for second, but Darby did take out second position there, with McLean in first as well. So great running by the girls, and not a bad time. I'm sure they'll be happy with that. Mum will be happy with Miranda Darby's run, I'm sure. And now we move to the girls' 100 metres. No, we're not. We're still on hurdles, 90-metre hurdles. Yep. This is race 1 of 2. So we've got the girls under 16, 90-metre hurdles. This is race 1. There'll be one to follow. This is the timed final, and timed finals are exactly that, where I guess they're called timed finals, but in a normal track and field setting, they have heats and then sometimes semis and then finals. But in a combined events championship, it's purely a race for time, and the time is the indicator of points, and the points are cumulative throughout the weekend. At the end of the 6 events that take place, or the 5 events for some age groups, they get a cumulative points total, and that will determine who comes out with the medals at the end of the day. So we're now in the starters' hands for this race 1 of 2 for the under 16 girls 90-metre hurdles. A fantastic run by all, but it does look like the Geelong athlete Casey Perkins is giving it a red hot go and gliding over those hurdles with a fantastic technique. And then it looks like Hannah Hodges from Knox coming through in second position, but I think she's pretty happy with that time. Didn't quite catch the time as they went through, as it continued to power through, doing what it does. We now move to race 2 of 2. The girls under 16 90-metre hurdles. So let's see who takes that line honours with the whistle going. The starter's whistle is blown, so they need to get moving. We've got Chloe Perrott from Essendon in 1, Alicia Whittle from Caulfield in 2, Madison McBride from Whittlesea in 3, Whittlesea again in 4 in Kelsey Bannon, Felicity Juvelet from Cranbourne in 5, Alyssa DiMartino from Keilor in 6, and then Rihanna from Berwick in 7, and Dakota from Werribee in 8, and they are off and running with a great technique here by Chloe Perrott, who's gliding over these hurdles. Great lead leg there, but it does look like the Berwick athlete coming through in lane 7 to take line honours there in a great time. She ought to be happy with that race. That was race 2 of 2. We now move to the boys. I think the boys. ...90-metre hurdles. It looks like the officials are packing up the hurdles, so now looks like we've got the under 9 boys 100 metres taking to the track. So we're now looking at the officials just packing up all the hurdles. And you can see they're doing a great job, packing them up as fast as they possibly can. So there'll be a little bit of a break in transmission right now. But so we'll bring you some more in a second. We'll just put some music on for now. So now we're going to bring you some more action of what looks to be the under 900 metre race. It's first of the races. So we are now in the starters' hands. Just as the starters get set up. Boys are all ready to go. Shout out to our cameraman Scott Sidley and also Jaguar Beck, who are on the live stream today. So let me introduce to you these starters that we've got here. Jude Lurie from Geelong, Alex Wellenberg from Camberwell Malvern in 2. Burhan Cutton from Whittlesea City in 4. Benjamin Linton from Springvale in 5. Henrik from Essendon in 6. Sam Orchard from Brighton in 7. Cody from Melton City in 8. Lucas from Caulfield in lane 9, and Xander Botha from Doncaster in lane 10. So we are off and racing in this 100 metre race. There are no hurdles in the way for this race. It is a great run here, and it does look like the athlete tearing up the middle here from what looks to be a great run there by Doncaster in Xander. And then in lane 5 we had Springvale, Benjamin Linton. So a great run by the young man. So we're now at race 2, 100 metre sprint. These are straight finals, given that they are just running to the time. So we shall see what the results are at the end of the race. Starters are ready to get them to start. Just been called back. So we've got Michael Seed from Keilor in lane 2. In lane 3 we've got Lachlan Rosado from Moe. In 4 we've got Tommy Portelli from Lansfield Romsey. In 5 we've got Evan Code from Williamstown. In 6 Elliot Parker from Werribee. In 7 Andrew McRae from Caulfield. In 8 Fraser McCallum from South Melbourne District. In 9 Patrick Thomas from Geelong. And in lane 8 Troy Morton from Oakley. As we see the starters just getting themselves sorted. They're just outside your shot here, but you can see that they are just wanting to make sure that everything's working well. So you can see the starters are just, well, you might be able to see the starters just out of shot, but if you can see that they're confined, they're just working out what's happening with this race. So we'll bring you some action in a second.
Could we please have our shot put 1 officials? Shot put 1 officials to your venue, please. That is shot put 1 to your venue, please, officials.
So a great race. Oh, well, there is something that happened there with the young man in lane 4. It looked like he cut into another lane there, lane 5. But this is a great race here, very close here by Moe and Keilor. And it did look like Moe took out line honours there, and we'll see what the officials say about lane 5. Not quite sure what happened there, but So we now go to race 3. So a great run here. It does look like the athlete here from Coburg, Eamon Johns, coming through in first position, and then closely followed there by Sandringham as well.
Can we please have boys under 11? Boys under 11 to go to the track ballroom for your 100 metres, please. Boys under 11 to go to the track ballroom for your 100 metres, please.
So great run there by a young man named Kai from Diamond Valley, who came through in first to take line honours there. Kai Bunyard. So he'll come away with the greatest of the wins there. Higher points. We shall see what takes place. So we're now at race race 5. So we've got Rafferty Moss from Brighton in lane 2. Hamish Macon from Werribee in lane 3. James Foddington from Doncaster in lane 4. Rehan from Berwick in 5. Declan from Cranbourne in 6. And they're off and racing. It looks like to be a pretty good race here. Great running here by this young man. And it looks like the Cranbourne athlete Berwick athlete Rehan Lineage from Berwick comes through for line honours there. So we now turn our attention to race 6 of 10. And they're off and racing, and it looks like the Mornington athlete got the better of the starts with, looks like to be Williamstown. No, it looks like Werribee going well right in the centre here. But it does look like the athlete here from Craigieburn coming out for first position, followed closely there by Werribee and Berwick in lane 6 and 7. So we're now at race 7 of 10 with the starter whistle has gone, so they're ready to get them underway. Fairly unsteady, but the start and the race is underway nonetheless, with it looks like the Berwick young man from Berwick here with the headband on in lane 8 coming through for line honours, and it looks like he's going to be followed very closely by lane 7 from Campbell and Malvern. Great running there by the young man, but it does look like Yanuka Perara from Berwick has got a great technique there, and obviously a future in sprinting. So we'll see how he fares for the rest of the competition. You can see the crowd on the other side of the stadium, pretty happy to be sitting there where the sun isn't beaming down on them. It's currently 32 degrees right now, so we've got it's 32 degrees, and we're wondering how much hotter it's going to get. So these guys are off from racing, and we're happy to see these guys giving it their all. And it does look like the athlete from Oakley out there, but look at the Brimbank athlete, Jarvis. give it everything across the line there to cross in a 15.67 unofficial. So we're pretty content with that. So we now go to race 9 of 10. With the weather certainly heating up out there. I'm not sure what the humidity is outside, but the condition of the track seems to be going well. So the starters have got these ready to go. Great run by all the athletes, and it looks like a pretty even start across the board, but look at the Mentone athlete go. Tyson Beams is giving it everything, being challenged very well on his right by Ezekiel, but all these boys are giving it their all. Fantastic running here, and it looks like it's going to be a good time with Logan Armstrong, born from Diamond Valley there. Fantastic run, great technique by all the boys, but particular Logan's a great little guy to watch. So we now go to the final race 10 of 10. So we now move to race 10 of 10. The starters just backing them off the line. Obviously not ready to go with the technology. We've got Tyrone Nebsit from Frankston, Ryan McKinley from Werribee, Kobe Johnson in 3 from Sale, Lenny Clark from Ringwood in 4. In 5 we have Robert from Gisborne. In 6 Logan Longmuir from Altona, 7 Patrick Reynolds from Mentone, lane 8, and these guys, the boys are off and running in this 100 metre sprint, and it does look like the young athlete right down the middle there, Lenny Clark, is giving it everything, but no, look at the Geelong athlete go. It looks like lane 8 there, Brighton, takes out Line Honours. Fantastic running there, followed by Ringwood. So they will be the top 1 and 2. So we now move to another age group, under 11, 100 metres.
Can we please have the high jump officials? All high jump officials, please, to the high jump.
And a fantastic start by these under 11 boys in this 100-metre sprint. And it does look like the Berwick athlete Josiah Stanford coming right through the middle here, being challenged by second in Williamstown, and then it does look like the Wangaratta athlete Angus Jayet coming through in third there. So first, second and third, fantastic runs. Didn't quite catch the time there as it went through, but I'm sure it was a good run. Great conditions for running anyway. So this is race 2 of 9. So we have Tully Smith from Mornington in lane 1. Gus Augustine from Geelong in lane 2. Luca Sideris from Moorabbin in 3. Max Parsons from Mentone in 4. James Edgar from Collingwood in 5. Sammy Telgarski from Croydon in 6. Jai Lee from Werribee in 7. Jackson Charles from South Melbourne District in 8. Liam from Keilor in lane 9, and Harry Marshall from Caulfield in lane 10. So in about 30 minutes, Facebook viewers, if you are watching on Facebook that is, we're going to need to cut the stream and move and recreate the stream, so just be aware of that. Thanks for tuning in, for those of you who are. We'd love to know where you're tuning in from, so if you've got some comments, pop them up there and you'll get a shout out. False start here, so not an even start at all. So it looks like we've got some people here that have given us a shout out. So we can't give you the shout out across the screen, but we certainly can through the commentary. Another false start, so we'll be in the officials' hands now. There is only one warning that is given to the athlete. I'm not sure. Yeah, there's a yellow flag in lane 10, so we'll have to leave it to the officials to decide what they do with this one. And the officials are walking out right now, so we'll see where that goes. A red flag. It looks like it's being picked up, but don't want to speculate too much. Okay, the officials are just having a chat to lane 4, making sure lane 4 is clear. Okay, looks like lane 4 has also got a warning. So they get one warning, and then the next time round they are disqualified, so hopefully they get a good start and a clean start. And a great start here at off and running in this under 11 boys 100 metres, and it does look like the athlete here right down the middle here from Collingwood giving a great run here. James Edgar in lane 5 going to come through and take line honours with Mentone coming through. Tully Smith in second position there. So pretty good time by the boys. They ought to be happy with that one at least. So we will see how that looks. We now move to race 3 of 9, the boys under 11 100 metres.
Can we please have all our officials back to Misters 2? And could we also have our officials back to long jump 3? So that's Misters 2 and Misters 3. Sorry, long jump 3. Can we please have all our officials back?
So a great start here by all the competitors in this race, and it does look like the athlete here from Werribee giving it all, but Geelong, look at Geelong go through in lane 2. Going to come through in first position with, it looks like, South Melbourne District coming through in second with a time of 15:11. So they'll pick up some good points out of this race. Again, good conditions for running and jumping. A lot of competition, a lot of events taking place right now.
Can we please have boys under 9A, boys under 9A, before room 1, or distance at pit 2. That's boys under 9A, before room 1, or distance to venue. Also, boys under 9B, boys under 9B, to call room 2, or your long jump at pit 3. Boys under 9B, to call room 2, for your long jump at pit 3, please.
So we can see the starters are on the track ready for their next race. These competitors here, it doesn't look like we've got Lachlan Hicks in this race or Jonathan from Gisborne. So lane 3 is Will Ellis. So let's see how that goes. Eden Hope, Will Ellis getting the best of the starts. Fantastic running there, but being challenged very well by Caulfield. It's a very close race here, but Caulfield, Henry, Dwyer coming through in first, with Geelong in second, and Eden Hope, Will Ellis coming through in third with another great time. Not sure if that's a PB for the boys, but nonetheless, we now move to race 5. So we'll see who gains the fastest time out of this. For any results, make sure you jump onto the LAVic website. If you're on Facebook, hit like, and if you're on YouTube, hit subscribe. That subscribe is actually free. We have had someone ask us at a recent event how much it costs to subscribe to YouTube. It costs you nothing. So hit that subscribe button. All that means is that when LAVic goes live with any videos, you get a notification, which is always good because their content is worth watching and worth listening to. So a fantastic start by all these great runners here, and it looks like the Gisborne athlete in Adam Hackett. Look at this boy run. Fantastic run there, with Geelong coming in second and Job from Diamond Valley coming in third position there. So Adam Hackett, long way to travel, but worth it obviously by that fantastic run. So we now move to event 6 of 9. So let me introduce to you these starters right now. Cooper Acklam from Caulfield in lane 2. Rafi Sayer from Williamstown in lane 2, sorry. Cameron Bowman from Moorabbin in lane 3. Ned Reid from Preston Reservoir in 4. Caden Kusay from Essendon in 5. Alec Frankie from Albury in 6. Campbell Brady from Geelong in 7. Charlie O'Donnell from Nunawading in 8. Cobe Magnian from Brimbank in 9. Jasper Louis from South Melbourne District in lane 10. So it doesn't look like we've got Ned Reid from Preston Reservoir competing today. So a good clean start by all the athletes, but it does look like the Williamstown athlete Rafi getting the best of the starts, but the Eston athlete is now winding up. Caden Coos, who's going to be probably taking out line, and it looked like Caulfield, Cooper Acklam, nearly didn't get first position because he was worried about his other competitors crossing first. But nonetheless, he did well. We'll leave that to the official results with the judges. So the officials just calling them back now for race 7 of 9. Joshua Atwood from Pakenham in lane 1. Hunter Longmuir from Altona in 2. Blake Gilmore from Doncaster in 3. Jake Frost from Knox in 4. Xavier Sabine from South Melbourne District in 5. Ocean Shepherd from Mornington in 7. Ethan Armstrong Bourne from Diamond Valley in 7. Mitchell Haitley from Edenhope in 8. Charlie Mear from Cranbourne in 9, and Lucas Skerry in lane 10 from Keilor, and they are off and racing with a great run by all the athletes here. But it does look like Ocean Shepherd is pretty close to the front here, and he's going to be challenged here by Altona athlete and the Keilor athlete as well, Lucas Skerry, coming from nowhere. Fantastic run by all the boys, and a big shout out to Ethan Armstrong Bourne from Diamond Valley. Great run by all. Brilliant work. This is now race 8 of 9. Pretty happy with all that's going on. Shout out to all the team managers that are making this possible, giving the thumbs up to everyone that's there, making sure their teams are covered, looking out for everyone, making sure everyone's got sunscreen on. The team managers are certainly a jack of all trades, and we could not run events without them, and centres would not function without them. So big shout out to all the team managers. So it looks like we're in the starters' hands now. A bit of a jump start there. We won't call it a false start. There was no recall gun, but we'll see what the officials do with that. So it is a yellow flag there for lane 6. Tobias Servin from Geelong. And a great start by all the athletes here, but it does look like the athlete here from Geelong is challenging really well with Q. Very close. It is neck and neck. Who's going to get there first? I'm going to call Q Sam Geifer and then Tobias Servin from Geelong in second, but we'll leave that to the officials. It was a great little first and second battle that was going on there. Brilliant work. So that is race 8. And race 9 shortly.
Please have girls under 15 and 16 to high jump, please. Girls under 15 and 16 to high jump, please.
So we've got Luke Monteith from Knox in 1. James Granger from Yarra Rangers in 2. Niall from Werribee in 3. Anthony from Killaw in 4. Xander from Berwick in 5. John Thornton from Geelong in 6. And they're off and racing. Fantastic start by all the athletes, but it does look like the little Collingwood athlete, Edward, giving it a great run here, and he's going to be taking out line honours clearly with the challenge here for second and third. So it does look like Knox and then South Melbourne District in third position. So Knox in second, South Melbourne District in third. So a fantastic start here by these girls under 9 100 metre race. And we can see the Moe athlete in Annabella Denton in lane 3 coming through very comfortably in first position. With second, looks like it was Kiel or Sienna Geck. I think I'm going to call Sienna a second position there, but a great run nonetheless.
Under 10 seed, to room 3, for your shot put at VU2. Girls under 14B, girls under 14B.
So now we are at race 2. And the starters have called the girls under 9s up to the line.
Can we please have girls under 14B to corner room 1 for your shot put at VU1, please. And girls under 14B to corner room 1 for your shot put at VU1, please.
So we're off and running here, and it looks a little awkward here. I'm not sure what's happening with some of these athletes staying in their lanes, but we've got a pretty good run here by the Yarra Rangers athlete, Emily Fiedler, who's coming through very comfortably in first position, followed by Mentone, and then it looks like, I think, the Warrigal athlete there in 5. So fantastic to see country locations following. Now, we're not able to bring to you the next race. We have a non-consenting athlete in the next race, so we will be back with the race after that as soon as this race has taken place. I'm not trying to rhyme. So we'll just bring you some vision of high jump and shot put that's happening down here, just while this other race is now a non-consenting athlete.
Girls have girls under 11. Girls under 11 to the track forward for your 100 metres, please. Girls under 11 to the track forward for your 100 metres, please.
Now we're just going to bring to you this next race. It's race 4 of the girls 100 metres. Now we will unfortunately lose some races on Facebook, so they're all going to be on YouTube. But in 7 minutes, Facebook's going to kick us off, so we will work really quickly to get it up and running again. But the girls are up and running, and this is a fantastic run right now. But it does look like the athlete from Q right out there in lane 1, giving it everything and going to be comfortably across the line. But we'll see who comes across in second. It does look like the Box Hill athlete, Ava Plant, in lane 5 came through in second with a little dance at the end there we can see. So we're just churning through these races. We're moving now to race 5. So we're now moving our attention to race 5 of 8. So you can see the officials are just having a word there to the athletes. So we'll see what comes of this. So a fantastic start by all the athletes, but I'm not sure why there are 2 athletes seeming running in the same lane. But we've got the Karaya athlete coming through in lane 3 with what looked to be, I think, Pakenham come through in second. Fantastic run by all involved. But it does look like we're going to lose some races on Facebook. They'll all be on YouTube, so YouTube is definitely the much better experience. And this is 6 of 8. So let me introduce you to the starters while the officials are just having some words with the athletes. Amy Russo from Caulfield in lane 1. Ava Robertson from Werribee in lane 2. Tembi Healy from Kew in lane 3. Tilly Reid from Preston Reservoir in 4. Juliet Gribble from Sandringham in 5. Emmy Wynn from Williamstown in 6. Zoe De Bono from Altona in 7. Amelia Rani from Keilor in 8. Shamithia from Moorabbin in lane 9, and Jessica Fordington from Doncaster in lane 10. Good to see some of the athletes waving to their mum and dad just before they start the race. Calm the nerves a bit. Great start. It did look like a bit of a shaky start there, but they're often racing and the officials have not called them back, so we're going to let them go. And it does look like the athlete here from Doncaster, right out in lane 10, is going to take line honours, with lane 1 Caulfield coming through in second, and third followed closely by Moorabbin. So some great running there by the girls. This is race 7 of 8, so we have 2 more to go, with 1 minute until Facebook decides to kick us off and we hit that 4-hour limit. I apologise for that. So we'll hopefully pick up these 2 races. No, we're just going to grab one of these. So we are going to lose race 8 on Facebook. It will be on YouTube, so if you are on Facebook and you're wanting to watch someone in race 8 in the girls under 9, 100 metres. That's okay. It will be on YouTube, so jump on YouTube and watch it from there. That is our preferred method anyway. They give a much better experience, in my opinion. Don't tell Mark Zuckerberg that. So we've got Ruby Gauchi from Preston Reservoir in lane 1. Emily McKinley from Doncaster in 2. Alexandra Stubbs from South Melbourne District in 3. Alice Nelson from Gisborne in lane 4. Asha Morrow from Frankston in 5. Belly Whitaker from Ringwood in 6. Athelia from Geelong in 7. In 8 we've got Cassandra Main from Shepparton. Amelia Greaves from Werribee in 9. And Sophie Senior from South Melbourne District in lane 10. So be sure to be watching this on YouTube. Great to see the Gisborne athletes coming out in force. We've seen a number of Gisborne athletes coming out, and a great race, a fantastic start, but it does look like lane 4, the Gisborne athlete is giving it everything. Alice Nelson, fantastic running here. Brilliant running with her head up and powering her arms through to the line here. And it looks like second position is going to be close. I can't call it, I'm sorry. I think second position was Belly Whitaker, but it was comfortably Alice Nelson from Gisborne. Fantastic running there. Who'll take out line honours and get the majority of points in that race in particular. And we've got one more race before we get on now and change to YouTube, change Facebook.
I know, it's been crazy.
Another fantastic run in this race 8 of 8. And we see that the young athlete from Pakenham with the fantastic light blue is in the front, but it does look like she's being challenged over her left shoulder by lane 1, South Melbourne District. So Pakenham comes through in first, South Melbourne District in second, with the next races ready to go. We're just going to take it just a little break from commentary just while I get the next stream up and running.
The selection.
So we're now back up and running on Facebook, been running the whole time on YouTube. There is no limit on YouTube, thankfully, but Facebook hits a 4-hour limit, so we're back on for the girls under 11 100 metres. This is race 1. And they're off and racing, and we can see that the Caulfield athlete is certainly challenging Allegra in lane 5. Fantastic run by the young woman in lane 4, and Frankston coming through in second position, and then we'll leave the rest to the judges and their times. But a very good run by all involved. Good shot there, mate. Good shot. That's good. So we're now at race 2 of 2. We'll see how this goes. So we're in the starters' hands for this race 2 of 10. Girls 100 metre timed final. And a great start by all involved. And it does look like the Frankston athlete there coming through in first position and challenged by Amelie from Collingwood. So Hayley in first, Amelie from Collingwood in second. Fantastic running by these 10-year-old girls in this timed final. So they'll come through and pick up some great points there. Did you get a snippet?
Please have boys under 10, boys under 10 to the track forward, please. Boys under 10 to the track forward, please.
So is the second last race out of this section of races. So we can just see the athletes getting ready to start. So a nice even start across the board, but it does look like the small athlete in Holly Nelson coming through the middle here from Gisborne, giving it everything, but being challenged, very challenged here by the athlete in lane 6, Elise McLeod coming through there. But great run by all, fantastic run, and it did look like a pretty even spread out race there. So this is the last of the races, race 10 of 10. The starter has called them up. The races are moving pretty quick, which isn't giving us enough time to introduce each of the races. The best part about LAVic and the fact that they run really, really well and efficiently. And they're off and running, and fantastic race taking place right now. And as we can see, the Whittlesea City athlete Teo Makua is being challenged there by Isla Bradshaw coming through in first. And we do remember Isla Bradshaw coming through in first for hurdles too. So she's a great little sprinter. And got to say, a great little jumper as well. So she could fare fairly well in the entire competition, or the entire championship for her age group. We'll see how she goes in the 800. She's not too bad at the 800 either. Comes from a great family in both Sally So we now turn our attention to the boys' 100 metre final here. This is one race of 9. So here we are, ready for this first race of 9. And great start by the competitors, and the Mentone athlete Dean Brown getting the best of the starts. Being challenged here by Oscar Wright from Nunawading. Oscar's going to take out line honours, and then it looks like the Mentone athlete in Dean Brown coming through in second position. Fantastic running there by the boys. So now we have race 2 of 2, and I'm being joined on commentary by Scott Sidley. Scott, say g'day.
Hey everyone.
You used to be an athlete yourself?
Yes, multi-eventer, so still hoping to compete in the decathlon, so very excited to be at the multi-event championships, seeing all these young athletes out and getting into it from an early age.
That's right, they call it a multi-event when you were competing, and now it's combined event.
Yes.
And they're off and racing, and this is a great run here, but it does look like the Williamstown Zach Sanderson is giving it a pretty good run, but he's being challenged now by South Melbourne District. It's going to come through in first, come from nowhere, and I think second went to Zach Sanderson. We'll see what the officials go with that, with a 15.95, so a pretty good run there by the athletes. We now move to race 3. What was your pet event when you were competing, Scott?
The 100 was typically one of my best ones. It starts out the decathlon, so get out to a strong start there. So definitely the sprints and the jumps, and not much of a thrower. But that's why multi-events are such a challenging event. You can't just specialise in one area, you have to be good at them all, or as good as possible at all of the events. You'll see some of these athletes that dominate the 100 will get to the 800 at the end of the day, and I think they'll be potentially out the back.
So in the starters' hands for race 3 of 9 for this boys under 10 100 metre final. And they're off from racing with a great start through the middle here. You can see that Jack from Albury is getting a fantastic run right now. And he's in lane 4 and tearing it up with second and third, challenging him with Knox and Mentone. But Jack is very happy with his run to go across in first. Arms up in the air, fist pumping, fantastic work. White flag from the officials, so it's all a good race. Everyone's pretty happy. Now we move to race 4. We're going to introduce to you these starters of race 4. So we have Barthen from Mentone. We've got Harrison Cardy from Wangaratta in lane 2. We've got Theven from Berwick in lane 4. Jet from Croydon in lane 5. Jack Barnes from South Melbourne District in 6. Judd Buckland from Ballarat in 7. We've got Vingen from Waverley in lane 8. Angus Jones, and they're off and racing. So we are seeing a pretty tight run here, but it does look like the athlete here from Ballarat in Judd Buckland coming through to take out line honours, and he is in lane 7. Fantastic run with Wangaratta coming through in third.
Girls had girls under 9D, boys under 9D. Before room 2, we were longer at venue 3. Boys under 9D, before room 2, for your longer at venue 3, please.
So now we move to race 5.
Introducing the competitors in race 5. In lane 2 we have Shellian from Box Hill. Lane 3, Harrison Brewster from Frankston. Charlie O'Shea in lane 4 from Caulfield. Lane 5, Oliver Gertz from Berwick. Lane 6, Levi Draper from Essendon. Lane 7, Christian from Collingwood. Lane 8, Jack Power from Keilor. 9, Zach from Knox. And lane 10, Matthew from Sandringham.
Good job, Scott, on the introductions there. The names definitely are getting harder, I'm sure. I feel they're getting harder, or maybe I'm getting older. So we have had a false start in this race already. So the officials are giving what looks to be a green card. There's no one with a yellow card that I can see, a yellow flag, sorry. So it looks all clear, unless the officials change their minds. They're just conferring. As you can see, the boys down the back are just warming up from Mentone. So they're all clear, ready to go for the second time of asking. And we're off from racing, and this looks like a clean start right now, but it does look like the Kilo athlete in Jack Power giving it everything. But look at the Sandringham athlete tearing up on the lane 10, giving it everything he possibly can, and then Knox coming in second position, but a great run there by the Sandringham athlete in Matthew Milius. Fantastic running with a great time as well. So pretty happy running from the boys. So they will continue on with their competition that's taking place today.
Also a reminder to any families to have pre-ordered a t-shirt to carry in collection clothes. If you feel that you need there are $2 sweat
So now we move to race 6, and Scott is going to introduce these starters to you.
In lane 2, we have Harry Toomey from Sandringham. Lane 3, Ethan McCowan from Cranbourne. Lane 4, Deng Aguk from Mentone. Lane 5, Lucas Harris from Brimbank. Lane 6, Harrison Dolman from Box Hill. Lane 7, Toby Smurden from Berwick. Lane 8, Rochelle Ravi from Waverley. Lane 9, Isa Murray from Essendon. Lane 10, Romeo Mercado from Werribee.
And a fantastic start here by all the young athletes here, but check out Deng Aguk from Mentone. Great running style and a funky hairdo as well, with Essendon challenging there in second. Very close for first and second there, but Deng took out first with Isa Merrin from Essendon. Must be the hairdo, Scott. What do you reckon? The hair has something to do with performance. It must.
Pretty impressive. Not sure it's the most aerodynamic hairstyle around or out there, but it looks good at crossing the finish line.
I reckon
anyway.
It looks pretty cool, actually.
Yep.
It actually suits him, I think. Don't you think?
Indeed. That flash yellow Mentone gear and the hairstyle, he looks very much the part.
Fantastic, and a great name too, Deng. That name, I mean, it's a surname, of course,
yes,
but that name is pretty well known amongst track and field right now.
Yep.
Joseph Deng. So now we've got race 7. And we'll see who is the one to watch here. I think Sajan Dio from Box Hill is certainly one to watch. Let's see how these boys fare in this race. Getting called back gives us an opportunity to introduce the runners. Lachlan Goomley from Camberwell Malvern in lane 1. Casius from Gisborne in lane 2. Sajan Dio from Box Hill in lane 3. Gabriel Pryor from Mentone in 4. Anthony from Oakley in lane 5. Harry Brisbane from Croydon in lane 6. Gianni Baroni from Werribee in lane 7. Lachlan Stewart from Southern Peninsula in 8. Sam Fuller from Geelong in lane 9, and James Denton from Moe in lane 10. False start there. I could see that the Camberwell Malvern athlete sort of went and then hesitated, then went again. So I think the officials may have a word with him unless they saw something different. But he's had a yellow flag and he's having a talking to now, so this could be close. I'll let the officials decide. Officials just letting him know to breathe. They're graciously letting him go, which is good. Thank goodness for that. It's never good watching an athlete get disqualified, is it, Scott?
No.
Okay, they're away for their third time of asking. As you can see, the Camberwell Malvern athlete in Lachlan Gummy was definitely hesitating right there. But Mentone athlete is challenging right now. This is going to be close for first. I'm not sure who's going to get this one, but I think it could be the Geelong athlete and Sam Fuller, with the second, I think, going out to lane 7 from Werribee, Gianni. But hard to call that one. What was your call there, Scott? Did you see that one?
No, I didn't quite pick that one.
Always hard to pick it from here. We're not quite on the finish line, almost, not quite though. So it is a bit different. The officials are staring right down the barrel of lane 1 of the finish line. So they have a great position on their hands.
Okay, now we're moving to race 8 of 9. Introducing the competitors in lane 2. Aidan Ferrugia from Gisborne. Lane 3. William Ansell from Geelong. Lane 4. Harvey Coleman from Camberwell Malvern. Lane 5. Hamish Little from Corio. Lane 6. Levi Hoyle from Mentone. Thomas Zuleta from Berwick. And they're underway. Here they go. Passing over to you, Raf.
Fantastic running here by the athletes, and the Mentone athlete giving it all, but the Ringwood athlete, Lucas Field, coming up in lane 10 with what looks to be the Geelong athlete there in lane, Gisborne athlete in lane 2, Aidan Ferrugia. Fantastic running there. Brilliant work. And in comes lane 5. Fantastic to see Hamish Little from Corio. Not sure if you remember Hamish. He gave his best shot in the hurdles, but he's out there doing all the events, which is always good. Mum and Dad encourage him, getting behind him, I'm sure.
Now we move to race 9 of 9. Introducing the competitors. Lane 1, Jack Berry from Geelong. Lane 2, Alexis Mainali from Whittlesea City. Lane 3, Aaron Hank from Brimbank. Lane 4, Jude Barrett from Essendon. Lane 5, William Hughes from Western Port. Lane 6, Jet Tripe from Frankston. Lane 7, Will McKeon from Sandringham. Lane 8, James McKinlay from Werribee. Lane 9, Edward Mantello from Camberwell Malvern. Lane 10, Kerem Kapar from Hume. Competitors are behind their blocks and awaiting the start. Whoop, little unsteady there on the start line. Appears to be lane 7, Will McCann. Having a little stumble there, too eager to get off the line. The officials will just come over and it looks like he'll be getting a yellow flag. Back up to the start line. And they're underway in this heat 9 of 9. Looks like the athlete from Frankston is getting out hard, but here we go down the outside. The athlete from Sandringham leading the way, clear ahead. Werribee coming up in second, and he crosses the line. Back to, that was Will. Back to James coming through in second. Good run from all the competitors there. And now they'll rest up for their next event. We have a short break here before the next track event, but plenty of field action going on. We have shot put, discus, there's some high jump going on. The older girls are getting over the high jump bar out there, and we have the long jump over the far side of the track.
Thanks, Scott. It's always good to hear from different commentators especially, but Scott's right, there is a bit of a break in the track at least. And it looks like the 100 metres is taking place somewhere in the vicinity of 3 o'clock, so 15 minutes. We might so we'll bring you some field events in just a second. We're just going to work out which ones we are, so just enjoy the vision of some of the field events that we've got for you. Go out. We're going to bring you some field events in just a moment, so we'll take a track out to the 32 degrees and see how it looks. Just going to try now. So now we're going to bring you some coverage of what's taking place out here in high jump. And as you can see, the girls are all ready to go with the varying different run-ups that there is. Definitely a hot one out here. Feeling it pretty clearly. The weather's saying 33, so it's only up 1 degree from before. How's the shot and the sound? So we're now down at the under 15s and under 16s high jump. So we've got a bunch of competitors in this because the 15s and 16s are together. So the bar is set at 121 and Kelsey comes out at 118. So now we've got a few girls here that are ready to go. So now we move to 121. And this is Lily from Q. And another no jump happening here.
24.
When I got here, I was now I which long jump? The one closest to you. So, saying the one that's closest to the track. Alright, let's go left hand side. There's competition happening. Warming up. Coming up. Nah, it looks all right.
Start of competition! First runner, first jumper.
We've got the first one, Hunter Longmuir from Altona. He's on the track right now that you can see. This is the under 11 boys. So that was a 2:62 there, and now we've got Jake Frost Knox, who's on the runway, just waiting to be called. So 3:46 here. 3:46 here for Jake Frost. And now we've got Jordan Jacobs coming up next. You want me back for the hundreds? Both took, it's just it's hard now. Take the third one there.
Now we have race one of the boys under 14 100 metres getting ready out on the track. In lane 2 we have Jake Donaldson from Sandringham. Lane 3 Frank Mazza from Keilor, one to watch there. Lane 4 Tian Pereira from Berwick. Lane 5 Shay Eastwood from Geelong. Lane 6 Thomas Naylor from Horsham. Lane 7 Sebastian Andrea from Bendigo. Lane 8 Sam Wallow from Corio. They're getting on their blocks, ready to go. Good start by all the athletes here. It looks like the athlete from, well, it's pretty level. The Mentone athletes in the middle coming through, but it will be Bendigo. No. Excellent run there by all the field. Moving to race 2, you'll see with these older boys, all the field are now tending to use the blocks. The younger kids, it's a bit of an option. Certain athletes choosing not to use them, but now getting into these older athletes in the older age groups, all choosing to use the blocks. So in race 2, we have lane 2, Vidusha Silva from Brimbank. Lane 3, Kai Vivian from Sandringham. Lane 4, Grady Morant from Geelong. Lane 5, Ariel Melnick from Keilor. Lane 6, Francesco Postorino from Corio. Lane 7, Blade Johnson from Sale. And Lane 8, Jai Lever from Werribee. We have 6 races in the under 14 boys heptathlon. So the older boys doing 7 events. Getting on their blocks, a few leg kicks going on there, making sure they're right to go, explode out of the blocks when that gun goes. Whoa. And they're off. I did think there was a little bit of a twitch there from the athlete in the yellow.
Could we please have the Cranbourne and the Melbourne team managers, that's Cranbourne and the Melbourne team managers, to the subway tent at the finish line.
I think there might be a yellow flag waiting there back at the start line.
Team managers, to the subway tent at the finish line, please. The silver referee.
And it's a pretty even start. The athlete in the middle moving away, clearing them out, but the Box Hill athlete pushing hard towards the end. There'll be a lunge at the line. Excellent finish. You'll see all the athletes here knowing to dip at the line, unlike your regular championship where it's really just for places. Today, every little bit matters. The point scoring is based on time, not your placing in the race. So you'll really see them work hard to the line there, especially these older boys. They know that. They need to pick up every point they can in each event for their overall score. Yes. Another fast start. Here comes the Keeler athlete through the middle. Driving those arms hard, but Mentone down the outside, pulling away here towards the line. Keeler just catching up a little bit. And good finish there. Apologies for these next few races that we're not introducing the fields. Our heat sheets don't match the athletes that are out there on the track, so we'll just try to get that resolved for you so we can introduce all the field. But we'll keep bringing you the vision of each race.
Girls under 11A, girls under 11A, tutorial 3, girls shot put at VU1. So that's girls under 11A. Your shot put 1, please, at corner room 3. Girls under 11B, corner room 4, for your long jump 1, please. That's girls under 11B, to corner room 4, for your long jump 1.
So we're back up and running. This is race 3 of 3, the boys 100 metre under 15. So we're in the starters' hands, and they're off for a clean start here and looking pretty fantastic here. But it does look like the athlete there from not sure where.
Essendon taking out that race.
So now we are ready for the starters to get them underway. Looks like we've got James Bird from Hume in 3, Durham Deal from Box Hill in 4, Liam Glue from Caulfield in 5, Olivia from Bacchus Marsh in 6, Tyler from Berwick in 7, and Luke Phillips from Croydon in lane 8. Let's see who takes out line honours in this race. I think Durham Deal is the one to watch in Box Hill in lane 4. And a great start by Durham, fantastic start in fact, but it does look like the Berwick athlete in Tyler Hubbard is certainly flying away here. It's daylight to the next competitor, and we see a 12.70 there, fantastic. That's how you
Need to start off your multi-events, picking up a good gap on his competitors there, giving himself a good point buffer going into the next event. So if he does happen to have a little bit weaker event coming up, he's given himself that gap, gotten himself ahead. Maybe he'll keep pulling away, but he's maximised on a strong event for him by the looks, the 100 metres. So heat 3, doing their practice starts, getting ready to go.
So now we So a great start by all the runners here, but it does look like the athlete here from Geelong, Jacob Eastwood, is giving it everything he possibly can, coming across the line in 12 seconds. So a good race there by these young men. And now we move to race 4 of 4. So we can see the starters getting on the blocks, having very varying kind of start lists, start methods. Some will jump, some will stretch the legs out. We can see the Berwick runner here, Ethan Harris, fantastic run right now, great technique, but being challenged for second here and third close for Craigieburn and Albury. Hard to pick who that was, but it's every second counts, just like Scott explained before, so it's important to make sure that the dip is happening at the line. This is not a heat, this is a final. They get one shot at this, so pretty important to be competing here and giving it everything. We now move to the girls 100 metre under 10s, which are coming up in just shortly. You can see that the temperature has now gone to 33 degrees. Yeah, I think we do. Let me just...
Can we please have all the long jump one officials return to your venue, please? All the long jump one officials, please return to your venue. Can we please have boys under 11C to crew room 1 for your long jump at pit 2. It's boys under 11C to crew room 1 for your long jump at pit 2, please.
Hey. It's nice and cool here. In the breeze.
The boys have boys under 14, boys under 14 to the forward for your 100 metres, please. Boys under 14 to the forward for your 100 metres, please.
and welcome back to the race 100 metre races that are taking place right now for the combined events. And we've got the under 14 boys taking to the track. Jake Donaldson from Sandringham in lane 2. Frank Mazza from Keilor in 3. Tian from Berwick in 4. Shay Eastwood from Geelong in 5. Thomas Naylor from Horsham in 6. Sebastian Andre from Bendigo in 7. And Sam Warlow from Corio in lane 8. Let's see how this group of under 14s goes against their times. So a fantastic start, and they are off and racing with what looks like to be the Keilor athlete running with great technique here, and Bendigo taking out lane 7 there, brilliant running, and lane 8, Sam Warlow from Corio. Great running by all the boys. So a pretty good time, as you can see.
That's Frank Mazza there from Keilor. Definitely one to watch across the weekend. Very strong individual results in several of the multi-event events at individual championships. So look to see him dominate here. Now we're moving to race 2 of the under 14 boys heptathlon 100 metres. In lane 2 we have Vidusha Silva from Brimbank. Lane 3, Kai Vivian from Sandringham. Lane 4, Grady Morant from Geelong. Lane 5, Ariel Malnick from Keilor. Lane 6, Francesco Postorino from Corio. Lane 7, Blade Johnson from Sale. And in lane 8, Jai Lever from Werribee.
Who's your pick for this one, Scotty?
I'm not sure. Looking at them, potentially Jai Lever from Werribee looks like a big, strong fellow. He could be a good pick there, out in lane 8, in the blue Werribee colours. Hard start. Lever looks to go to the front, as predicted, but Francesco pushing him hard. Lever pulling away. Francesco giving it everything he's got. It'll be Lever, then Postorino. Back to the rest. Good run.
Yeah, that was a good run. And it feels like it's cooled down a bit, but we are in air conditioning, so it's a bit masked.
Much nicer in here than out there, but yes, day like this, the athletes definitely need to keep cool, keep hydrated. Luckily, we're at Lakeside, where there's plenty of shade up here under the grandstands, so everyone's sheltering up the back of the stands. Now we're moving to race 3 of 6 of the under 14 boys 100 metres.
So we've got Anaru from Williamstown in lane 1, Dash Newton from Essendon in lane 2, great name. Devish Sri from Altona in lane 3. Zachary Tickell from Bendigo in lane 4. Michael Sparks from Sunbury in 5. In 6 we've got James Shield from Box Hill. In 7 we've got Ben Tierney from Campbell and Malvern. And from lane 8 we've got Takran Talon Rosas from Seaford. So let's see how these boys fare in this race. I'm hoping Dash wins, because that's a great name for a sprinter.
It is indeed.
It is called the 100 metre dash.
Yes. Hopefully he lives up to it.
We shall see. I don't know many of the boys in this, or any of them in fact. Fantastic start across the board by all these races, and we see the athlete here from Essendon. No, it's definitely Altona. Devish Sri coming through with Dash coming through in second, and then we've got Bendigo, lane 4, coming through in third position. So fantastic run by all involved. So we now move to race 4. And who have we got here? I think there's one to watch. Lester Long's the one to watch in this one, I'm sure.
Well, in lane 1 we have Thomas Matthews from Ringwood. Lane 2, the one to watch, Lester Long from Knox. Lane 3, Noah Suwak from Box Hill. Lane 4, Lucas Leeds from Coburg. Lane 5, Robert Sparks from Sunbury. Lane 6, Nicholas Banan from Whittlesea City. Lane 7, Joshua Evans from Bendigo. And lane 8, William from Werribee.
So yeah, I think Lester Long is the one to watch in this one. It's my pick anyway. He's a good all-round athlete, but like you said before, there's some athletes here that have got some great individual performances, and he's one of them.
Yes, Lester Long is out quick, but they've been called back.
Too quick. We shall see what happens here.
Always gets the nerves up after a false start. Important on the next one. Well, you don't want a false start again, but you don't want to be too hesitant here. So it's a fine line to draw. Not just the athlete that false starts, but the rest of the field that gets a little bit of nerves going there. But hopefully they reset and then go for it this second run.
It would be interesting to know what the point difference is between, you know, a second even, which a second is a lot in a 100-metre race, but even half a second.
Yeah, 100 metres is a big scoring event. You pick up a lot of points for, yes, even 0.1 of a second sort of thing. That's why you see the athletes dipping for the line like they do, trying to get every little bit. Even if you're last in the race, you really need to go for it, get as many points as you can, and they're ready to go. Okay, here we go, off
Another
cleanly the second time. And Lester Long taking it away right out in front here. Pretty even for the next 4. Long crosses the line. Next, the Box Hill athlete Noah. And William from Werribee taking 2 and 3. Hard to split though. But yes, Lester Long clear of the field there. But once again, it is a heptathlon, so there are 6 other events that they can all pick up plenty of points on.
Yeah, Lester Long was the one to watch, as we predicted early on. Blistering start, but although it looked like he was the one who false started before, but obviously the officials had a differing opinion to us, which is always fantastic because they're the bosses.
Yes. No.
But nonetheless, his start in the next one was not hesitating at all. He got a great start in that second time of asking, so...
Clearly quite an experienced athlete, so it wouldn't bother him as much as some of the others, hopefully.
So we now turn our attention to race 5. Lachlan Monteith from Knox. Darcy Giddens from Corio. Eden Pillay from Mentone. Lucas Knight from Preston Reservoir. Nicholas Smearden from Berwick. Joshua Payne from Geelong. Matthew Parrott from Doncaster, and Alex from Box Hill in lane 8. There's a false start there.
The Geelong athlete, it looks
I
like.
would say the Geelong athlete too. Joshua Payne looked like he went just a smidge too early. We'll have to see what the officials are going to call it there. Yep, lane 6, yellow flag. So, as you said before, Scott, he's going to have to be hesitant for this next time. Does not want to be disqualified because that's the end of his championship. Great start by all the athletes, but it did look like the Mentone athlete, Eden Pillay, got the best of the starts, and he is now tearing away. His second 50 is looking pretty strong. But look at the Box Hill athlete here, and Alex giving him a challenge at least, but did slow down towards the end there with a couple of steps to go. So obviously not understanding that 0.01 of a second can make a difference in the points.
No, it's a bit different multi-events compared to all the other events. Most weeks, well, except for racing for PBs, you're racing to cross that line first. That's the aim of the 100 metres. But in a multi-event, you want every point possible, so you really need to go for it all the way through. You can't be slowing down once you know you've secured the victory in your individual race.
Correct. We now go to race 6 of 6.
In lane 1, we have Jack Wallow from Corio. Lane 2, Ravan from Knox. Lane 3, Shane Clough from Gisborne. Lane 4, Declan Foley from Geelong. Lane 5, Wolfgang Contra Nemesi from Collingwood. Lane 6, David Elliott from Springvale. Lane 7, Paddy Colgan from Caulfield. Lane 8, Remy McLean from Ringwood.
Now this will be an interesting race to watch because as you may or may not know, Wolfgang Contra Nemesi is one that certainly always picks up pretty much gold, if not silver, in the multi-event because he's not only an all-rounder, but he is an unbelievable 800 runner. So
I've definitely heard of him. I'm not sure I've seen him run yet, but I've definitely heard of Wolfgang.
Well, it'll be good to
He has a bit
see
of a
how he
reputation
goes
going around
in this 100 race because the 100 race, as you say, is pointed pretty well, but the 800 is the one that's pointed the heaviest in the Alberta youth system that they use. Is that correct?
Yes.
The 800's best.
And they're out hard. Wolfgang, a little bit of a slow start, but the athlete from Corio, Jack Wallow, he's streeting away. Paddy from Caulfield down the outside, and Paddy from Caulfield crosses first, back to Jack Wallow from Corio.
So Jack Wallow and his brother, I've forgotten his name, he's also another Wallow from Corio. They are 100% identical twins. They look exactly the same.
Are they both here this weekend? Or
they
one?
both are. One ran earlier today, and
okay.
then one just ran just then. If they were standing together, they're hard to pick.
So yes, the 800 is one week. Well, you can pick up a lot of points there because it's sort of an odd event out typically in this combined event because the others are all power events. It's that endurance event, so some that you'll see dominate the sprints, the jumps and the throws, just struggle to get around 2 laps of the track to finish it off.
So we're just seeing that the officials are changing what's on the track. So we now have the girls under 10 100 metre race. This is race 1 of 8. And what a fantastic start by all the girls here. Looks like pretty even across the board, but it does look like the Caulfield girl, Abigail Cheshire, is certainly challenging well here, but it does look like Williamstown's going to come through in second. Ella Leith there, and then Camberwell Malvern. I think Jocelyn Kerr got in third. So some great fast times here by the girls. We now move to race 2. As you can see, we're tearing through these events.
So race 2, we have in lane 2, Manon Muir from Williamstown. Lane 3, Naya Deng from Melton City. Lane 4, Rebecca from Diamond Valley. Lane 5, Michaela from South Melbourne District. Lane 6, Mia from Sandringham. Lane 7, Ariela from Cranbourne. Lane 8, Ella from Mentone. Lane 9, Jasmine from Box Hill. And lane 10, Sophia from Werribee. Pretty even start here. Can't quite split them yet, but it is the athlete leading out the way from Cranbourne. We'll take the line first. Good race there by all the girls.
Hard to pick that one, that was for sure. Cranbourne's there, and I'm with you with the uniforms. They're not easy to spot. So we now move to race 3. Just tearing through this timetable. So we've got Charlotte Senior from South Melbourne District. We've seen her name earlier on today. Olivia Holmes from Wonthaggi. Claudia Tierney from Camberwell Malvern. Amy Lippens from Frankston. Madigan Carroll from Essendon. Emma McCaffrey from Caulfield. Ciara Hughes from Sherbrooke. Eliza Evans from Bendigo. And Indiana Van Ramslansar from Wodonga. That'll round out our field. It looks like we've got a few athletes that aren't competing here. The first athlete here is Amy, so Claudia, Olivia and Charlotte are not competing. They've been, not sure what happened there, but so a fantastic start by all the races here, but the best of the start looked like the Caulfield girl, Emma McCaffrey, but look at Essendon go, and then let's not discount Indiana from Wodonga. She's come a long way, but she's giving it her all because she knows she's going to cross the line in first, and happy to run in first. And if Lachlan was watching, he would see the socks are just amazing.
He would definitely love those. Matching shoes as well.
Yep, that's
definitely
right.
Looking the part.
Fantastic. So we see a pretty even times across the board here, but we now move to 4 of 8. And who have we got in this race here, Scott?
We have in lane 2, Holly Capuano from Essendon. Lane 3, Ava Maskell from Sandringham. Lane 4, Rosie O'Brien, Caulfield. Lane 5, Tani Hutchison from Werribee. Lane 6, Sophia Volpert from Caulfield. Lane 7, Monique, Box Hill, and they're about to get underway. And they're off. Once again, pretty level start here. The athlete on the outside from Gisborne looking to go pretty well, but now down the middle. Here they go. I think that might be the Werribee athlete leading the way, clean to the front. That is Tani Hutchinson. Lovely run there. Now we move to race 5 in the girls under 10, 100 metres. Fast starting. Oh, there's a bit of a crooked run there from the athlete from lane 2. But streeting away in the middle, the athlete from Caulfield. That might be Moe, is it? Going quick, but the Diamond Valley athlete, no, not Diamond, Sandringham athlete, rather, takes out that run. That is Sophie Nilsson. Bit of carnage towards the start there with an athlete cutting across the other athletes. It'll be interesting what the officials do here. But, yes, unfortunate, some of the younger girls, a little bit less experienced, get a bit confused at that start of the 100 metres, where the lanes come around the bend and you have to follow the dotted lines for a few metres. It's a little bit tricky for the younger athletes. They're rushing through these races here. The athletes not using blocks, so much quicker to set up between each race. The older athletes have to set up their blocks, have their practice starts, so it takes up a little bit more time between heats, but these athletes straight up to the start line and good to go. Looks like the officials are just discussing something. They might be discussing that last race with the cross in, the cut in. Potential disqualification there, and we'll see. Athletes up to the start line, ready to go. And the athlete straight in the centre looks to come out fast again. That is the athlete from Frankston by the looks, leading the way. Challenged hard by Ringwood on the outside. Ringwood coming hard. Oh, that's a hard one to call. We'll have to look for the photo finish for that one.
So that one was Zoe Clark from Yarra Rangers coming through in second, but I'm with you, Scott. Hard to pick that one. I would say I'm going to leave that one to the officials. That's
yes, yes. Well, they've got their photo finish camera up there, and we're just relying on eyesight, so we'll definitely leave that one to them. There won't be much in that.
All right, we're going to get to race 7 now. Adele Roach from Caulfield. Ines Catton-Smith from Diamond Valley. Addison from Seaford. In 4, we have Hannah Marshall. In 5, Alexis Sheed from Brimbank. In 6, Sahani from Whittlesea City. In 7, Tamsin Bowman from Moorabbin. In 8, Charlotte Hughes, Western Port. In 9, Caden Sandringham. And in lane 10, Sophie Ray from Altona. So going to be interesting to see the start of this, and they're all away very cleanly with the South Melbourne girl. Looked like she had the best of the starts, but it does look like the girl on her right, Brimbank, giving a great run. But look at Caulfield go. Caulfield's, no, it's going to be Brimbank from Caulfield. So it looks like Adele Roach came out in second, and Alexis Sheed came through in first, but only just. Race 8. Who's going to take race 8? Who's going to win this one?
I have no clue.
Well, you know what would be cool? I mean, we don't have the facilities to do this, but what would be cool is if we knew what were the fastest times that have happened so far, because every athlete wants to know that, don't they?
Yes, yes. Like what are the people run before you run?
But as a combined, or what you would call a multi-athlete, you know, the reason why we moved away from calling it combined, and School Sport Victoria actually started the trend on this, is because of the multi-class classifications, because multi-class moved away from para. Para was the term given to a para-athlete, and it was really designated for the senior athletes, and we wanted to keep that sacred, so moved away into a multiple classification, because when they compete at an event like track and field, there are several events, whereas when they get to Olympic Games or Com Games, there's only a few that go with some disabilities. So in short, we moved away from that, and so we didn't confuse it, we've called this combined. And they're off and racing, and they're fantastic girls here. are certainly giving it everything they can. But look at the Caulfield runner go in Lara Wong. She is coming through in lane 6 and going to take out line honors there. And second there was what looked to be Sale in lane 5. So fantastic run by all the girls. But Lara Wong, she was one to watch. We watched earlier in the hurdles. She was fantastic to watch. So great technique.
Girls under 11C to the call room 3 for your shot put 1. Boys under 11D to the call room 2 for your distance 1. Boys under 10A to the call room 3 for your distance 2. So that is girls under 11D to call room 4.
So that looks like it's the last of the 100-metre races today. The officials packing up their gear and getting ready to move over to the 200-metre start, where we will shortly see the under 14 girls. But a little bit of a break for the officials to get all their gear over there, set it all up. So we see some of the high jump athletes competing out there. So high jump, another one of those combined events where every height obviously increases your points. So every extra little bar you can clear makes a big difference to your overall score. Really boosts the points up. So athletes very keen to jump as close as possible or higher than their personal bests, and definitely not to no height. You cannot afford a score of 0 for an event in a combined event. It really puts you behind the 8 ball, and you probably can't recover from that in a competitive field.
Second ball for the girls under 14, second ball for the girls under 14. To go to the start of the 200 metres, please.
The girls have just been called to the start of the 200 metres, so they'll be on their way over there and ready to go in a few minutes' time.
From Doncaster and Collingwood, this is 2, please. The officials from Doncaster and Collingwood, this is 2, please.
Okay, so we are back and ready to race for the 200s. This is the girls under 14, race 1 of 5. So we shall see how this goes. 200's always a bit of a difficult one after 100.
Yeah. A little bit tough, a little bit further around that bend. Some of the young athletes requires a little bit of fitness, or a lot of fitness to keep that speed going.
So let's just introduce to you the starters here in race 1. So we've got Lana Hughes from Kyneton in lane 2, Rosie Liness from Kew in lane 3, Ali Todd from Corio in lane 4, in lane 5 Ella Wilson from Berwick, in lane 6 Kayla Chapman from Knox, in lane 7 Abigail Delia from Cranbourne, in lane 8 Sonia Prescott from Doncaster. So we see the officials are just getting themselves sorted out, just making sure the cones are there in the right spaces, and the girls are ready to go. And you can see the girls are getting their blocks all set up. All set up their blocks differently. Everyone's unique in that aspect. We may even see some not even using blocks. The starter's whistle is gone. So we're off in this girls under 14 200 metre race, and it does look like a pretty even start across the board here, and as they come through the stagger we can see it's pretty close, but it does look like the Corio athlete in Ali Todd is coming through in first position, with her counterpart from Berwick, Ella Wilson, challenging for second. But something's going on there with Ellie. She's doing something with her arm, but she's crossing the line in first position. Maybe in a little bit of pain, we'll see.
Just adjusting her shirt, I think. The
shirt was impacting her performance.
Yes, got to have all your gear right. You don't want that becoming an issue, so definitely need to make sure you get set and have your routines,
well,
the gear that works for you.
That's why I don't run, because my shirts never fit right. So,
but a lovely stride there. Very important for the 200. Introducing race 2. We have in lane 1 Louisa Lazar from Sandringham, lane 2 Ileana Mulholland from Wodonga, lane 3 Alina Harris from Berwick, lane 4 Naomi Nicola from Diamond Valley, lane 5 Lainey Hill from Corio, lane 6 Emily Holler from Box Hill, lane 7 Chloe Thompson from Whittlesea City, and lane 8 Sarah McInerney from Werribee.
So hard to pick as who's going to be the winner here, but who's your pick?
I'm not sure. Potentially the Werribee athlete out in front. I'm not sure. I feel like we've seen her before, but you probably know the Diamond Valley athlete, do you, Raf?
Yeah, I think Naomi Nicola is certainly going to be one to watch in this. Let's not discount Naomi at least. Big, strong runner, and actually an all-rounder. Fantastic athlete in the throwing and the jumping, so she's got a bright future certainly. But of all the starts, I think Nicola did get the best start there, but we'll see as they come through the stagger. It's always hard to pick. Looks like the Corio athlete has got another great start here. So Corio representing really well. So we see Corio come through to pick up first position here, and it does look like Corio is going to take line honours pretty comfortably here with Whittlesea. No, it's going to be Box Hill coming through in second position, and it looks like Diamond Valley isn't even there. So I'm not sure what I was talking about with the start.
Don't know.
Anyway, we're back to race 3.
Okay. In lane 1, we have Ariana from Knox. Lane 2, Holly from Box Hill. Lane 3, Sienna from Geelong. Lane 4, Elizabeth from Sandringham. Lane 5, Caitlin from Bendigo. Lane 6, Alina from Williamstown. Lane 7, Shivani from Nunawading. Lane 8, Suji from Diamond Valley. So athletes just getting back behind their blocks. Okay, looks like the athlete on the outside from Diamond Valley's gone out hard. Also the inside, it appears the Box Hill athlete going fast off the bend. Box Hill athlete will lead into the bend. That is Holly, zipping away from down the front, closely followed by Ariana from Knox and Sienna from Geelong. But it is Holly streeting away down the front. Now it is Sienna from Geelong coming in second, and Ariana from Knox, followed by the Bendigo athlete, Caitlin. Shivani from Nunawading rounding out the field.
So we now go to race 4.
In lane 1, we have Hannah Linnett from Ringwood. Lane 2, Hannah Wilcock from Mentone. Lane 3, Crystal Archer from Sale. Lane 4, Amaya Summer Ali from Brighton. Lane 5, Hannah Brady from Geelong. Lane 6, Maya Nimmo from Pakenham. Lane 7, Shy Sparks Cousins from Corio. Lane 8, Chloe Freestone from Cranbourne.
Thanks, Scott. It's always good to have someone else on commentary as well, helping us out, which is brilliant. Hard to know who's going to take line honours in this one. I think my pick will be lane 2, Mentone, Hannah Wilcock. But we shall see. Great start by all the athletes, but it did look like the young lady Hannah Brady from Geelong had the best of the starts. We'll see as they come into the stagger as to who is in first position. But look at the Mentone athlete go. There, she is definitely going to be taken out first. So Mentone Hannah Wilcock is the one to watch here, with Pakenham coming up in second, Mia Nimmo, and then Geelong as well, Hannah Brady coming in into third position. So Hannah Wilcock, fantastic performance, giving it her everything and making sure that she got maximum points for that event. This is now race 5 of 5. So now we've got Abby Whitaker from Ringwood, Mia Skerry from Sandringham, Alexandra Jackson from South Melbourne District, Mari McVoy from Keilor, Grace Staff from Dandenong, Natsumi from Springvale, Grace from Werribee, and Amy Pearce from Yarra Ranges. So I think certainly I'm not sure how Mia Skerry will go in the 100, but I know that she's a fantastic athlete, or a combined events athlete, and she has traditionally always taken out the championship with records. That's no exaggeration. She 3 years in a row, or at least 2 of the 3 years, for School Sport Victoria, took out the national championships in the School Sport Australia championships and broke records each time. So she'll be the one to watch in this.
Pretty even start. They're all going out hard. Moira from Keeler pushing hard on the bend, but closely followed on her tail. And that is coming around the bend from the inside. Mia Skerry from Sandringham out in front. She's probably got about a 10-metre lead coming into the straight, and brilliant long stride going there through. Moira from Keeler coming in second, and the Dandenong athlete chasing hard after her. So it'll be Mia Skerry, Moira from Keeler coming in second.
Incredible run there, 26.06 by Mia Skerry. I'm not sure what that fares in the records, but she's a very, very strong
quick
runner.
Time.
Looked good, great technique, and it looked like somewhere along the lines of 4 to 5 seconds before the next competitor.
Yeah, it was a significant gap. We imagine we don't have the points in front of us, but we imagine it's also a significant points gap. And it's clearly one of the reasons why she's such a successful combined event athlete.
Yeah, I think she's going to be one to watch in the future, that's for sure. She really loves the sport, which is incredible and encouraging to hear. Her parents are unbelievably supportive of her, both Greg and Denise Skerry. And also her sister Bianca is also a fantastic multi or combined event champion as well, but in particular she likes the distance races. And Mia's strongest point actually as a she's as a combined athlete, you have to be good at everything, but she's a great long jumper, don't get me wrong. She's got some pretty outstanding performances there, but where she really shines is her distance running. So I have no doubt that in the 800 today she'll be well out in front unless something drastic happens. So she is pretty poised for the gold medal without wanting to speak too soon, and the parents will be pretty chuffed with that. But in saying that, they're not the kind of parents that put pressure on her at all. They love the fact that she enjoys it, so they let her enjoy it, but they put no pressure on her. They just give her every opportunity to compete, and she's a Haileybury student, so given that she's a Haileybury student, they also support her in sport as well. So all the ingredients are right for this young girl to be the next Celeste Mucci.
Yes, definitely. Hopefully we do see her coming through. I did see Steve Kane, National Junior Multi-Event Coach here earlier in the day, probably checking out some of the young talent. Hopefully some feed through to him, getting in touch with some of our excellent multi-event coaches around the country, and we keep having a bit of success there. Got some good young multi-eventers coming through at the moment, both in the men's and the women's at a senior level, and both little aths and into the youth sort of age groups.
Yeah, brilliant running. So I think, I mean, Celeste Mucci is a standout, there's no doubt. She is jumping incredibly, running incredibly. She's improving her 800. Her 800 is what lets her down in her championships, both at Com Games and World Championships. She was let down by the 800. I think at the World Championships, I think she got 5th, and at the Com Games, I think she got 4th, or might have been the other way around. Which is always pretty yuck to get that, that far, that
yes,
close
very
to
impressive.
A medal and not have that position. Certainly, if I was there, I'd probably rather just come last,
yeah,
because there was no chance of a medal. But her 800 is the one that is not her strongest right now, but she's working on it, and she ran
At the Milers Club we saw her, so
Milers Club, yeah,
clearly,
she ran
yes,
just a couple of weeks back,
Coach
yeah.
Darren Clark's identified that weakness and said, well, it's time we do something about this, and getting onto that. It is one of those events, you've done all your other events, you've done 6 events before that, you've just got to put in the hard yards and go for it, leave nothing out there on the track. It's almost as much mental as it is physical sometimes, just being able to push yourself that bit harder. And sometimes once you've done that a few times, run a hard 800, you can then just keep doing it. But until you do it once and put yourself in that uncomfortable position where you don't know if you're going to be able to maintain it, you can't quite.
I was just about to say the mental. I mean, I was there at the Com Games and I watched Celeste Mucci go round the 800, and it was actually excruciating to watch her, because she was. You could tell she wasn't in pain, but her mind was battling with her body, and she was shuffling around the track in a sense, and it was just hard to watch, because I know she loves to give absolutely everything to the sport. She's come through Little Lass, she's come through school sport, so. But you know, I think the future's bright. She's only a young girl.
Yes, indeed.
I think she's just turned 18. She's not very old anyway. Maybe even 19, and she has a bright future, because girls generally, this is generalising, but girls generally don't peak until they hit 28. So
yeah, well, most athletes, men and women, yes, don't peak till later on. So I guess that's a good lesson for any Little Lass parents actually listening in or watching at home, that athletes typically Olympic level don't peak until late 20s. So
correct.
If you've got a young kid, say a 12-year-old, even a 14, 15-year-old, they've got a long way to go in the sport until they're going to reach their peak performance.
Absolutely.
So they need to really love it, enjoy coming to meets, coming to training, being part of it, because if they burn out too young, they won't be around when their best results can be had. So it's sort of that long view to keep in the sport and keep improving, keep enjoying it.
You're exactly right there, Scott. And as a parent, that's my experience with track and field, and I have a son who's still competing in track and field. Thankfully, he loves long jump. So basically, we have one job as parents, and that is to help them continue to enjoy the sport. That's our only job. So at 12 and 11 and 12, Bay was showing some promise, but you have to resist the temptation to just push them and push them and push them and push them. It's all about them enjoying it, because really it doesn't, as you know yourself, it's not until you hit 21, 22 that it really does count. Before then, it's just all fun.
Yes, and still should be fun. You're not going to keep going. I'm sure we were just discussing Celeste. I'm sure she still loves it, but yes, there's a little bit more of that performance focus once you get to that higher level, a bit older. But yes, got to love your sport. One of the great things about the combined events is you spend the entire day with your competitors, so you really get to know them, get to do a few events with them, compared to a standard championship. You run the 100 metres and say, see you later, I'll see you next year. Whereas the multi-event, you get to spend a full day or a full couple of days and really get to know the other athletes, make some good friends from other centres around the state. It's excellent to see. Waiting for their throws out there, we can see whole group of boys out at the discus, and they'll be chatting, making new friends, enjoying their time. So it's not just about what they're doing out on the track or in the discus ring. It's about the social aspect and all of that as well. We'll be seeing some 800-metre races shortly, and it is definitely the odd event out. The only distance race on the program, so we could see some major changes on some of the leaderboards, with certain athletes being much stronger at the endurance events, but it'll be interesting to see. 800 metres is a long way when you're a pretty young kid, so got to tough it out and get right around there. So it looks like the track's almost set up for the 800s. There's some athletes marshalled at the top of the front straight under the tent, probably dreading the 800 right now, but he's just got to get through it. I always tell my athletes, you've gotten this far in a combined event, you can sort of let it all go and run slow on your 800, or you can go hard and make the most of the position you've put yourself in. We still have plenty of field event action on here today. Got shot put going close to the finish line. The high jump's all being packed up now. 2 discuses running currently, and a bit of a long jump going on over on the back straight. So we can see the discus on screen now. Not sure what they're up to. There's just not been any throws for a little while now, so we'll just have a look and see what they're up to. We've just had the girls under 10 called to the call room for their 800 metres. So some I'm sure will be excited because this is their best event on the program. Others might be a little bit nervous. But we get through this and then that's it for the day. Sure, there'll be plenty of friends and family down by the fence to cheer them around. They'll really need the encouragement here. Tough final event of the multi-events or the combined events. We can see the dais is ready over on the high jump area for presentations, so they're getting ready after this 800. Be able to recover a bit and then they'll head over to presentations. It's been a warm day here at Lakeside, so it could well be quite a tough day to run an 800 out there. As Raf mentioned earlier, we're lucky up here in the air conditioning, but out there in the sun it is pretty hot. So a big thank you to all our officials who have been out there all day in the heat, doing a very good job for us, making this such a fantastic event. Brilliant opportunity for all these young athletes to compete at such a well-organised championship at Lakeside Stadium. So regional events coming up shortly. I'm sure some will be looking to compete there and then ideally be back here for the individual event state championships. So you're seeing some discus there on your screen. One of the more technical events of the combined events. And you can see some of these boys that are nice and lean to be quick at their running don't quite have the strength from the discus. So it can be one where if you're a bit of a stronger athlete, you can pick up a little bit here, but technique is just so important with the discus. That looked like a pretty good throw there. He was pretty happy with it, the Mentone athlete. Looks like he's going to have an inspection. Geelong athlete next in. Some excellent throwers coming out of Geelong, so we'll see if he's had some good coaching yet or not. A lot of good young throwers coming out of Geelong. One of the benefits of the centre down there, Landy Field, all the clubs being together, all the good athletes and the coaches come together, and there's some, looks like there's a little bit to work on there, so if he gets in touch with one of the good coaches as he gets a bit older, hopefully you can get a few tips and we'll pick that up. But yes, some brilliant things happening down there. Ooh. Just coming out the front of the circle. Looked like a pretty good one though. It's a bit disappointed. He knows it was a good one too. You can see the officials pegging the throws. As we mentioned earlier, today they're marking each of the 3 throws. Well, they're marking the longest throw. So if you throw further, each athlete has their own peg with a number on it. They'll stick that in the ground on your first throw if it lands in, and then if you throw further, they'll mark that and measure them at the end. Saves a little bit of time rather than having to tape out and running around to each individual one. New peg being put in there. Now a big crowd assembled at the marshalling area at the top of the front straight, ready for their 800 metres. So it looks like there won't be long to go now. The officials are all set up and ready to go at the 800. And just taking some shelter in the shade. having a little bit of a rest before we get underway with the 800. Been working very hard out there all day, doing a very good job. We can see down at the finish line as well, there's an entire table filled with plastic cups of water, so once the athletes finish this 800 out there in the heat, they'll be able to go and get themselves a drink. They'll be very tired at the end of that. Put in a good day's work. 5 events for the day for most of these athletes. They'll be finishing off their events with this 800. Some of the older athletes in their heptathlons will be back here again tomorrow.
Please have girls under 15 to shot put 2, please. Girls under 15 to shot put 2. And can we please have all our officials to shot put 2 back to the venue, please. So that's girls under 15 to shot put 2 and all our officials back to the venue too, please. First under 10, to the pole quick screen, please.
So we can see on screen the first group of 800 metre runners making their way out to the start line. It'll be the under 10 girls running first. It looks like we have 5 races of the 800 metres. So today the 800 will be run potentially a little bit differently than it is at weekly Lulaths meets, since it's a championship. The athletes will be starting in lanes, running 100 metres round the bend in their lane. They'll get to some green drink bottles out on the track. You'll be able to see them shortly. And then we'll cut in and can run the rest of the race out of lanes. So first 100 metres today, you'll see they'll run in their lane. They'll reach the green markers and then can cut in and finish their race like a normal distance race. But international level and bigger meets, always the first 100 metre of the 800 is run in the lanes. So a little bit something different potentially for some of the athletes. Might not have done it before, but good experience because state championships, potentially probably regionals, all the big events, they'll run the first 100 metres of the race in the lanes. Girls just sheltering under the tent, getting ready to go. Probably be some nerves there. 2 big laps of the track to be run. And it's pretty warm. Not too windy out there, so that's a little bit helpful. You can see the girls chatting there under the tent. As we mentioned earlier, one of the great things about combined events, the athletes get to know each other, spend the day together, make some new friends. Hopefully they'll see them throughout their athletics careers at other meets around the place. So they're being called out onto the track now. So we'll introduce your starters in race 1 of the 800 metres for the under 10 girls in their pentathlon, final event of the pentathlon. Once they get out there, we'll have in in station 1, Amy Lippens from Frankston. Station 2, Tanisha Seeley from Corio. Station 3, Charlotte Hughes from Western Port. Station 4, Kadem Anderson from Sandringham. Station 5, Manon Moore from Williamstown. Station 6, Priya Diol from Box Hill. Station 7, Emma McCaffrey from Caulfield. Station 8, Pia Knight from Preston Reservoir. Station 9, Eliza Evans from Bendigo. Station 10, Emily Lorenzen from Caulfield. And Station 11, Lucy Killick from Gisborne. So a couple of these athletes will be sharing lanes to start with. And as we mentioned, they run the first 100 metres in their lane. They'll get to the green drink bottles over the far side. You can almost see them at the top of your screen where the fellow in the yellow vest is just walking across the track. And then they can merge in and run the rest of the race in lane 1 or 2 or any lane they wish. So we're in the starters' hands now. The whistle's gone. The under 10 girls, the first race, ready to make their 2 laps of the track. This is race 1 of 5 of the girls under 10 800 metres. They're standing by, almost ready to go. And they're off. Looks like a pretty even start. The athlete from Williamstown taking the early lead. That's Manon Moore. Much taller than the other athletes, so hopefully she uses her long stride to the advantage. Just been taken over the lead, and you'll see they'll get to these green markers and they can cut in into lane 1. So the Williamstown athlete back in the lead, Manon using her height, that nice strong stride out in front. She's building a little bit of a gap here. We'll pick up some of the other runners as they get rounds so we can see the uniforms as they get a little closer. But Williamstown athlete, Manon, running a very nice 800. 500 metres to run now, but looking quite comfortable out there in the lead. There's a gap back to another athlete a little bit behind her, and then they've got the rest of the field coming along.
So as we see the athlete from Williamstown coming through, so Muir is coming through to pick up the bell at about a 1:25. So pretty comfortable running here, followed very closely by what looks to be the Caulfield athlete in Emma McCaffrey. And then we've got Box Hill following shortly after. But it does look like Muir has got this one stitched up. Doesn't look like anyone is going to be challenging Williamstown right out there in front. So this is one of 5 time finals, so plenty of more racing to come. And as you can see, the cameraman is now in a bit of a quandary. Does he show us just the first winner, or does he show the rest of the field? So it's always difficult as the cameraman. He's certainly doing his best. So we can see that Muir is coming through with 200 to go and looking very comfortable. Just looking over her left shoulder just to see how that's looking. So we see that Muir is coming through with 100 to go and a comfortable lead. It looks like about 30 metres. So she will come through and take line honours and get a fairly decent time with this as well. Fantastic running, brilliant work. And this is comfortable running at its best. So the clock just ticked over 3 minutes. So it'll be a 3:05.12 for the Williamstown runner. And she'll be glad to see that one as well. So, and then we had Pia Knight from 8. And then Caulfield as well coming through for 3rd position there. So some good running by the girls. That was 1 of 5. So we'll see how the other 4 races go. So we'll see how this race 2 tends to fare. So we see race 2 on the track. This is the girls 800 metre under 10. Let me introduce to you the starters of this race. Alexandra Rensis from Oakley, Addison Polke from Seaford, Brooke from Sandringham, Carly Collins from Altona, Sophie Ray from Altona, Ella Hughes from Western Port. In 7 we got Nayang Deng from Melton City, Tamsin Bowman from Moorabbin, Isabel Ward from Corio in 9, Zoe Ryan from Diamond Valley in 10, and Monique Williams in lane 11, rounding out our top 11 runners right here. And they're off and racing pretty clean start, but it does look like the athlete sharing a lane there in 5. Altona and Ella Hughes is going to be an interesting race. They're going to cut in just at the cones here. But the reason why that might be interesting is because she did cut in the lane there. So we'll see how that looks. But it's a long, striding young lady from Altona in 2nd position. We'll have to pick up the bib, the lane numbers just as they come round the bend. So looking pretty strong and pretty even field right now. So as you can see, this is looking very comfortable here for the first 3 races here. They're just setting in a stride as they go through and find their 800 metre style. So this looks like Monique Williams from Box Hill, followed by an Altona athlete, and then Tamsin Bowman from Moorabbin. So we'll see how this looks as they come through and pick up the bell. So 1st and 2nd are now battling it out. We can see the Diamond Valley athlete there in Zoe Ryan is at her own pace there, being followed by another athlete there from, I think, Altona as well. And now we see Altona has taken the lead here. So sat very comfortably, a fairly strategic race right now. Strategically sat behind first for a long time, and now is very comfortably with these long strides coming out in the lead. So pretty happy to be up front, I'm sure. This will round out this age group's competition, so the medals will be awarded, I think will be awarded today, I'm not sure. Yep, they'll be awarded today. So we see the Altona athlete or Melton City. Can't see from here, I apologise viewers, as to see who that is. Hit numbers are very small. It does look like Melton City. Nayang Ding, Mayang Tong, so she's the one who's come out with line-ons there. So now we turn our attention to race number 3.
So So introducing competitors in race 3 of the girls under 10 800 metres. In Station 1, Sierra Hughes from Sherbrooke. Station 2, Madigan Carroll from Essendon. Station 3, Caitlin LeGrove from Knox. Station 4, Madeline Tarabay from Knox. Station 5, Chloe Natalia Rakic from Werribee. Station 6, Keely Williams from Altona. Station 7, Annie Rogers from Mornington. Station 8, Ella Ojami from Mentone. Station 9, Innes Catton Smith from Diamond Valley. Station 10, Hannah Marshall from South Melbourne District. Station 11, Sophie Hoffman from Werribee. So several of these competitors here sharing a lane once again.
Yeah, so we see the competitors sharing lanes, just like Scott has mentioned. Hard to know who's going to win this one, but for viewers at home, we're not at Little Athletics New South Wales, we're in Victoria, so I'm not sure why there's a huge marquee in shot with Little Athletics New South Wales. Maybe they borrowed it.
Maybe there's a Tasmanian one out there too.
They did a swap, maybe?
Don't know. The Little Athletics headquarters is downstairs, I think.
Correct.
So
correct.
Maybe they just keep them all here.
No, I don't think they do. I think maybe they went to a championship and brought the wrong one home. So a great start, an even start by all the athletes, but it does look like the South Melbourne District young lady, Hannah Marshall, has got the best of the starts. But it does look like Knox, Caitlin LeGrove is challenging right here with Madigan Carroll from Essendon, right out there in front. So looking very comfortable and sitting very pretty in first position right now. So we'll see what happens in the Essendon-Knox battle with 2 and 3, first and second. And then we move back to third. We've got a bit of a gap. And then fourth, fifth and sixth are looking pretty close, with the Diamond Valley athletes sitting currently in 5th position. So that rounds out your top 5. But we see first and second being battled right now by the Knox athlete, who I think is Caitlin LeGrove. So we'll see as she comes round. No, it's Madeline Tarabray. So Madeline Tarabray is coming in first position right now. And then Essendon's challenging Madigan Carroll, who's sitting comfortably, strategically might I say, in second position. So they'll pick up the bell at about a 1:27. So that's the bell lap.
So they've got about a 10 to 15 metre lead on the Altona athlete Keely Williams, and then she's got a similar amount of lead back to the main pack. We're chasing after them. But it is the Knox athlete and Madigan Carroll out in front.
So Madeline Carroll is out in front with the Knox. So the Madeline Tarabray and Madigan Carroll are sitting first and second currently.
And Tarabray from Knox is just expanding her lead a bit here, kicking away from Madigan Carroll, or maybe Carroll's falling in a little bit of a hole, but she still looks to be striding okay. The main pack is actually catching up a little bit to Keely Williams of Altona, who's in third place at the moment. I think that looks like it might be the Diamond Valley athlete, Innes Cutton Smith, catching up. She's in fourth place at the moment, charging a little bit closer to third. But into the home straight, we have Madeline Tarabray leading the way, followed by Madigan Carroll, but she's just about to be overtaken by the Altona athlete, Keely Williams, sprinting home hard into second, and she's gaining a small bit on the leader, but it is Madeline Tarabray who will take the win in this heat of the 800 metres.
3:02. Now, I did take notice that the last race was a little slower than 3:02. They came across at about a 3:06, 3:07, so this was the faster of the heats. Given that, that the points are attached to times, we can comfortably say that the other heat was probably not as fast, therefore it won't be as heavily pointed in weights, heavily weighted in points. So we now are looking, just as the last competitor, nope, third last competitor comes across the line, we've got another competitor coming up.
Big sprint finish we're about to see on the screen here. Finishing it off well. Well done.
Fantastic. And now we can introduce to you race 4 or 5. So as we've got 16 competitors right here. Arlia Sprague from Cranbourne in lane 1. Holly Capuno from Eston in lane 2. Chelsea Tickell from Bendigo in lane 3. Alexa Sheed from Brimbank in 4. Indiana Van Ramsleer from Wodonga in 5. Jodie Freeman from Coburg in 6. Ruby Williams from Gisborne in 7. Marley Collar from Murrindindi in 8. Lacey Williams from Box Hill in 9. Magdalena Dimonov from Chelsea in lane 10. Ava Muskiel from from Sandringham in lane 11. Tani Hutchton from Werribee in lane 12. Michaela Tito from South Melbourne District in lane 13. In 14, we have Emma Cook from Waverley. In 15, Jocelyn Kerr from Camberwell Malvern. And 16, we have Tegan Reid from Geelong. Now, I don't know about you, Scott, but that did look like a very messy, unlaned almost 800.
Yes, a lot there, but got one athlete who's really asserted a dominance, gone to the lead, and that looks like it might be Erla Sprague from Cranbourne, gone out to the front very early. Good idea here, I think, to get some clear track just to run in. She's settling down now, but she's gotten herself out in the open, out of the congestion a little bit, so that she can settle into her running nicely here. It's the Essendon athlete in second. That is Holly Capuano. And we'll pick up a few more names as we come around into the home straight. Looks like it might be the Coburg athlete in third. That's Joni Freeman. But yes, they're strung out here. Long train coming down the front straight. Bendigo athlete in fourth. Chelsea Tickell. But they're all just running along nicely. We'll see who's going to put the pace on here on the second lap. Try to bring this home. The Coburg athlete putting on a bit of a stride. Joni Freeman going to the front. Had that plan, hear that bell, and she's off to the front of the race. Trying to run away from them here. Not getting too much, a couple of metre lead, stretching out the field, but the others are going with her okay at this stage. I think it might be a good sprint finish, this one, if they can keep together on this last 300 metres. So Joni Freeman still leads the way, closely followed by Erla Sprague from Cranbourne, Holly Capuano from Essendon. This is the top three. So we've got this group of 5 leading the way. Just maintaining their spots. No one's looking to be too aggressive yet. We might see a move come up here, but I think they might wait till they enter the straight to really go for it. And we'll see them come home nice and quickly. But there's a move there. The athlete in fourth come up to the front. I think that's the Bendigo athlete, Chelsea Tickell. And the sprint's on. Here they go. Erla Sprague leading. She's gotten a bit of a gap on the others here. And who's this we've got coming down the outside? It looks like it might be Indiana Van Vesma from Wodonga. Excellent finish there, but it's Erla Sprague, the one that went out nice and hard early, takes the win. And it was actually Tegan Reid that was in the second position there by the looks, the Geelong athlete.
So it still looks like there's a bit of a battle for the last positions here. coming through. We've got 16 races, remember, so we've got still another 4 to go to cross the line. Cameraman will just pick them up as they come through. We're now going to race 5 of 5 for this 800-metre race. Coming near the end of this first day of championships with 1 more day to go. So let me introduce to you the starters of this race. Adele Roach from Caulfield in 1. Rosie O'Brien from Caulfield in lane 2. Ella Leith from Williamstown in 3. Cassie Farley from Sale in 4. In 5 we have Madison Kerr, Camberwell Malvern. In 6 Erin Limpens from Frankston. In 7 Sophie Nilsson from Sandringham. In 8 Zoe Clark from Yarra Rangers. From 9 Renee Ford from Moorabbin. In 10 Sophie Volpert from Caulfield. In 11 Rebecca from Diamond Valley. In 12, Harley Lennon from Seaford. In 13, Abigail Chashua from Caulfield. Jasmine Gurrett from Box Hill. In 14, Cadence Fleming from Moe in 15. And 16, we've got Lara Wong, Caulfield. She'll be the one to watch.
So a bit of a bunch start here, but looks like it might be the Caulfield athlete. They're going out pretty hard here, the first 2. Sprinting out, trying to get that open track out in front, and hopefully they'll settle in here after they come in through the cut-in. So it looks like it'll be the Caulfield athlete. Abigail Cheshire leading the way. We'll pick up the rest as they come through. But a pretty quick pace by the looks, going out pretty hard here. They might know what the races before have run, and they're trying to beat those times to maintain positions or pick up places in this comp. But the top 3 going out quite quick, then back to the main pack about 10 metres behind.
So it does look like the Yarra Rangers athlete Zoe Clark. No. Sale. Cassie Farrell. And then Yarra Rangers looks like he's coming in second with what looks to be, I think, Caulfield, Sophie Volpert in 3rd. So they'll round out your top 3. But it does look very comfortable for Cassie Farley, who's certainly hitting her strides now and turning her legs over pretty well. Great cadence that she's got, so she'll be hard to beat and hard to catch, that's for sure. And it does seem like she is picking up some pace here, so it's always hard to do a negative split, which is the second lap is faster than the first, but hard to know with this one. So she has increased the lead from what looks like 40 metres from here.
Yep, it's a long way.
It's certainly a long way.
We'll see here as the others come through the 200 where exactly she is, but it might even be 50 metres by the looks. It's a pretty long lead she's got there.
Certainly is. So she's going to be one to beat as she comes in for the last 100. The rest of the field has just over 170 metres to go. So we'll see this young lady take line honours, Cassie Farley, and I think this will be going down as the fastest of the timed finals of 5 of the 5. So, and she's definitely giving it her all, turning her legs over pretty well. So we can see a distance runner in this young lady. Got to be the glasses that make a difference too. Surely the performance has helped. And a 2:38. Now,
that's a very nice
I don't know. I'm not a distance runner myself, but 2:38, that looks pretty good.
Yep, for especially when this is an under 10 race, that is a pretty impressive time. And let's not forget it's a combined event at the end of a pretty busy day. So, excellent. She'll have jumped up the standings a little bit with that run.
What's interesting is that she does look tired, but she doesn't look absolutely completely spent. So, I don't know. That girl's probably one to watch in the future.
Yes.
Hopefully she continues in the sport.
Hopefully we'll see her back here for the state championships in a few weeks' time. She might be competing at the regionals. I think it looks like from what we've seen, the 800 she's pretty well suited to. So,
correct.
Hopefully we'll see her running an individual 800 sometime soon.
We shall see. But we've got the boys to get on the track now. Always fun watching the boys and the girls competing and having fun. The best part is actually going out there amongst the crowd and watching them smile and all of that. So this is race 1 of 6, boys 800 metre under 9s. But we've got the Diamond Valley athlete who's just bringing up the last of the competitors here, and it's good that she's given it her all. Every second counts here, so that's good. And after a 5-event championship, it's always hard to give it your best, but she did, so that's got to be commended. And a big shout out to all the team managers we can see that got here at 7 o'clock in the morning and will leave here at 7 o'clock tonight.
And then they'll be back here tomorrow.
They'll be back here tomorrow, and they've worked really hard during the week to get everything ready, to write rosters and send out emails and communicate. So big shout out to all the team managers from the Little Athletics centres around Victoria. It's always good to see these people giving it everything, and got to add, they're all doing it for free. It's all for love.
Yes.
So we've got the under 9 boys hitting the track. I'm going to introduce them while you call the race, Scott, but we've got Cody from Melton City in 1, Pascal from Campbell and Malvern in 2. In 3 we have Tommy Portelli from Lansfield Romsey, Alex Willenberg from Campbell and Malvern in 4, Freddie DeBanks from Collingwood in 5, Toby Beattie from Altona in lane 6, Hamish Macon from Werribee in 7, James Amore from Werribee in lane 8, Archer Sinclair from Sherbrooke in lane 9, Evan from Williamstown in 10, and Barron from Whittlesea in 11, and last but not least, Cody Johnson from Sale. I don't even know where Sherbrooke is.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'd look it up, but we don't have time. But Sherbrooke, it must be a long way.
And they're under all. Some missed the start there. They're going to call them back.
Start. So I
think that's a good call by the officials.
I think
Some
so
of the
too.
young boys just missed the start there. It is a little bit different in a distance race. They don't get the set. It's just a on your marks and then the gun goes.
Correct. So and not only that, sometimes the speakers are positioned in such a way that you can't hear them.
Yes, yes.
So when they're way out, when the boxes are spaced out way out, so it is a bit difficult to see. So what happened there is we had lane 7 go and then stop, and that caused 4 and 3 behind them to go and stop as well. So good call from the officials to call it back.
And they're off pretty cleanly this time. There's a little bit of hesitation on the inside from the Melton City athlete Cody Washpot, but otherwise they're on their way. And it looks like the Lansfield Romsey athlete Tommy Portelli heading out pretty well early, followed by Toby Beattie from Altona. Here they come up to the cut-in at the green cones where they can merge into lane 1, and it is Toby Beattie from Altona who takes the lead. Followed by Tommy Portelli, back to Alex Willenberg. So it's these first two putting the pace on, getting a bit of a gap away from the main field. But Toby Beattie's looking pretty good at the front here. Slightly taller athlete chasing him, but Toby Beattie's ticking his legs over well. Let's just see, he's got 500 to run, 520 to run. Let's just see how he can maintain it. So with 500 to run, it looks like Tommy Portelli making the overtake, and he's going to go straight out, not going to hesitate. Establishing a bit of a lead here. Got 10 metres back to Toby Beattie, and he's increasing the lead as he goes. Actually, that might be the Collingwood athlete by the looks. So in the lead, that is Freddie DeBanks. So it is in fact Freddie DeBanks in the lead, running very nicely out the front from Collingwood. Establishing a lead. We have Toby Beattie from Altona in second, then a bit of a gap back to the Whittlesea City athlete, Burren Catan Oh, they're waving to the photo back there, the runner in fourth. Camberwell Melbourne, Pascal, just giving a bit of a wave to the camera, so hopefully he gets that photo after the event. But out in the front, it is Freddie DeBanks, just taking a look over his shoulder with 250 to run to check where he's at. But going pretty nicely. Big lead there back to Toby Beattie, and an even bigger gap back to third and fourth of Burren Catan from Whittlesea City and Pascal Franco Segman from Camberwell Malvern, who will have a battle for third and fourth. But it is all about the finishing times, not really about the placings here, it's about the times for the overall points that will go towards their scores for the combined events. So he's looking a bit tired here coming into the straight for the final time, Freddie DeBanks, but he's got a pretty big lead. Let's see if he can bring it home. He'll get his eyes on that clock down the end of the straight. A little bit of an acceleration there, but he's got a bit of a gap, and it looks like Toby Beattie's still in second, but he's being challenged here by Pascal from Camberwell Malvern. So we'll have good strong finish there from Freddie DeBanks, crosses the line first, and coming in second. There's going to be a race on here. Watch this one, and it will be Toby Beattie in second, Pascal Franco Sagman from Camberwell Malvern in second, and now fourth runner coming in. Here we have Burren Catan from Whittlesea City. Then the Williamstown athlete of Evan Condi will cross in fifth. And these last two will come through to round out the field. Finish a big day of, this is their fifth event. They get it done, they can go home and rest now. They're marching off the track towards, there's a table set up down there with a heap of plastic cups of water, so well earned after an 800 metre. They're off for a good rest after that. We'll move on to the next race, the second race of the boys under 9 800 metres next.
Let me introduce to you these races here that we've got. The competitors, Zach Buick from Ringwood. We've got Ryan McKinley from Werribee in 2, Tyler John Camp from Whittlesea in 3, Colin Wallace from Preston Reservoir in 4, Oliver McRae from Dandenong in 5, Patrick Reynolds from Mentone in 6, St Ryan from Waverley in 7, Eddie Franks from Albury in 8, Sam Orchard from Brighton in 9, Elliot Parker from Werribee in 10, Jaskrat from Werribee in 11, and Philip from Altona in 12. So a fantastic field of young men. Still some pretty good weather out there for competitors. And the weather is hit 34 now, so it's gone up 1 degree. Always tough, and we're pretty close to the time, the temperature that LAVic would call this actually. 40 degrees is their limit, I think. I think it's 40 degrees. I shouldn't speak out unless I know, but yeah, it is 40 degrees where they would cancel an event. So 34 is getting up there. Yep. Probably feels like 40 degrees to these boys, that's for sure, running around an 800. But the full field of 12 are out there and giving it their all. And you can see we've got first, second and third out the front challenging for the fastest time. So we will see who comes round, but it does look like the Mentone athlete in second at least. You can pick that uniform a mile away. Looking very bright as they come round for the 130 metre mark. So we've got all these athletes challenging and trying to get the best possible time they can. This is the last event that they will be competing in for the championship, but we'll pick up the bib number or the hip number as they come through. He's just having a look over his shoulder. So we've got the Albury athlete, followed by Patrick Reynolds, followed by Sam Orchard from Brighton. So we've got quite a number of athletes in this race, but it does look like the Albury athlete Eddie Franks is not going to be challenged and won't be beat in this race. Challenging very well. Fantastic running here by Eddie. This gap looks like it's about 20 metres and not looking like it's going to decrease anytime soon, but the Mentone athlete in Patrick Reynolds is giving it everything he possibly can. The gap is decreasing just a tiny bit, but is it enough for him to catch his competitor out in front? And we'll watch the time here, because this will be a quick one as well. Remembering that there are 6 of these races, so this is the second. Some great running here. So Albury is going to take line on us. So Eddie Franks from Albury giving it everything, turning his legs over really well, putting the sprint on, increasing the gap. And then Patrick Reynolds will come through comfortably in second position as well. But third is anyone's race right now. Who is going to take third? It's going to be the young man from Brighton, Sam Orchard. Well done. And then we've got Whittlesea, who's bringing up Whittlesea City, Tyler John. And we've got a couple more competitors, 3 more competitors left. That time was a 2:57, so that's going to be one to watch for the other 4 races. We'll see how that looks. 2:57 is the one to watch. What do you reckon about that, Scott? 2:57 is not bad.
Yep. Oh, for the young athletes particularly, to break 3 is pretty solid, really. As soon as you're under 3 minutes, that's pretty solid.
So 2:57 is the one to watch. We'll see how that looks. So we're now going to race 3.
Introducing the competitors, we have in Station 1, Thomas from Dandenong. Station 2, Dara from Williamstown. Station 3, Eddie from Camberwell Malvern. Station 4, Troy from Oakley. Station 5, Cooper from Williamstown. Station 6, Imad from Berwick. Station 7, Logan from Diamond Valley. Station 8, Noah from Brighton. Station 9, Lee from Melton City. Station 10, James from Doncaster. 11, Bailey from Shepparton. 12, Tyrone from Frankston. 13, Franklin from Caulfield. 14, Isaac from Geelong. And 15, Finlay from Kerrang. And here comes the final competitor. He's getting a round of applause from the crowd in the previous heat. Just crosses the line. Well done to him. Part of these combined events, it's not just about winning medals here, it's just about completing, it's also about completing a combined event. Bit of a challenge to get through all these events. An 800, he looks like a pretty strong boy, so he's probably a bit more suited to some of the throwing and power events. So for him to come out in 800, a little bit more challenging, and he's done very well to finish that off. So pretty big field here in the third heat of the boys under 9, 800 metres. So a reminder, if you're just tuning in, they'll run the first 100 metres in the lanes, get to the green bottles, and then they'll cross in to run the rest of the race out of lanes. They're in the starter's hands. And they're off. Pretty even start so far, but it might be the Camberwell Malvern athlete on the inside going out the hardest. But Oakley and Williamstown together in lane 3, putting on a little bit of speed. So the Oakley athlete Troy Morton and Williamstown Cooper going out pretty well. There's an athlete there though out on the outside. It might be the Geelong athlete by the looks. Just coming into second, but Cooper Dimitrenko from Williamstown, the early leader here. We'll just check. He's just got someone running alongside him. As they come around, we'll just check who that is. I think that might be the Geelong athlete. So, actually, this lead pair have put a little bit of a gap on the rest of the field, about 10 metres back to the rest, and then the others, a bit of a bunch together. But we've still got 500 metres to run, so plenty of time for someone to make a bit of a move here. The front two have put themselves in a good position to go on with it though. And just looking as they come through, that is Cooper Dimitrenko from Williamstown leading. Getting the bell, 400 metres to run. I'll pass over to you, Raf.
So it looks like the bell came through at about a 1:29. So a great, fantastic run by these athletes. And it does look like we've got Cooper, who's leading out in front and leading this long line of 15 boys. But Cooper is starting to tire, we can see, and being challenged by the second competitor here, who's going to be up in his shoulder in probably around 8 more metres. So we'll see how that looks. But challenging him he is. See if Cooper's got anything left in the tank. So with 200 to go, he's off, he's kicked. So we'll see he's increased the gap now. And it does look like the gap is continuing to increase. We'll see. No, the gap is now decreased again. And we'll see how they go coming into the front straight. But the crowd will start to lift their voice, which will then in turn increase the level of participation these youngsters are in. But it does look like Doncaster athlete. Does he have enough momentum to take out first? It does look like he's going to. First comfortably, I must say. So this time will be a 3:04, which not quite as fast as a 2:57 earlier. But first position then goes to the Doncaster athlete, and that is good for his points moving forward. So we see the last competitors just coming through on the track. So now we start to get ready for race 4. The under 9 boys 800 metres. Logan Longmuir from Altona in lane 1. Lachlan Bandley from Ringwood in 2. Reese Kane from Williamstown in 3. Joaquim Franco from Campbell and Malvern in 4. Andrew McRae from Caulfield in 5. Max Wooters from Pakenham in 6. Eamon Johns from Coburg in 7. Lucas from Caulfield in lane 8. Tom Rhodes from Sandringham in 9. Fraser McCallum from South Melbourne Districts in lane 10. Henry Jenkins from Mornington in lane 11. In 12 we have Matthew Driscoll from Ringwood. Lachlan Wall in 13 from Melton City. In 14 we have Robert from Gisborne. In 15 Jude Lurie from Geelong. And 16 Beau Johns. So the starters just called them back. As you can see, 16 starters, 8 lanes, 2 per lane. Going to be pretty crowded. And they're off, and they're all pretty evenly started up here, but it does look like the South Melbourne District boy, Fraser McCallum. Looks like he's got the best of the starts. And we see, it does look like Campbell and Malvern. Joaquim from lane 4 has come out in front in the stagger. So we'll see how this fares as they continue on this track, but they're all pretty much bunched up. And Joaquim looking over his left shoulder, looking very carefully at his runners. I say just keep running, Joaquim. Don't worry about it. It's still another lap to go. So you just give it everything, buddy. So off they are. They're off and racing and continuing to give it everything in this 34-degree heat. So we see that Joaquim is being challenged here by, I think, Reese Kane from Williamstown, sitting right on his shoulder here. So this under-9 boys race. The lead is changing right now, so it does look like Reese is coming through to pick up the bell. Be the first across the bell lap lane. So that's Reese Kane, and then followed closely by Joaquim, and then followed closely by Andrew McRae. That's 3, 4 and 5 to round out your top 3.
So Reese Kane did have a little bit of a stumble out of the start, but he's recovered very well to get himself up to the front of the field, and he's striding away nicely from Joaquim. They've put a little bit of a gap back to the rest of the field, back to the Caulfield athletes, but striding away even more, getting a little bit of a bigger gap out here down the back straight, Reese Kane. And Joaquim is looking a little bit tired, but he's done well. I was a little bit suspect the first lap when he was looking around so early. Would he be able to make it this far? But it looks like he's holding on pretty well. And then about a 20-metre gap from Joaquim back to the rest of the field. A little bit bunched up. But giving it everything he's got out the front here, Reese Kane. Here he comes into the final straight, finishing off this pentathlon very well. Let's see what he's got left in the final 100 metres. So Reese Kane of Williamstown leading it into the straight. Here he goes. He's accelerated a little bit, turning those legs over faster. Looks like he's giving it everything he's got. Back to Joaquim, looking over his shoulder again. Joaquim is a little bit nervous here. He's used everything he's got, just holding on. But crossing the line in first is the Williamstown athlete Reese Kane. Looks like that was a pretty good time too, 2:49, very impressive. And it'll be second for Camberwell Malvern's Joaquim. The two Caulfield athletes all racing each other, teammates at the line, and a bit of a bunch finish there. So putting on some sprints, these under-9 boys for the finish line. A little bit of acceleration, but looks like they've all worked quite hard. So that's our quickest time yet by the looks, 2:49. Very nice from the Williamstown athlete. And considering early in the race he did have he got caught behind the other athlete in his race, had a bit of a stumble, but recovered from that, got himself going and got to the front. Very nice run.
So we now go to race 5 with one more left after this in this section of under-9 boys, just prior to the medals getting presented. You can see the dice is out, the flags are ready to go. I'll introduce to you these competitors just as they get started. So we'll see how we go.
The officials just getting them arranged in the correct places in the lanes. Athletes sharing a lane, and it looks like a couple of them are on the wrong side of the lane. So they're just getting that fixed up and we'll be good to go. Starter's whistle's gone, we're in the starter's hands.
Let me introduce to you these races. We've got Caden Surin from Geelong in 1. Rafferty Moss in Brighton, from Brighton in 2. Jarvis Stewart from Brimbank in 3. In 4 we have Tyler Hughes from Mornington. Finn Ross Thorne from Yarra Rangers in 5. Benjamin Linton from Springvale in 6. Jack Newton from Caulfield in 7. Oscar Ellis from Berwick in lane 8. Xander Botha from Doncaster in lane 9. Rehan Learnage from Berwick in lane 10. Declan Malling from Cranbourne in lane 11. In 12 we have Elijah Lever from Werribee. Michael Saeed from Geelong in 13. Nate Hall from Berwick in 14. Abdul from Mentone in 15. And Ethan Newman from Berwick to round out our top 16. And just as they come in with 900 metres left, we see that the race is being led by the Mentone athlete who is giving it everything. Abdul, who's certainly sitting pretty comfortably up the front here. And then in second position, looks like it's going to be, the lead has just changed to Declan from Cranbourne, and then what looks to be a Mornington athlete. No, yeah, Mornington athlete who's come through, Tyler Hughes. So they're our top 3 competitors right now in this field of 16, with a young man who's just walking down the front straight. He's back in running now. So the Mentone athlete, Abdul, lane 15, that's where he started. He's in lane 1 now and he's giving everything. Scott, what do you reckon about this?
He is running pretty well. Looks like he's tightening up a little bit here. He might be a bit spent. The next 2 are picking up on him here. This runner in second looks like he might have something, but no, oh, what have we got? Nope, they're putting a charge on. They're going for him now. They're going to have a go at him. The runner in second is going to come up onto his shoulder. Abdul's done well to lead so far, but does he have anything left? He's accelerating here. Abdul from Mentone leads into the straight, and he might just have enough now, I think. The runner in second and third put on a good chase, but he's just got too big a gap, and he's accelerating away. That is Abdul Abdelrahim from Mentone. He'll cross the line in first. Excellent run from this young man. The Mornington athlete in second. Very good run from these second 2 as well. Put on a good chase, and a bit of a sprint finish going on here. Finishing off well. See a lot of these young runners sprint home. They should probably spend a few more of their pennies earlier in the race, but excellent to see them using everything they've got to get to that line. Because we always mention the socks, some bright green socks from the Keeler athlete, looking good. He is looking very tired though, giving it everything he's got, and he is at the end of his pentathlon. A bit of a high five from Shane Bertrand down there at the line, and they've finished their pentathlon. Nice work, boys. 2 runners still on the track. They're sprinting home as well. Really picking up the pace here. Crowd's giving a bit of a cheer home. And they've made it to the finish line.
Brilliant work. The crowd's certainly really thinning out right now.
Well, some of them will have to be back again tomorrow, so if you're finished your heptathlon for the day and you're coming back tomorrow, it's probably a good idea to get out of this heat, go home, rest up, and be back again here bright and early for another big day of athletics. So we see race 6 of the under 9 boys, 800 metres, just getting ready behind their blocks. Who do we have here, Raf?
We've got event 6, or race 6 of 6, and we've got a number of athletes in this one, 16 in total. Great to see that this is filled with the maximum amount of competitors that can be competing at this event. The beauty of this combined event championship is it's not a progression from region or from the centre. You can actually, it's direct entry, so you can just enter. You don't have to have competed at region or at your own centre. Actually, it is always good practice to do that, but that's not necessarily with this event. I'll introduce them as the race gets underway. So we've got Tyson Beams in 1 from Mentone, Braith from Williamstown in 2, Alexander from Knox in 3, Oliver from Brighton in 4, Ben Montgomery from Sandringham in 5. Darcy Morland from Oakley in 6. Yanuka from Berwick in lane 7. Cody from Doncaster in lane 8. Luke from Preston Reservoir in lane 9. Ezekiel Ham from Cranbourne in 10. Lachlan Rosado from Moe in 11. Kay Bunyan from Diamond Valley in 12. Cooper Nunn from Craigieburn in 13. Lenny Clark from Ringwood in 14. Patrick Thomas from Geelong in 15. And Aidan Boardman from Mentone in lane 16. So we see that this race is under the control of this young man as he comes into the front straight. He's looking pretty good, and then the bunch is pretty clear. Second, third and fourth is they're sitting pretty comfortable there, but it does look like the athlete from what looks like Moe. So Lachlan Rosado sitting up in front with Geelong very closely in second there. Patrick Thomas second, third and fourth, all challenging each other, which is great to see. So we've got the Moe athlete sitting right out in front, Lachlan. The gap is starting to close though. Hard to know who's going to take out line on us here, but it is going to be a challenge that's going to be made, I'm sure. So the second, third and fourth runners are sitting very comfortably, but it looks to me like it's a bit of a strategic race. That's what it looks like to me anyway, that they're sitting there comfortably waiting for their opportunity to jump. So they'll probably kick very soon, knowing that they need to get the best possible time they can in order to get the highest amount of points for this event. So they come into the last 100 and we see that this, now the challenge is set, the gauntlet is dropped, and we can see that this young man, from what looks to be, hard to see the hip number from here, but it does look like 6 from Oakley coming through in first position. So Moe led for, let's say, 795 metres, and the last 5 metres was taken out by the other 2 athletes.
Yes.
It's always a bit of a bummer.
Well, he set the pace, he pulled them through well, and he's still run a good time. And once again, line honours here. Being a combined event, it's nice to win the race, but it really doesn't quite matter in the end. It's about the time. There was a little bit of a cut across at the start by one of the Geelong athletes, so we'll see. We may have a disqualification here, I think. He wasn't quite aware he had to run the bend in his lanes for the first 100 and cut straight across, so we'll have to see what happens there.
Jaguar, this is a non-consent. Camera off. Non-consent, please. Sorry, I should have picked that up earlier. Just put it on the presentation down there. See the presentation that's taking place? Go slow. That's it. Yeah, that's good. Non-consent. Good work. So due to this next race being a non-consenting race, and what that means, someone asked on Facebook, what does non-consenting mean? Non-consenting means that some parents choose to not have their child filmed, so they're not consenting to their child being live streamed. So given that this is a one athlete is non-consenting, we are unable to show this race. So we'll let this race take place. So as you can see, the presentations are starting to take place. We don't have a camera set up down there, but we can see the presentations from here. We won't be broadcasting many of the presentations, but we certainly will continue to bring you all of the 800 metre races as they take place.
As you can see, since it's a combined event, they're honouring the top 8 athletes, not just the 3 medalists, but the top 8 finishers being presented, congratulated for their work over the weekend.
Can we please have boys under 16, boys under 16, District 1 please. Boys under 16, District 1 please.
So now we turn our attention back to the track for the 800 metres, just as the last competitor comes across the line. Now we'll need to wait. There's another competitor that's coming. Okay, so we're back now. That race took a little bit longer than expected, but we are back for race 2, and we're all good to go with the live stream. And we're going to introduce the runners to you just as they get started. The officials will want to get these lovely ladies started soon. So we've got field of 12 here that will definitely be giving it their everything. So a good start and a clean start by all the athletes here. It's very rare you get a false start in an 800, but clean start. And we've got Chloe Granger from Yarra Rangers in 1, Iman from Brimbank in lane 2, Zoe DeBono from Altona in 3, Amelia Rani from Keilor in lane 4, Sophie Gannon from Diamond Valley in 5, Charlotte Heritage from Frankston in 6, Jasmine Marshall from Keilor in lane 7, Olivia Samalu from Brimbank in lane 8, Lena Marin from Williamstown in lane 7, another Williamstown athlete, Emmy Wynn in lane 10, in 11, Eliza Patterson from Camberwell Malvern, and Ruby Gauchi from Preston Reservoir. So we see these athletes that are coming in. So we see that the athlete here from Williamstown, one of the Williamstown athletes at least, is giving it everything. She's holding her side, so it seems like she's got a bit of stitch, Emmy Wynn. So Emmy will come through and pick up the bell lap in pretty decent time, 1:36 I think it was. And we see Emmy going through first.
So Emmy's got a little bit of a gap on the rest of the field, followed by, I think it looks like Ruby Gauchi from Preston Reservoir in second, who led the way most of the first lap, but getting a reasonably big gap there. Out in the lead, the Williamstown athlete. Bit of a chase pack forming back there, but they've got a fair bit to cover to catch up, to make up this distance. So stringing out down the back straight. About a 20-metre lead here for the Williamstown athlete out ahead. And she's accelerating, hitting almost the 200, putting on a little bit of pace here, opening up that gap. Just under 200 metres to run. She's got... Don't think they're going to catch her here. The runners in 3rd and 4th are putting on a bit of a race. The Camberwell Malvern athlete accelerating. It's Eliza Patterson, the Camberwell Malvern athlete, putting on a little bit of a sprint, but here she comes down the front straight. And a very impressive run here. Finishing off. Excellent run. In second, we've got Camberwell Malvern athlete Eliza Patterson sprinting home. And looks like our first lap leader, Ruby Gauchi, coming home in second. Altona athlete in 4th, Zoe DeBono. Bit of acceleration here from the Brimbank athlete, Olivia Samulu. Here she comes. Yarra Rangers and Keilor finishing it off now. And we've got, it looks like the final, no, 2 more runners after those 2. So Yarra Rangers crosses the line. That was Chloe Granger. Keilor athlete Jasmine Marshall. Now the second Williamstown athlete, Lena Marin. Her teammate Amy Wynn took out the race. And actually, there might be 2 killer athletes here. Our final runner coming down the home straight. 40 metres to run. And that's Jasmine Marshall finishing off the race. Now we move to the next heat, race 3 of the girls, under 9 800 metres. Looks like another pretty full field here. Girls are just getting called out onto the track in lanes 1 and 2, and then we'll be good to go. So it does look like a full field of 16 runners in this race. Like Raf mentioned earlier, excellent to see such full fields, everyone taking the opportunity. Excellent opportunity for these young girls to be out running on Lakeside Stadium. You don't get too many opportunities to be out here. Well, pretty much it's just these state championships for these young kids, so excellent for them to be here. Enjoying the experience. And they're about to get underway in this heat 3 of 5 of the girls under 9 800 metres. We'll call them as they get underway. Station 1, Sienna from Gisborne. Station 2, Belinda from Collingwood. Station 3, Gianne from Keilor. Station 4, Caitlin from Cranbourne. 5, Marania from Werribee. 6, Shanae from Dandenong. 7, Juliet from Sandringham. 8, Alia from Geelong. 9, Allegria Doncaster. 10, Tembe 11, Cassandra from Shepparton. 12, Abigail from South Melbourne District. 13, Sienna from Mentone. 14, Ali from Geelong. 15, Jessica from South Melbourne District. And 16, Gabriella from Waverley. So we've got 2 athletes again out in the lead, with the 3rd athlete stuck between them and the middle of the field. Bit of a lead on the main chase pack. So we'll try to pick out these athletes. It looks like one of the South Melbourne District athletes coming into the lead here. We'll try to see who she is as she comes past us on the home straight. So 500 metres to run, and we have one of the South Melbourne District athletes leading the way. Looking quite strong here. And we have 3 runners looking to catch up a little bit back in 3rd, 4th and 5th. Bit of a move being made back there. I'll hand over to Raf to take you through the 2nd lap. So we have...
So Abigail looks like she's picked up first of the bell lap there from South Melbourne District. And then it did look like not sure who came in second, I think Q. But we'll see Abigail here who's in the lead. Yep, got some great camera work happening here by our cameraman Jaguar. But the first position is being challenged now, and it does look like the young girl who was leading right at the start is back in front. So she's challenging for the lead, wanting to get the best possible time that she can. And now it looks like another challenge is being made for first as well. Fantastic running by this young South Melbourne District runner. Another one. So we've got 2, Jessica Gibbs and Abigail. Not sure who this one is, but it is South Melbourne coming through here, and it does look like it's Abigail coming through in first to pick up line honours here. Fantastic running, with Jessica Gibbs being challenged for being prodded along by the crowd to push for second, but she comfortably comes through in third, with Shanae Higgins coming through for second from Dandenong. So fantastic running by all the girls. So we're just waiting for the last competitors now. So we see that we've got 16 competitors ready and waiting on the track. So we did see that the South Melbourne District girl in lane 7, Remy Adam, didn't quite get the start she would have liked, but the best start does look like the Mentone girl right out there, or possibly even Zara Dalton from Warrigal right out there in station 16. So she's cutting in pretty well, and they're all pretty comfortably cutting in, but it does look like Zaria Dalton from Warrigal is leading the charge here, with Remy Adam challenging her for first position, sitting comfortably in second. With about 600 to go, it is still anyone's race, that's for sure. So we do see Zaria starting to tire now as she comes into the 100. So unfortunately, I think she will be swamped by the pack that is coming up behind her. And she doesn't really know that the pack's there. She might be able to hear them now because they're coming pretty close. But this is certainly a challenge for first, and she's giving it everything. Needs to understand there is another lap to go. So the Frankston athlete takes the lead and picks up the bell at about a 1:32 and is comfortably now in front, with Zaria in second and Mentone, I think, in third right now. There's 3 Mentone athletes here, so hard to know which Mentone athlete it is.
So that's Asha Morrow out in front, establishing herself a little bit of a lead, the Frankston athlete. And then we have one of our Mentone athletes putting on a charge, trying to catch up to Asha Morrow, who's out in the front. And then the rest of the field starting to string out a bit of a pack at the back. A few have just fallen in a hole around the discus cage with 300 to run. But the 2 out the front going hard. Mentone athletes just come onto the shoulder of Asha Morrow from Frankston, and those 2 are working hard, coming into 200 metres to run, and it's got to be a good finish here. The strides have expanded out. They're giving it everything here. Asha Morrow's just gone out into a little bit more of a lead again. Let's see if she can maintain this. Just about to come into the home straight. The Mentone athlete's still chasing. Let's see if she's got anything left as they round the home straight and come into the straight for the final time. Mentone athlete's just given a bit of a kick, but Asha Morrow's responded. She's driving her arms a little bit harder, ticking over those legs, pushing away. Mentone athlete responds, It looks like they've both spent everything they've got, and Asha Morrow is pulling away now. Here she comes towards the line, and she will take out this race in the under 9 girls 800 metres. That Mentone athlete in second is Neve Holt from Mentone, taking out second. And another Mentone athlete's made a sprint finish to take out third place. That looks like Lucille Malcolm's son. Few sprint finishes going here. Got one athlete walking at the back. She's pretty tired at this end of the pentathlon, but they're all finishing off well. It is pretty hot out there, so it is even tougher today. Done 4 events before this, the hot weather. They're doing well to finish it off. And all gathering around the tents for a good drink of water once they're done. So we have the 5th and final race of the girls under 9 800 metres out on the tracks, and looking like they're almost ready to go. We'll just wait for the inside 2 lanes of athletes to get put out there, but looks like another full field of 16 for this race. So introducing the competitors, in Station 1 we have Annabella Denton from Moe, 2 Sienna Belinsky from Corio, 3 Charlie Brown from Werribee, 4 Jessica Fortington from Doncaster, 5 Chloe Balugalia from Doncaster, 6 Lauren Tay from Kew, 7 Darcy Venn from Stawell, 8 Emily McKinlay from Doncaster, 9 Ava Plant from Box Hill, 10 Emily Fielder, Yarra Rangers. They're about to get underway. We'll give you the last few as they get going. 11 Chloe from Ringwood, 12 Hannah from Keilor, 13 Sienna from Keilor, 14 Lily from Kew, 15 Aliyah from Pakenham, and 16 Charlotte from South Melbourne District. So they're underway, putting on a pretty good pace for the first 100 metres towards this cut-in. So we've got 2 girls out in the lead with another 2 chasing. Seem like they're putting on a pretty good pace through the cut-in smoothly, which is good, and they'll settle into their run here down the back straight. So we have 2 girls out in the lead with another 2 chasing hard, and then back to the rest of the field. So we'll pick them up as they come around, but they're pretty strung out this field. We've got a little group right at the back running together, but otherwise single file all the way. And these 2 leading the way into the home straight for the first time. Looks like it might be one of our Keilor athletes leading the way. We'll see who she is as she comes past. And I think that looks like Sienna Geck.
So they'll pick up the bell lap at 1:22. Fantastic run by the Ringwood athlete, followed by the Keilor athlete. So we do see the Ringwood athlete in Lynette certainly going right out there and extending the lead as much as she possibly can. But it does look like one of the Keilor athletes, Hannah Geck or Sienna Geck, are sitting in second position, but I don't think first is going to be challenged. I think Chloe Lynette is going to sit comfortably with this and should get a pretty good time, but it is the last of the time final, so she will have at least some idea where she sits in the medal tally coming into this race, so she'll want to be giving it everything, and she'll know the time that she needs to aim for. Potentially mum or dad or a coach have sat her down or stood her up and said, you need to get this time in order to come this in the medal tally. So she is giving it everything. This lead is, I think it's probably about 40-50 metres, I'd say. But second and third is being challenged. That's where the race is at right now, but we can see that this young girl And Chloe Lynette is giving it everything as she crosses the line. The nice close-up shot from our cameraman. Fantastic work. And fantastic. So we got second and third coming up now. And we do see that it looks like Lily Gayer from Kew, comes through in second. And in 13, Sienna Geck comes through. And then followed by her sister a bit later on. So fantastic running by all the girls. They will have some idea as to what their medal tally is. So we see now that we turn our attention to 6 races of the under 11 girls 800 metres. Just as we say, the last competitor coming across the line. So I'll introduce these starters to you as they get underway. It's not uncommon for the competitors to start thinning out. We have 12 on our start list, but there is definitely not 12 on the track. Looks like a lot less than that anyway. In fact, there are 7, so 5 have withdrawn. Not sure who the 5 are, but we're going to introduce all the ones on our start list at least. So just waiting for the starters to get them underway. So they're off and racing, and we've got Ashlyn Griffith from Southern Peninsula in 1, Lily Carmody from Pakenham in 2, Nina Di Fabrizio from Williamstown in 3, Hannah Day from Corio in 4, Imogen Macon from Werribee in 5, Sophie Tucker from Williamstown in 6, Matilda Farley from Sale in 7, Amelie DeBanks from Collingwood in 8, Isabella Ahmad from Caulfield in 9, Isabella from Kew in 10, Kiara Boyd from Keilor in 11, Abigail Watson from Box Hill in 12. Just like we said, there are only 7 competitors in this, so we'll have to watch pretty carefully as they come through with 600 to go. So we do see a pretty good race and a pretty good pace happening right now. But we see that first is being challenged and second and third are coming close. The gap is certainly diminishing. But it does look like the Yarra Rangers athlete, I think, is in first position. I think that's a Yarra Rangers uniform anyway. No, that's Sale. So Matilda Farley coming through in first, with Q coming through in second to pick up the bell lap at about a 1:29. So that's Sale leading the way with Q coming in second.
So Matilda Farley taking a little bit of a lead into the second lap, but she's got 2 chasing her, one of which is Isabella from Q. So let's see if she can hold on. It's really only these 3 that are in it. There's a massive gap back to the final few runners. So it's a race of 3 for the final 300 metres. Still a nice gap for Matilda Farley from Sale. She's running along nicely, but these 2 are having a good go at her from behind. So we'll see if they can catch up. I think she's kicked it here at 200 a little bit, Matilda, and she's tried to extend her lead. I think she's just taken a couple of meters there, but the two behind are still pretty determined. Isabella from Q is giving it everything she's got, chasing hard in second. But coming into the home straight, we have Matilda Farley from Sale. But here comes Isabella from Q, giving it everything, catching up a little bit. But with 50 meters to go, it looks like it'll be a nice win for Matilda from Sale. Excellent running. Isabella takes second. Very nice run there.
So that was race 1 of 6. We've got another 5 to go for this, and then another 5 of another age group before the day ends. But we've got a couple of competitors that are just bringing up 4 more that are on the track. Giving it everything. Fantastic running by the girls.
Those top 3 definitely put a big split on the rest of this field. They really went out hard and took it all the way. So we've got 2 athletes left out on the course. They'll be coming home, and that will be the end of their pentathlon. So the final runner's just rounding the home straight. We'll wait for her to finish off, and then we'll have the next race of the girls under 11. I think because it's shady.
So we'll see that we've got a bunch of more races to go, and we just got the young lass just crossing the line there at 4:35. So she will still receive points for that, which is great, and hopefully be able to enjoy her experience entirely. So we've got the second race that's up and running, and we'll introduce these as they get underway. Just waiting on the officials to get ready. Get on their stand. There's the official whistle. Okay, so this race is up and running. A little bit of hesitation there by the Box Hill athlete, but we've got Carmen McKenzie from Wonthaggi in 1, Holly Nelson from Gisborne in lane 2, Caitlin Good from Albury in 3, Zalia Letho from Caulfield in 4, Amelia Papal from Altona in 5, Lauren Paxman from Brighton in 6, Olivia Toll from Altona in 7, Indy Anna Steele from Southern Peninsula in 8, Ashanti from Frankston in 9, Ruby Idzak from Williamstown in 10, Saskia from Box Hill in 11, and Evie Lurie from Geelong in lane 12. So we see that the competitors are now certainly in their stride. With about 600 metres to go, they're sitting in a very comfortable pace and I'm sure, very happy with their current position, for some of them at least. So we've got a number of athletes here that could take out the win, but we've got our first position here is coming through and looking very comfortable, I might add. So she's sitting in first right now. And we see that we're just going to pick up the hit number as she comes through. She's holding her side, it looks like. So she looks like she's got a bit of a stitch. So this is Zali from Caulfield in lane 4, followed closely by Brighton in lane 6. And then it looks like a Box Hill athlete coming in to third position, which will round out the top three. Then Frankston and then Williamstown followed shortly after that. So it does look like an interesting race that's taking place right here. Who knows who's going to take line honours and the best time in this? Hard to tell. And we see that there's a bunch of fantastic runners out there giving it everything, and that's the most important part, that they are enjoying it in this beautiful sunshine. And here they are coming around with 200 to go. The challenge is made and the challenge is on. It looks like first position is going to be challenged for sure. So we see first and second are sitting very close together. It will be interesting to see what happens in the last 100 metres. It could still be anyone's race. So here comes the young, I think, Frankston athlete, giving it everything she possibly can. So Ashanti Nesbitt on a sprint to the finish, with the Brighton young lady Lauren Paxman coming in second. And in fourth is Zali Letho from Caulfield, followed closely by Williamstown Ruby. And then we've got the other athletes that rounding out the field. So we've got still a few competitors left in this race. And we'll see the crowd, I'm sure, get behind these last competitors. And as we can see, we've got Holly Nelson just giving it everything, fantastic, and the crowd getting behind her, giving her a big clap as she crossed the line. Look at those arms. She's pumping those arms. Fantastic running. High five from Shane as she comes across the line and giving it everything in this 34-degree heat. Fantastic running by that young lady, Holly Nelson. So we now move to race 3.
So race 3 of the girls under 11 800 metres. Station 1, we have Heidi from Berwick. Station 2, Taylor Joe from Whittlesea City. Station 3, Mackenzie from Moorabbin. 4, Poppy from South Melbourne District. 5, Daisy from Waverley. 6, Ella from Colac. 7, Amaya from Brighton. 8, Holly from Werribee. 9, Shay from Cranbourne. 10, Janella from Sale. 11, Jamie from Mentone. And 12, Ruby from South Melbourne District. And they're underway here in this race 3. Looks like the South Melbourne athlete's gone out hard. Poppy Donaldson going to the front early, accelerating hard around the bend, trying to get out in front at the cut-in. So it looks like she'll do just that. So here they go, cutting in, and it's Poppy Donaldson leading the way down the back straight for the first time, with a little bit of a bunch building up behind her. So we'll see, will they settle in behind her, or is someone going to make a move straight past? We've got 4 runners there out the front, and it looks like they'll pull away from the rest of the field. So Poppy Donaldson still leading, but she's got 3 right behind her just waiting to pounce. If she slows up at all, they'll be straight past, so she's got to keep the pace on here. Coming into the home straight, she's maintaining just a small lead with her South Melbourne teammate, Ruby Donaldson. So it looks like they might actually be sisters, both leading the race. So this would make for an excellent photo opportunity if the parents are anywhere around near the finish line. But excellent to see them both out in the lead. Taking the bell, we have the Donaldsons leading the way. Over to you, Raf.
So 1:21, fantastic running by these young South Melbourne District girls, but who's going to have bragging rights in the Donaldson family, we wonder. So we do see the Donaldson girls are leading the way and charging away, might I add, increasing the gap even more as they go. And as we see, the South Melbourne girls are moving quietly but ever so steadily away from second and third. So we've got first and second South Melbourne District, followed then closely by the other competitors. We'll see as they come round into the front straight with the last 100 to go. As to how and who comes across the line in first position. Hopefully the hip number is nice and clear, because we can certainly see the left-hand side hip number is coming off. So this hip number here is Poppy Donaldson, and then followed very closely by Ruby Donaldson. And then we've got Shay Colpin from Cranbourne, followed by Ella Walsh from Colac to round out the top 4 competitors there. So each person that runs here, it's not about coming first or second or third, it's all about the time. So their time is super important in order to get what they need for the points. So we just see the last competitor coming across the line here.
Okay, and we're moving to race 4 of 6 in the under 11 girls, 800 metres. Station 1, we have Helena Berry from Box Hill. Station 2, Matilda Chineri from Shepparton. 3, Jamie Lee Cobain from Gisborne. 4, Carly Sargent from Frankston. 5, Freya Harris from Williamstown. 6, Eve O'Connor, Wodonga. 7, Hayley Fraser, Frankston. 8, Alice McLeod, Coburg. 9, Charlotte Payers, Mornington. 10, Molly Colgan, Frankston. 11, Emily McCormick, Geelong. 12, Alicia Geck, Keilor. 13, Monique Kindler, Knox. 14, Naomi Henderson, Maryborough. 15, Madeline McGregor, Box Hill. 16, Elizabeth Hall, Werribee. And they're about to get underway. So off pretty even start. Oh, the Mornington athletes cut straight in, and she's got the Frankston athlete following her there. They need to stay in their lanes as they run around the bend today, so the Mornington athlete will most likely be disqualified here, but hopefully the rest of the field can get up and going without too much more interference. But we have this young girl out wide taking the lead, putting the pace on here. She's established a pretty big gap back to the rest of the field already, about 10 metres coming through 200 metres. And then the rest of the field is strung out in a big long line behind her. So she's really putting on some good pace here. If she can maintain this or anything near this, it's going to be quite a quick time. Let's see how she will go. Coming into the home straight, still quite a substantial lead on the rest of the field. But let's see if she can keep it up. Excellent running here. And it looks like it might be the Werribee athlete, Elizabeth Hall, out in the lead. Running very well. Followed by Alicia Geck leading the chase pack from Keilor. Williamstown athlete and the Box Hill athlete close behind. But Elizabeth Hall, a brilliant run, increasing her lead here. This is a very nice 800 metre run. She'll definitely pick up some much needed points in the overall standings with this run. And the rest of the field's really quite a big long train. 3 chasing in second, but they look to have settled in. Not pushing the pace too much. I think there'll be a sprint finish for second, third and fourth. But Elizabeth Hall, a lovely long striding run out in front. 200 metres to run for her. And with this lead, it doesn't look like they're going to be catching her, but since it is a multi-event, a combined event, she shouldn't slow down. She needs to go right through the line to make sure she gets every possible point she can. So 100 metres to run here for Elizabeth Hall of Werribee. Very nice stride here. She's maintained it all the way. I questioned whether she'd be able to do it coming through the first lap, but looks like she very much knows what she's doing. She's run a lovely race. And just slowing off a little bit here, but she's run a very nice race. It'll be the Box Hill athlete coming in second. That looks like Madeline McGregor. And Williamstown in third, Freya Harris. Followed by the Geelong athlete, Emily McCormick. Then Keilor, that was Alicia Geck. And a few more sprint finishes going on here. Gisborne athlete storming home. Very nice run. So in the scheme of things, it was actually quite a close race. No one got blown right out the back. Excellent running by all these girls.
Certainly was. It was fantastic running by these young ladies. Still 2 more races to go in this age group. So we've got race 5 now of the 800 metre under 11s. They're just about to get underway. I'll introduce the full field of 16 as soon as the race gets started. Starters called them back for some reason. The arms were up, so it was pretty clear from one of the starters he didn't like what he saw. Just making sure that these starts are as even as we possibly can get them with fairness. So not sure what the starter was seeing there, but so they're all started and they're all ready to go and they are off and racing. Fantastic start by these young 16 athletes. Philippa Bestford from Albury in 1, Bella Stoney from Mansfield in 2, Isabella Finlayson from Frankston in 3, Chloe Johnston from Knox in 4, Tamza Ferry from Bendigo in 5, Grace Farah from Whittlesea City in 6, Chloe Williams from South Melbourne District in 7, Stephanie Van Beesmill from Yarra Rangers in 8, Jemima Whitaker from Ringwood in 9, Ebony Hadridge from South Melbourne District in lane 10, Emily Rankin from Ringwood in 11, Vegas Henry from Sandringham in 12, Sian McCready from Williamstown in 13, Isabella from Mentone in 14, Bahu from Frankston in 15, and Lucy Cleveland to round out our 16 athletes that took me nearly 600 metres to introduce. So as we go through to this bell lap, we see that looks like Chloe Johnson from Knox in first position, and then third is Isabella Finlayson, picking up the bell lap there at about 1:18. So that's a pretty good pace for this young girl. And she's sitting very comfortably, I might add, looking like a fantastic 800 runner with the style that she has. So she is increasing the gap now from what looks to be Chloe Johnson is increasing the gap from Isabella Finlayson. So we'll see what happens here in the last around 300 that are left to go. So we do see that this young lady is challenging an increase in lead. It looks like about a 30-metre lead right now. I don't know about what you think, Scott, but that looks like about a 30-metre lead.
It's almost getting out to 40 almost. We'll see. She's accelerating. I think she's building it.
She's got great style for a young lady. So this under-11 girl, and she knows that this is heavily pointed, and I wouldn't be surprised if her coach or mum and dad have said to her that you need to achieve this time in order to get these points and achieve this for the championship. But she's giving it everything, and this lead is massive. It's around 50 metres now, so we'll see how she goes crossing the line. But second is definitely not giving up right now. So Chloe Johnson from Knox giving it everything possible to get across that line in a pretty good time. And then we've got lane 3 as well. Isabel Finlayson from Frankston crossing the line at about 2:48. So pretty happy with that run, I'm sure. And here comes the Mentone athlete sprinting down the front straight. And as we see the last competitors just crossing the line, brilliant work by all involved.
Waiting. Just come into the home straight. Doing it tough out there, but she's going to make it home. 50 metres to run. And all the way to the finish, there she goes. Big day of events, big day of athletics completed for these girls. Excellent work. So we'll turn our attention to race 6 of the girls under 11 800 metres. They're out on the track, looking like they'll be right to get underway in a few moments' time. So introducing your competitors. In lane 1, Allegra also from Caulfield. 2, Alyssa Chapman Knox. 3, Carla Barras Geelong. 4, Jasleen Ong from Waverley. 5, Sasha Jerson from Gisborne. 6, Jasmine Firth Caulfield. We'll introduce the rest as they get underway. And they're off here. In 7, we have Misha Atkinson Diamond Valley. 8, Jasmine King Geelong. 9, Faith Little from Brighton. 10, Isla Bradshaw from Geelong. 11, Tegan Lay, Chelsea. 12, Charlie Sullivan, Sandringham. 13, Maeve Gill, Ringwood. 14, Taya McClure, Whittlesea City. 15, Emma Driscoll, Ringwood. 16, Isabel Rogers, Mentone. So a few names we've seen earlier in the day here. We know are quite good competitors, but let's just see how they go in this 800 metre run. So I won't be surprised if that is in first or second Isla Bradshaw from Geelong going out hard.
Yeah, that's definitely Isla Bradshaw that's coming out hard. As I said before, she's a fantastic decathlete, but a brilliant 800 runner. So she will be one to be watching here. I'll be surprised if she doesn't take first. So here comes Isla Bradshaw looking over her right shoulder. just making sure she's not being challenged. And Sally and Chris Bradshaw will be pretty proudly watching on, I'm sure. So we can see that she is off and gone. So this gap looks like it's increasing to me anyway. Should be pretty happy with that lead, but the next competitor there from Geelong, Carla Boris, is certainly giving it everything as well. Sorry, that's Jasmine King there in second position. Carla's coming up in fifth position now. So we've got Isla Bradshaw, who's increased her lead quite dramatically, and now it looks like about a 35-metre lead. She's going to be hard to catch, that's for sure. Giving everything. She'll probably have a look over her shoulder as she comes down the front straight, but there isn't anyone else that will be challenging her for first position. As you can see, she's got a fantastic running style. I'm sure Chris and Sally, mum and dad, will be wrapped with that performance. Great time of 2:36 unofficially, so great run with Jasmine King coming through in second, and then Alyssa Chapman from Knox in third, and then the Caulfield athlete giving it everything as she just crosses the line.
Some big sprint finishes here coming back in the field. Racing for the lead positions, they know every little bit counts. They're pushing all the way to the line, and we see that looks like Faith Little a little bit further out in the field there, so we see her dominate the sprints. It'll be interesting how this 800 metres has impacted the standings.
Well, that's like we said earlier today, that this is really the heavily weighted points section of the championship. So Faith Little does do well in both the throws, the long jump, like she breaks records in long jump, to be honest, in region and all of that, in her school. In the sprint, she's brilliant. In the hurdles, she just about steps over them, because you see how tall she is. But I'm with you. It'll be interesting to see how she goes in the overall championship, because she didn't position herself that strongly in the 800, but she probably gave it her all. But
yes,
800's just not for everyone.
No. So it'll be interesting to see how much Isla Bradshaw's been able to make up with that event. But yes, definitely something. Well, most multi-eventers and combined eventers can work on finishing off that 800 just a little bit stronger, but it is just such a tough event, being so different to the rest of the events, an endurance event as opposed to the power events.
So let's introduce to you the boys 800 metre under 11 race. Looks like we've got 10 races to go till today finishes.
So it looks like the officials just getting something sorted before we get into these boys under 11 800 metre races. Boys are out on the start ready to go, but the officials just having a quick chat on the radio to sort something out, and we'll be underway in a moment. So introducing your starters. In position 1, we have Mitchell McNaught, Yarra Rangers. 2, Gus Augustine from Geelong. 3, Xander Harper, Berwick. 4, Liam Fagone Lazita, Keilor. 5, Nihal Singh Bapare, Werribee. 6, Liam Elliott from Springvale. 7, Brighton Morris from Waverley. 8, Oliver Risiu, South Melbourne District. 9, William Cathy, Diamond Valley. 10, Callum Settle, Croydon. 11, Sammy Talgarski, Croydon. 12, Oliver Conrad from Sandringham. And rounding out the field, 13, Daniel Belinsky, Corio. So it looks like the boys are just about ready to go here. We've just had the starter's whistle.
So they're off and racing in this boys 800 metre under 11 race. So they're racing for time, and we can see that looks like the Geelong athlete Gus Augustine is way out in front right now, followed very closely by what looks to be a Croydon athlete, but we'll have to see as they come round into the front straight so we can see their hip numbers. But it does look like Geelong Gus is commanding the lead here and challenges competitors to run faster by staying out in front so early. So has he gone out too early? We're not sure. He's got a great running style, got a pretty good technique. He looks pretty comfortable, might I add. So he's coming into the front straight now, and the gap is slightly decreasing between second and third. But we've got 2 Croydon athletes in this, so it's hard to know whether this is Callum or Sammy that are running here in second and third. But Geelong, Gus Augustine from lane 2 is definitely in the lead. So we can't see a hip number on that young man there, but we do have a hip number on the next guy, Liam from Keilor. Great running there. And then we've got Daniel Belinsky from Corio, who's coming through for fourth position there. So we see that Gus is still out in front and just hitting his strides right now, just keeping his legs moving at a constant rate. But the second runner is moving his legs a little bit faster, turning him over a little bit faster. So it is possible that our second runner, who doesn't have a hip number, could potentially come through and pick up first position here, because his legs are ticking over just that little bit quicker. So let's see where we're at right now as they come into the front straight for the last 100 metres of the race. Gus is sitting comfortable. It doesn't look like he's going to be challenged. It does look like it's going to be a good time as well. So currently at 2:33, he's looking over his left shoulder, just seeing if he's got anything left in him. So he'll pick up line on us at 2:46.83. So a great run there by these first 2 young men. With third coming through at Callum Settle. So that must have been Sammy, who came through in second position, the first of the Croydon boys. So good to see these competitors as they just round out the last few. So we now turn our attention to race 2.
So introducing your competitors in race 2 of the boys under 11 800 metres. In station 1, Joshua Atwood from Pakenham. 2, Edward Spiteri Stevens, Collingwood. 3, Kobe Mangian, Brimbank. 4, Xavier Sabine, South Melbourne District. 5, Cameron Bauman, Moorabbin. 6, Bradley Hollis, Southern Peninsula. 7, Mitchell Hatali, Edenhope. 8, Kane Hijama, Caulfield. 9, Charlie Meyer, Cranbourne. 10, John Lee, Werribee. 11, Luca Vella, Keilor. 12, Dylan Fords, Lansfield Romsey. 13, Campbell Brady, Geelong. 14, Lewis Gribble, Sandringham. 15, Archer Lee, Bendigo. 16, Onkar Lambert, Caulfield. We're in the starters' hands. And they're underway here in race 2 of the under 11 boys 800 metres. Pretty even start here, but the Caulfield athlete and Bendigo athlete Archer Lee and Onkar Lambert are heading out in the lead over the first 100 metres towards the cut-in. So they'll take a small lead to the cut-in and merge in front of the rest of the field. We have Onkar Lambert in the lead, followed by Archer Lee of Bendigo. And they've established about a 10 metre gap back to a bit of a chase pack there. So the pace doesn't look too hot on this race. They're just moving along comfortably. So we'll probably see them pick up a little bit as they come through the bell. So we still have Onkar and Archer leading the way. They've just come shoulder to shoulder for a second there, but Archer Lee's just settling in behind. The rest are catching up. So the pace does not look to be on here. Everyone's just running within themselves. So the chase pack's caught the 2 leaders. And they're just cruising along towards this bell. And we're getting the bell here. Could be anyone's race from this position. So still Onkar Lambert leading the way. Archer Lee right behind him. And then a string of other athletes right behind them as well. Let's see who's going to make a move. Who's going to push the pace here. 300 metres to run. Still no one putting the pace on, but here comes the runner in third. Looks like he's going to take it up to him and he's going to go straight past. Archer Lee's responded though, and looks like Onkar Lambert also has gone. So they've pushed the pace here. The 3 runners out in front are going to go with it. Doesn't look like Onkar can keep with them anymore. So Archer Lee, and we'll check who it is up with him, have taken the lead. So Archer's fallen back to second place here. So it looks like a race between the 2 of them now. Onkar's fallen back into third place and looks like he might be spent. We'll see. He's just having a look over his shoulder. But coming into the straight here. Archer's seeing if he's got anything. He's digging them in. And here he goes. Archer Lee from Bendigo running past, back into the lead. And he'll stride away to the finish. It looks like it might be the Southern Peninsula runner there in second. So that's Brady Hollis taking out second. Third place there for Onkar Lambert. Keilor runners crossing the line now. That'll be Luca Vella, South Melbourne Districts. Look like they're working hard towards the end. Oh, here comes a big sprint. I think that looks like a Collingwood athlete digging them in. That'll be Edward Spiteri Stevens. It looks like he's running the 100 metres. So his parents or his coach might just have to have a little word to him for next year, just to even out the pace of his race a bit, go a little bit harder early, because he's run a big last 100 metres. He had a lot left in the tank there. So they're quite young, these boys, so a lot won't have run too many 800 metres and won't have gone out hard, so they just need to get a bit more experience and learn how to pace themselves a little better. Final runner just crossing the line now, and we'll turn our attention to race 3 of the boys under 11 800 metres. So introducing the field, we have in Station 1, James Cameron, South Melbourne District. Station 2, Adam Hackett, Gisborne. Station 3, Aidan Long, Altona. 4, Will Ellis, Edenhope. 5, Max Parsons, Mentone. 6, Mitchell Ianello, Keilor. 7, Lucas Skerry, Keilor. 8, Jordan Jacobs, Springvale. 9, Tully Smith, Mornington. 10, Jackson Charles, South Melbourne District. 11, Charlie O'Donnell, Nunawading. 12, Blake Gilmore, Doncaster. 13, Ali Franksy, Albury. 14, Henry Dwyer, Caulfield. 15, Wilbur Davidson, Tuck, Yarra Rangers. 16, Ethan Armstrong, Bourne, Diamond Valley. They're in the starters' hands. And they're underway here. Looks like the boys in the outside lane have gone out pretty hard. The Caulfield athlete and Alec from Albury going out hard here. So it looks like Alec Franksy from Albury has taken an early lead, with Henry Dwyer from Caulfield also pushing hard. But the inside runners are catching up on them here. So it looks like the Gisborne athlete, Adam Hackett, moving into the lead now. Nice long stride down the back. They look to be pushing the pace a bit here, the first few runners. So we'll see how long they can maintain this for, but they're establishing a bit of a gap back to the rest of the field. So Adam Hackett really pushing it out hard here, trying to ditch the runner that's close on his heels, but doesn't look like he's having any success so far. He's keeping right with them, but they're establishing a bit of a gap back to the next two runners, probably about 10 metres, giving themselves a little bit of a lead back to the Diamond Valley athletes. So coming through the first lap, it looks like we have Adam Hackett in the lead from Gisborne, with Alec Franksy from Albury in second. Alex looks like he's really going to push Adam here. They're going to have a good race for it, with the Diamond Valley athlete in third coming through. That's Ethan Armstrong Bourne. And then the Caulfield athlete, Henry Dwyer, in fourth. So still the lead two. We've got Adam Hackett maintaining his lead. But Alec from Albury, he's gone past here. He's really put the pace on. He's gone straight past and he's zipped away for a 10-metre lead. Gone straight past Adam Hackett. So Alec Franksy from Albury is really taking it through here. So our top three, Alec from Albury, Adam from Gisborne, and Ethan from Diamond Valley. But Alec is really going hard here, coming into the straight. He's got a substantial gap now on Adam, and doesn't look like anyone's going to catch him, but he's going to push it right to the line. He knows he needs all the points he can get with this run. It looks like a strong event for him. So driving his arms all the way through, giving it everything he's got. And here he crosses. So excellent run from Alec from Albury to take out first place. Adam Hackett from Gisborne taking second. Nice run by him. And here comes Ethan Armstrong Bourne from Diamond Valley to take third. The Caulfield athlete, Henry Dwyer, putting on a bit of a sprint finish here. And the rest of the boys storming home. Everything they've got. Doncaster athlete chasing down the South Melbourne athlete, but he's not going to quite get there. Good finish there from Lucas Skerry, pushing to the line. And the last few boys giving it everything they've got. Right home to the finish. Well done, guys. That's Wilbur Davison Tuck just crossing the line now. Looks like he's run hard. He's feeling a bit tired there. And Aidan Long rounding out your field. Here he comes. Crossing over in the final position. So we'll turn our attention to race 4 of the boys under 11 800 metres. Introducing your competitors. Lane 1, Caden from Essendon. 2, Mark from Keilor. 3, Hunter from Altona. 4, Angus from Wangaratta. 5, Rafi from Williamstown. 6, Xavier from Geelong. 7, James from Collingwood. 8, Luke from Knox. 9, John from Geelong. 10, Matthew from Brimbank. 11, Jack from Werribee. 12, Austin from Collingwood. 13, Mitchell from Oakley. 14, Harry from Caulfield. 15, Jasper from South Melbourne District. 16, Hugo also from South Melbourne District. The boys are on the line and ready to go in this race 4. And they're underway here. Looks like a fast start from the Knox athlete, Luke Monteith. But the Geelong athlete now going, John Thornton, going out nice and strongly. Actually, that might be Xavier Collins out in the lead currently. But one of our South Melbourne District runners, we'll have to check who it is, has gone to the early lead. That'll either be Jasper or Hugo, running very nicely, followed by, it looks like, a pair of Geelong runners. So they're really strung out here down the back straight, which indicates there's probably a pretty quick pace going here. So through 200 metres, a long line, about a 2 to 3 metre gap between each runner in the lead group. So we'll see if they bunch up here or whether the South Melbourne District runner can maintain his lead. Looks like he's just dropping his pace coming into the home straight for the first time. Geelong athletes just cutting the gap a little bit. So we'll see if we can pick up a hip number on this lead South Melbourne District runner. There are 2 of them in the race. So in second place we have Xavier Collins from Geelong. Caulfield athletes just take it over into third. That's Harry Marshall. But it's the 2 out in front, maintaining their position with 4 chasing. So South Melbourne athletes still leading the way down the back straight, 300 metres to run. The stride rate's just slowing down a bit. Looks like the Caulfield athlete is trying to make a move up onto the top 2, Harry Marshall. Accelerated his stride down the back and is catching up to them. Let's see once he gets there if he's got anything left to go past. Bit of a kick here by the South Melbourne leader. There's a bit of a move by Xavier Collins and he's responded well, the leader, accelerating away. And he's put probably about a 7 or 8 metre gap on Xavier Collins pretty quickly here. But Xavier's coming back. And Harry Marshall is actually making a move here too. But strong drive down the home straight. Doesn't look like they're going to quite catch him. Xavier's done a good chase, but it hasn't quite been enough. And excellent running there by the South Melbourne runner.
Certainly was, and the athletes that are just cleaning up, coming down the back straight now, the front straight, sorry, just leading up the rest of the charge, giving it their everything as well. The Pakenham athletes certainly are sprinting down the front straight. So we've got still 2 more competitors left to go. So we'll see how they go crossing the line. Just to finish off this race 4 of 5. So 6 more races to go for this championship to finish, with a whole nother day to go tomorrow. Who's excited, Scott?
Very excited. We get to see some of the older athletes competing in their heptathlon, so there should be some very exciting performances there. After watching these 800s, I'm excited to see which of the older boys and girls can live up to some of these performances we've seen from the younger kids today. So it'll be interesting to see what they've got. But we'll have some exciting competition tomorrow. So make sure you tune in or come down to the track here at Lakeside Stadium and get a part of all of the action.
So we'll introduce these 16 runners as they get underway. It'll probably take me 600 metres to do this, but see. No, Starter's not liking that. So I do think Darcy Harrington's one to watch in Station 4. So they're all away cleanly, and we've got Sam Gafer from Q in 1. Xander Zarel from Geelong in 2. Maddock Wilson from Essendon in 3. Darcy Harrington from Geelong in 4. Heath Fox from Ringwood in 5. Job Douglas from Diamond Valley in 6. Jake Frost from Knox in 7. Cooper Acklam from Caulfield in 8. Josiah Stanford from Berwick in 9. Thomas Merry from Whittlesea in 10. Isaac Dixon from Clarence in 11. Ocean Shepherd from Mornington in 12. Harvey Cato from Werribee in 13. Adonis from South Melbourne District in 14. Tobias Servant from Geelong in 15. And Tate Ferguson from Williamstown in lane 16. So we see the Mornington athlete now, Ocean Shepherd, out in front. And he probably will have accumulated a fair few points because he's been a fairly good competitor most of the day, from what we've seen anyway. So we've got Isaac Dixon from Clarence coming in second position there, with Job giving him a great challenge in third. So Job will probably sit comfortably behind second position here as Isaac Dixon moves to front to the first position right now, which means that Ocean Shepherd now steps back to second, but Job is going to challenge second even. We do think that Job Douglas has got it in him, certainly, to get out in front. So he's just sitting pretty comfortable, I think. Looking pretty happy to be there. So we do see our athletes now striding away with Isaac Dixon from Clarence right out in front. And the lead seems to be increasing. Isaac is turning his legs over pretty well, pretty quickly, with the Mornington athlete Ocean Shepherd sitting pretty comfortably in second. I don't think Isaac's going to be caught, but Job looks like he's going to be giving a bit of a kick as he comes down the front straight. Here he goes. He's turned it on now. So he should take out second position. But Isaac Dixon's giving everything he possibly can to make sure that he gets the most amount of points in this, with Ocean Shepherd now coming through in second and Job in third. Fantastic running by the boys, with still another 5 competitors left. So we've got 5 more races left. That's the boys under 10. And some people have asked, why is it that the younger age groups are the last to run? And that's purely because the LA Vic like to have a crowd sticking around, watching. If we put the older age groups up, generally the crowd thins out pretty quickly. So the younger age groups tend to have more of a crowd with mum and dad watching. So that's the reason why the youngies are put up at the end of the day. So we can see lane 4 is getting ready to do some kind of a dance move, I think. He's happy with these performance here, that's for sure. So lane 4, it looks like Arthur Robinson from Altona. He's mimicking something. Just getting himself ready. It does look like actually that Cassius the young man in lane 5 Sure if we've got the right start list here, given that so it does look like in position 5 it's the Gisborne athlete. So we're just waiting for the presentation to finish before the race starts, which is fair enough. So we'll introduce to you these runners. So we now see that the presentation is just about to finish. So we now should be ready to start. Starters are up and running. And we can still see the Gisborne athlete is super excited to be there. He's rehearsing something. Probably practiced at home before he came. Not sure if he realises he is on camera. Like the dancing is now finishing because he's getting set for his race. And we'll introduce to you these starters as they get up and running. So a pretty even start across the board with Austin Beattie from Altona in 1, Anthony Galtieri from Oakley in 2, Kyle DeMays from Southern Peninsula in 3, Arthur Robinson from Altona in 4, Cassius Takura from Gisborne, the dancing man, from 5, Kareem Gapar from Hume in 6. In 7 we've got Hamish Liddell from Coroyo. Sirius Ong from Waverley in 8. Callum Foley from Geelong in 9. Aaron Hank from 10 in lane 10 from Brimbank. Liam Sullivan from Cranbourne in 11. Thomas from Berwick in 12. And Harry Toomey from Sandringham in lane 13. So we do see that it looks like Southern District's right out in front. We may have the wrong start list, but we don't have Southern Districts on here. So no hip number here. But this does look like a Gisborne uniform coming into second now. So we'll see what hip number this young man is. He's 5, yep, that is Gisborne. So Cassius, the dancing man, is going across the line to pick up the bell at about 1:30. But the gap is quite huge, with about a 30-metre gap between the South Melbourne District young man, who's right out there in front. I'm not sure of his name because he's not listed on our start list, but that gap is, it looks like that gap is increasing to me anyway. That gap is probably close to 70 metres now. So it's hard to see that South Melbourne, this South Melbourne District young man isn't going to take line on us. We do think that is obvious, at least. So fantastic running by this young man. Went out pretty hard, and certainly the sceptical side of me thought he did go out pretty hard, but he stayed hard. And look at him go now. He's giving it even more right now as he comes down the front straight. He's going to get a great time. So he will run what looks to be a 2:41.85. 2:41.85. Fantastic running. I think he was ready to go for another lap there. The official had to call him back. So we've got Cassius running as fast as he possibly can, giving it his all from Gisborne to come into second. And given that that's 2:41, and now Cassius coming across the line at 3:08. So that is roughly a 26-second lead. Not bad at all. If my maths is correct. Even so, 30-second lead is a huge lead from first to second. That's what some would call daylight. But we've still got 3 competitors left on the track. So we'll see, we'll pick them up as they come through. We can see the sun is setting. The temperature, I think, is dropping as well. Nope, the temperature is still 34. So we've just seen one more athlete to go. Just giving up everything he possibly can in the 100-metre race that he's in. Great running by all.
No problem.
So that was the last bit there. Last run by that young man. So it looks like we've got 3 races left. What do you reckon, Scott? 3 races left. Not bad.
So introducing your starters in race 2. Lane 1, Dylan Oakley, Mentone. 2, 7 from Berwick. 3, Toby Smurden from Berwick. 4, Rachel Ravi, Waverley. 5, Timothy Hayes, Seaford. 6, Sajan Diol, Box Hill. 7, Levi Berriman, Gilbert, Werribee. 8, Luke McQueen, Moorabbin. 9, Gurutap Singh, Werribee. 10, Zach Simmons, Sandringham. 11, William Hughes, Westernport. 12, Levi Draper, Essendon. 13, William Ansell, Geelong. And they're underway here in race 2 of the boys under 10 800 metres. It looks like a pretty even start, but the Box Hill athlete actually out wide the Geelong athlete. William Ansell's gone out pretty hard. He'll be our early leader. Looks like it might be the Westernport athlete William Hughes in second, going along with him. So the pair reach the cut-in, and it looks like that's the Westernport athlete William Hughes taking the early lead, with William Ansell from Geelong in second. And that looks like it might be the Box Hill athlete Sajan Diol in third, with Mentone athlete Dylan Oakley in fourth, coming up onto the shoulder of the second and third runners and going straight into second position. So Dylan Oakley sitting in second now, but it is still William Hughes of Westernport with the early lead with 500 metres to run. So the field is quite drawn out here. No one's sitting on each other's shoulders. They're running single file all the way, big gaps between. So about almost a 10-metre lead here for William Hughes of Westernport, back to Dylan Oakley of Mentone in second place. The Box Hill athlete Sajan Diol in third. Fourth is William Ansell from Geelong. Fifth, the Essendon runner Levi Draper. So still looking like he's running very comfortably. Nice long stride going on there for the Western Port athlete William Hughes. But Dylan Oakley isn't giving up yet. He's maintaining the gap. Let's just see if he can reel him back in here. I think if he put a bit of pressure on here, we're not sure what William Hughes will have left to respond with, so we'll have a look at that. But it looks like it's just a race between the two for line honours. William Hughes leading the way. Dylan Oakley still following. Dylan's not giving anything up, and I think he might have dragged back another metre. So it could be an interesting finish here if Dylan Oakley can just work up onto the shoulder there of William Hughes. Back in third, Sajan Diol is putting on a little bit of a sprint, but he's a long way back from the leaders. Now, Dylan Oakley's just taken over the lead. He's got into the lead. They're coming round into the home straight, and Dylan's just opened up a little bit of a lead on William Hughes, and he's pushing it down. 50 metres to go. Dylan Oakley of Mentone, lovely run. Took his time, came past, and he's taken the lead. He'll take the win in race 2. Second place goes to William Hughes of Western Port, and here comes in third Sajan Dial of Box Hill. Nice run by Sajan. Now you'll see finishing off in fourth place Levi Draper of Essendon, but big sprint finish coming from William Ansell, but he won't catch Levi Draper. Then looks like one of our Werribee athletes storming home. That might be Levi by the looks. The other Werribee athlete coming home as well. Excellent running by these boys. 2 runners still out on the course to finish off. And a bit of a sprint finish here. Picking it up and crossing the line in strong form. Nice work. So now we'll turn our attention to race 3 of the boys under 10 800 metres.
And almost the end of the championship day, so we've got not many left. So this is race 3. I think we'll introduce you the races, the competitors, just as the starters get underway. We're only hopefully less than a minute away from start. So a brilliant start by all the competitors here, and they're off and racing with Harrison Dolman from Box Hill in 1, Oliver Gertz from Berwick in 2, Harrison Brewster from Frankston in 3, Harrison Welch from Geelong in 4, Henry Robinson from Waverley in 5, Noah from Werribee in 6, Barathan from Mentone in 7, Finn Kane from Williamstown in 8, Romeo Machado from Werribee in 9, Jude Barrett from Essendon in 10, Max Wright from Berwick in 11, Jet from Frankston in 12, and Xavier McLean from Geelong in 13. And as they come round for the final, what looks to be 500 metres, 550 metres. So we do see that the Williamstown athlete is out in front. Looks like Finn Kane is leading the charge right here, with the Geelong athlete, either Harrison Welsh or Xavier McLean. We'll just have to look at their hit numbers as they come through. So it does look like Xavier McLean is coming in second, with Williamstown comfortably in first. So it doesn't look like first and second are going to be challenged. It could be that first and second may change the lead. But right now Finn Kane is pretty comfortably out in front, with Xavier McLean in Geelong sitting behind him. They're turning their legs over at about the same rate, so we'll see how it goes. But the young man in third position is certainly turning his legs over very quickly and looks to be closing the gap on second. Not sure if there is enough distance left in the race to be able to collect another position, but doing well. And it looks like the Williamstown athlete Finn Kane is about to turn up the lead and give himself a big kick. Yep, he's kicking on to the finish and kicking on very strong. So it looks like it's going to be a pretty good time as well. And photographers are poised ready for the shot as he crosses the line. So fantastic work by that young man. And the Geelong athlete coming in second, Xavier, to what looks like, I think, a Berwick athlete. Either Max Wright or Oliver Gertz. So some good running there. So we now are just about ready to go. Well, we're going to wait for the other competitors to finish. Got 2 more competitors left, and then we move to race 4 of 5 of the boys under 10 800 metre final. So we see they've just finished off now, and the boys for the second last race of the day are ready to go.
Introducing your starters in race 4 of the boys under 10 800 metres. Station 1, Jet Lachlan Struce, Croydon. 2, Christian Kodagoda, Collingwood. 3, Zach Malik, Knox. 4, Ethan McCowan, Cranbourne. 5, Harry Brisbane, Croydon. 6, Nathan Haggai, Oakley. 7, Jack Berry, Geelong. 8, Adib Castia, Berwick. 9, Finn O'Halloran Scott, South Melbourne District. 10, James McKinlay, Werribee. 11, Aidan Ferrugia, Gisborne. 12, Lucas Harris, Brimbank. 13, Ryan Galliot, Werribee. 14, Jude Buckland, Ballarat. 15, Harrison Carty, Wangaratta. And 16, Levi Hoare, Mentone. And they're underway here in race 4 of the boys under 10 800 metres. Pretty even start, but once again, the runners out wide, going out a little bit harder than the inside runners. Levi Hall from Mentone going pretty hard, and that looks like it might either be the Ballarat or the Werribee athlete also going through there. But on the inside, that might be the Oakley athlete going into the early lead, Nathan Haggai. But it looks like he'll be overtaken pretty quickly. There's not much of a pace on here. Pretty cruisy pace for the first 150 metres. Let's see who's going to pick it up. So one of the boys has put on a little bit of speed here and has established 2 or 3 metre lead on the rest of the athletes. Let's see how he goes maintaining this throughout the rest of the race. So we'll just try and pick him up as he comes through to see who's got our early lead. So that looks like it is the Ballarat athlete Judd Buckland in the lead, followed closely by Ryan Galliot from Werribee, or it may be James McKinlay. Let's have a look. It looks like it's in fact James McKinlay in second from Werribee, with Judd Buckland from Ballarat in the lead. So the rest of the field not putting too much of a pace on, just getting a nice stride going. Doesn't look like they'll pressure our 2 leaders. Judd Buckland just extending his lead a little bit here, and James McKinlay trying to hold on. He's got a nice long stride going, but he'll need to accelerate it a little bit here if he wants to catch up to the Ballarat athlete. Let's see how he goes. 200 metres to run for Judd Buckland out in the lead here. Ryan Galliot's, James McKinlay has put on a little bit of speed, but it's not making any ground on Judd Buckland, who will come into the straight with about a 10 to 15 metre lead, losing a small bit of ground to McKinlay. But strong finishing here from Buckland. He's had a very nice run, went to the front relatively early and maintained his lead all the way home. Looks like a very nice run from Judd Buckland of Ballarat to take first. Second place will go to James McKinlay of Werribee. Third, the South Melbourne District's athlete Finn O'Halloran-Scott. Third, Mentone, Levi Hoare. Excellent running. Here come the rest of the field. Big sprint finish here from the Gisborne athlete. Looks like Aidan Ferrugia. Turned it on, got into the straight and zipped home the last 100. Nice finish from that young runner. Ryan Galliot, I hear "Go Ryan" out there in the crowd, getting the cheer on. Let's see if he can respond and finish off this run. And Jack Berry rounds out the field. Here he goes. The "Go Ryan's" helped. He's kicked on. Big sprint finish over the last 20. Well done, Ryan Galliot. And finishing out, rounding out the field is Jack Berry of Geelong.
So we now turn our attention to the last race of the day. The temperature, it looks like it's cooled down out there, but it doesn't look like it's cooled down on my phone. It's still saying 34 degrees, believe it or not. Anyway, it is the last race of the day, and I'm going to introduce to you these lovely young men as they just get underway. We're less than a minute away from start. The starter has blown her whistle. So they're off and racing in this full field of 16, and in lane 1 we've got Deng Aguk from Mentone, in 2 Lucas Field from Ringwood, in 3 Oscar Wright from Nunawading, in 4 Dean Brown from Mornington, in 5 Jack Abruzzi from Albury, in 6 Sam Fuller from Geelong, in 7 Jack Lewis from Knox, in 8 Gabriel Pryor from Mentone, in 9 Will McLean from Sandringham, in 10 James Denton Moe, in 11 Matthew Millis from Sandringham, in 12 Lachlan Gumley from Camberwell Malvern, in 13 Gianni Barone from Werribee, in 14 Zach Sanderson from Williamstown, in 15 Chilean from Box Hill, and in 16 Isa Murray from Essendon. So not sure who's in the lead there just as I was calling out those races, but it does look like a Sandringham athlete. No, a Nunawading athlete possibly. No, it's a Sandringham athlete. Let's see what their hip number says as they come through. So Matthew Milius from Sandringham coming through, and it does look like Oscar Wright from Nunawading in second, and then we've got Deng Aguk who are rounding out the top 3, and it does look pretty comfortable here for these young men. Matthew Milius is being challenged by the Sandringham athlete in Oscar Wright from Nunawading. So we've got Oscar Wright who's hit the front now, and Matthew Milius is not letting him go. He's staying right on his tail, and it looks like he's going to regain the lead back again. I'm pretty happy with that. We're going hear the crowd cheering behind us.
Under 15 and under 16 girls to the start of the 200 metres, please. That is under 15 and under 16 girls to the start of the 200 metres, please.
So we do see that the young man here from Nunawading giving it his all. Oscar Wright certainly rewriting his own record books right now as he crosses the line in a blistering time of 2:40.91. And then Sandringham followed in second with Mentone in third. Brilliant running there by these young men. And we can see that other competitors in the field of 16 are now just coming through. So brilliant work there.
It's a plea we're after the 8 finalists for the boys under 11. We're going to away from the presentation here. That's the 8 finalists from the boys under 11 presentation. And also, can we please have Isaac Dixon from Clarence over here at the presentation area. Thank you.
So it does look like we've got 200s ready to go with the starters going back out. It does, I do think we did run the 200s earlier, but these do look like reruns. No, these aren't reruns. These are under 16 and under 15 girls. So we will just hopefully get the start list very soon. So we do think that we've got start lists that are coming. So we'll just wait on those to make sure that we're good to go.
Can we please have the girls under 15 and under 16 to the start of the 200 metres, please? That's girls under 15 and 16 to the start of the 200 metres, please.
After Tate Ferguson, Tate Ross, and Sam Baker. Boys under 11.
So we'll see what comes of this last 200 metre race. So we see the what looks to be the under 15 girls 200. Getting set up on the track. trust the under-15s are first at least. So hopefully we'll have start this shortly that we can introduce the competitors to you with. And here they come. So I'll introduce to you these starters. Nope, they're on the start line, so I'm going to let the starters get them underway. And a pretty even start now with these 200-metre runners, and we can see that the Mentone athlete Lucinda Holloway getting a blistering start right out there in lane 8. But it does look like Shihana from Whittlesea City is definitely going to got a commanding lead here with, it looks like Alana Chapman coming in second. So Shihana blistering away and got a fantastic time of 26.93, followed closely by Alana Chapman and the Williamstown athlete, who will see that race 1 finish off a pretty good competition day, a day of competition for these young under 15 girls. So we're now moving to race 2.
So introducing the starters in race 2 of the girls under 15 200 metres. In lane 2, Isabella Jerick from Whittlesea City. Lane 3, Heike Paps Silva from Geelong. 4, Talia Allen from Knox. Lane 5, Catherine Gualtieri from Oakley. Lane 6, Georgia Nelson Cranbourne. Lane 7, Georgia Burns from Leongatha. Lane 8, Erin Menzies from Williamstown. That was a pretty fast first heat, so let's see if anyone in this second heat can match or better Shahana's from Whittlesea City's time. And a fairly even start here. It looks like the Williamstown athlete got out to a flyer, Erin Menzies. But here they come from the inside. They'll be catching up to her here. But still Erin Menzies looking pretty good into the straight. But from the inside, here comes Heike from Geelong and Isabella Jerick from Whittlesea City. Down the middle, Catherine Gualtieri. It'll be a race of 3. But Isabella Jerick from Whittlesea City taking the line first. Back to Catherine from Oakley and Heike from Geelong. Excellent running there. Did we get a time on that one, Ref?
No, I didn't get a time on that one, but we'll wait for the officials on that one.
A pretty solid time again.
Kept going.
Pretty solid run, but I'm not sure if it'll quite be up to that first heat. That was a pretty quick first heat, but excellent running by those girls.
So we now move to, very quickly, to race 3 or 4. And we've got now we see Elise Carberry from Knox in lane 2. In lane 3 we got Monique Gavrilidis from Bendigo. Ellie Kuish from Whittlesea City in 4. Bri Bartlett from Brighton in lane 5, Ruby Bates from Traralgon in 6, Gemma Craddock from Caulfield in 7, and Claudia Kazuks from Chelsea in lane 8. So it looks like the starters are ready to go with this race. I think Ellie Kuish is the one to watch in this one. Certainly training partners with Shihana and Alana Chapman that just raced. So again, it's not about the position, it's about the time. So they'll be running, I think Ellie Kuish is running around the same times at the moment as the girls in the first race. So we'll see how this fares. A fantastic and a pretty even start across the board. Very hard to pick here, but it does look like Ellie Kuish is now starting to really wind up, and as she comes into the front straight, she will pick up the stagger and be in the first and the front position here. So she's looking fantastic, running with a fantastic running style. Brilliant work here by this young lady, and we'll see what time she passes across. It looks like a 27.69. That is, I think, is that the same as the first one, or the first one was 26 or 28?
I think it was a 26.9.
Yeah, 26.9. Okay, so that's not too bad there, but we can see one of the athletes is down on the ground.
The officials out there with the spray bottles, giving the spray in the face after the race, cooling everyone down. I think that'll be most appreciated with the weather out there. Turning our attention to race 4 of the girls under 15 200 metres. In lane 1, we have Ashley Van Rooyen from Mentone. Lane 2, Kate Ellis from Edenhope. Lane 3, Anna Helena Pereira from Croydon. Lane 4, Ebony McLean from Geelong. Lane 5, Emily Aliva from Kew. Lane 6, Tegan Skulderman from Traralgon. Lane 7, Miranda Darby from Whittlesea City. And they're underway here. Relatively even start, but we'll see how they come around the bend. Looks like Ashley Van Rooyen from Mentone's coming up the inside. But the Croydon athlete, Anna Helena Pereira, is coming up to level her. So it'll be a race between the Mentone and Croydon athletes for the first position. Running shoulder to shoulder here. But looks like Anna Helena Pereira will just take the line ahead of Ashley Van Rooyen. Back to Kate Ellis from Edenhope, and then looks like Ebony McLean from Geelong took the 4th position.
So it was a 27.29, so it does look like that first race was the fastest of them all. So now we've got the under 16s hitting the track. One of 2 races is up on the blocks right now. So we now have Dakota Cott from Werribee in lane 1. Madison McBride from Whittlesea in 2. Rihanna McClamau from Berwick in lane 3. Alicia Whittle from Caulfield in 4. Alyssa DiMartino from Keilor in lane 5. Arabelle from Cranbourne in 6. Kate Daly from Croydon in 7. And Chloe Perrott from Essendon in lane 8. They're just getting themselves set up behind the blocks. All warmed up and ready to go. Fantastic running here and a great start by all the athletes here, but it does look like the Keilor athlete tearing up right through the middle. Alyssa DiMartino giving it everything she possibly can, being challenged here by what looks to be the Berwick athlete, I think, coming out in front but Essendon is pushing really hard. Chloe Parrott. So Chloe will take out the first position here with a great time of 27.75, and Berwick in second with Keilor in third. Brilliant running by Alyssa DiMartino, and also Chloe Parrott. Brilliant running by all the girls, I'm sure. So that is 27.75 is the one to watch. It's easy because we only got one race to watch.
Yes, indeed.
And being the last race, it's always good.
So we'll turn our attention to race 2, the final race of the day. So in lane 1 we have Ashley Bowden from Berwick. Lane 2, Emily Newton from Essendon. Lane 3, Michaela Appleby from Whittlesea City. Lane 4, Nina Bujija from Camberwell Malvern. Lane 5, Hannah Hodges from Knox. 6, Felicity Juvelet from Cranbourne. Lane 7, Kelsey Banan from Whittlesea City. Lane 8, Casey Perkins from Geelong. So we're in the starters' hands. Ashley Bowden just getting back behind her blocks there, the athlete from Berwick, and we'll be right to go. And they're underway. Looks like a fast start out wide by the athlete from Cranbourne. But out wide from Geelong, Casey Perkins is really pushing it into the straight, and it looks like she'll take the lead once we get off the stagger. So it is Casey Perkins from Geelong streeting into the straight, clearing away from her competition. The athlete from Knox, Hannah Hodges, pushing hard in second with the Cranbourne, Felicity Juvelet. But it is Casey Perkins takes the line first. Back to Hannah Hodges and Felicity Juvelet. Excellent running from these girls to round out a big day of competition of day 1 of the combined event championships.
We want to thank everyone for watching today. We are glad that you could join us from wherever you were joining us from. We're pretty excited to be able to bring you this broadcast, so we hope that you have at least been entertained somewhat by watching this event. Big shout out to our camera guys, Jaguar Beck and also Scott Sidley, and Scott Sidley on commentary as well. So join us tomorrow from 10 o'clock. All the action will be live streamed again for the final day of this 2019 combined event championships. Until then, over and out.